Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's the day we have all been waiting for. The season really does start here. I mean, there was a pre-season game apparently last week down in Southampton, but the season starts here. You're joining us on the Somerset live stream with our principal partners, WPA Health Insurance, for Somerset versus Essex in Division 1 of the County Championship. I'm Sam Dalling, and alongside me, I'm delighted to catch up with as well after a long winter. Mr. Stephen Lamb is here too. Morning, Stephen.
Morning, Sam. Good to see you, and quite right to consign the little matter of last week to distant history.
Well, it happened so long ago now, Stephen. I can't really remember it. It's all a bit of a blur. Right, let's focus on what we've got coming up over this Easter bank holiday weekend. Somerset versus Essex. About 10 minutes to go. Good crowd in at the Cooper Associates County Ground here. If you're just joining us, we are just joining us. We've just started. But if you haven't seen yet what's happened, Essex have won the toss and elected to bowl. Doesn't surprise me an awful lot. That they've got one change from last week. Simon Harmer, who was in the South Africa Test side, got his place back after a couple of years away. He wasn't due to be back in England until the third game, but he is flown home. So he's playing. So it's a young lad by the name of Sir Alistair Cook up top with Nick Brown, Tom Wesley, the skipper, Dan Lawrence, Adam Rossington, Matt Critchley, Adam Wheater, Simon Harmer, who's coming for Jamie Porter, Mark Stekate, Sam Cook, and Shane Snater is the Essex side. So they will be taking to the field in just about 10 minutes' time. For Somerset, 4 changes from last week. Roelof van der Merwe, Casey Aldridge, Ned Leonard, and Marchant de Lange are out. In come Matt Renshaw, who has arrived, Australian overseas player, to bolster the batting. Lewis Gregory's back, Craig Overton's back, and Jack Leach is back. So the full side is Ben Green, Tom Lammonby, Matt Renshaw, Tom Abel the skipper, James Hildreth, Lewis Goldsworthy, Steve Davies, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Peter Siddle, and Jack Leach.
Yeah, and Matt Renshaw listed to come in at number 3 on the scorecard. We'll see what happens when that time comes, but it certainly gives the batting a slightly firmer look from what it had last week. Tom Abel due to come in at 4, James Hildreth 5, and the bowling attack looks substantially stronger. All those absentees last week, there could have been 8 players who weren't available for various reasons, injury, Craig Overton and Jack Leach withheld by the ECB, and illness as well at the last minute.
Yes, I think Jason Kerr was very close to getting a game himself. Ben Warren was at the Ageas Bowl for a couple of days. I think he was next into the side. It did sound, reading between the lines of Jason Kerr's interview after, I think it was day 2, when he was asked about, might there be a few players back next week? He said, well, yeah, I'm expecting to have a selection headache, but then again, I was expecting that 48 hours ago, and so maybe there was some late movement as well as the illness-related and injury-related absences. Perhaps there was some late movement in terms of availability, but we won't dwell on that. They're back now, and as you said, that is a pretty strong-looking Somerset side, looking to bounce back from what was a pretty, well, there's no way of dressing it up, really. It was a thrashing down at Hampshire.
Yeah, and worth making the point that quite a number of pundits pre-season have been backing Hampshire to win the whole title, and they have got a very strong attack. But anyway, that game at Southampton is behind us, and we've got this wonderful view looking out from our commentary box over to the various pavilions and stands opposite. The River Stand has had a bit of a facelift. New seats, and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion there used to be the players' changing area years and years ago. And there's, excuse me, there's the River Stand. It's got seats in 2/3 of it.
Are they bringing in, is it safe standing? Are we going football ways for the T20?
No.
We're going to have a terrace?
No, it was all standing when I was here a fortnight ago, and we've now got seats in the left-hand bit and the middle bit looking across from here, and I imagine the seats in the remaining third have yet to go in.
Time will
It's a very favourite viewing position, that, as you can see.
It was always, yeah, it was when it was very much members only. I don't think it still is. Is it still members only over there? It was to start with when it first came in, as it was the Marcus Jaskovic stand before he upgraded to a pavilion. Even with Marcus, he couldn't have 2 stands after his named after him.
Yeah, it's great as well. Just around this pavilion, there's a lovely picture of Marcus down on ground floor level with all the contributors listed to the to the whole process, really. And career record of his is behind us. There's a little area behind the boxes here, and lots of information about a magnificent career and a very well-deserved accolade for Marcus Trescothick to upgrade, as you say, from straightforward stand to a pavilion.
Yeah, and isn't it deserved? I mean, it's great, isn't it? This is what we've all been waiting for. 5 minutes into the season, we've already got Marcus. Just an ode to Marcus Trescothick. I took a photo of it, just in behind the commentary box here. There's a list. It's a kind of a display of all his accolades. So Wisden Cricketer of the Year 2005, PCA Player of the Year 2000, 2009, 2011. Honorary Life Member of Somerset, Honorary Life Member of the MTC, and Indian Cricketer of the Year 2002 as well, which I'm not sure.
String of honours.
I know. It's not a bad list. Look, as you can see on the live stream, Essex players are huddling in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, another Somerset legend, and very shortly we're going to renew what's become in the last few years, Stephen, a bit of a rivalry. Didn't face each other last year in first-class cricket, but there was the Bob Willis Trophy final in 2020 in freezing conditions. I think it was about a week before Christmas that one was played, and then of course 2019, back end of 2019, that game here in September where Essex, there was a lot of rain and Essex secured the title. So there's a nice friendly rivalry between the two sides in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I remember that day vividly because Peter Siddle, who was playing for Essex in that season, wasn't here. And when they lined up with the trophy, they had a cardboard cutout of Peter Siddle. And guess who he's playing for today?
Making his Somerset debut, Peter Siddle. Somerset home debut, I should say. So we're going to get underway in about 5 minutes' time here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Just lining up just inside the boundary. Both sides.
So we've got a moment of unity here. I saw that at Lord's last week as well. Players, umpires, coaching staff of both sides. Cricket standing united.
Looking pensive ahead of the action, but raring to go, I've got no doubt. And they very soon will be, as the clock at the top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion gradually ticks up towards 11 o'clock. It's a great feeling of anticipation, this, isn't it? The first home game of the season here at Taunton. We had a lot of haze over the Quantock Hills in the distance when we arrived. That's beginning to lift now, and just signs that the sun is trying to come through.
Yeah, Essex had their first home game last week, and it's difficult to... it was a decent enough start. It seemed to be quite a flat deck, one would imagine, there in that draw with Kent. I think Kent actually won the toss, didn't he? Ollie Robinson won the toss and elected to field.
And the statutory Alistair Cook century.
100 for Alistair Cook, 100 for Nick Brown, 100 on debut, on his Essex debut for Matt Critchley as well, signed over the course of the winter.
And applause around the ground as that moment of unity reaches its end, and the players will now ready themselves. Essex in the field by choice, having won the toss this morning. Tom Westley, their skipper, opting to put Somerset into bat on a decidedly green-tinged wicket.
Yeah, I had a bit of a double take when I first came in because I had a look across at the pitch and couldn't quite work out which one they were using. But it is the one right in front of us, as you said. Plenty of green on it. Russell Warren and Mike Burns, another former Somerset star, former Somerset captain, in fact, Mike Burns. Cumbrian on the first-class umpires list now. So I'd imagine, who are we going to have? Ben Green and Tom Lammonby coming out to open. As you said, Renshaw was carded to come in at 3, but they did have that 50 opening stand at Hampshire in the second innings before the collapse. And I think that is Ben Green.
I think it is. It's the same opening partnership as last week, which means we can expect to see Matt Renshaw first drop. Adam Wheater is behind the stumps for Essex. They've actually got a choice Rather late notice choice, in fact. Adam Rossington joining them on loan for the season from Northants, originally with Middlesex, Adam Rossington, but he'll be taking his place in the field for Essex.
Yeah, as you say, I don't think they were necessarily expecting him to become available until very much a week or two before the season started, but I think he's going to be an exciting signing for them. Really good cricketer, Adam Rossington. So we're going to have Sam Cook open up 58 wickets at 14.43 last year.
Well, that's not a bad start, is it? Eluding the outside edge. Signs of movement at the earliest possible opportunity for Sam Cook.
Three slips in for him then. I'd imagine it's Simon Harmer. Not only does he take lots of wickets for them and score useful runs, his hands are huge. I don't know if you've ever seen his hands. He barely drops a slip catch, Simon Harmer, in at first.
That's better, and that will come as a relief to Ben Green to feel the ball on the middle of the bat. Just pushed straight back down the wicket. You can probably see the evidence of the grass on this surface as Sam Cook just does a little bit of gardening to make the point of delivery as comfortable for him as possible. Usually get this kind of thing in the early stages of a game, especially when it's the visiting team that are in the field away from home.
Superb bowler, Sam Cook. I think he might well end up in an England Test side at some point in his career.
Looks as though there's a bit of dampness there, Sam. Just where that front foot comes down.
He'd never have known from the ball he bowled first up. It was an absolute beauty, wasn't it? He bowled at Ben Green.
Right on the money. There's the spare sawdust in case it's needed later on.
It was when I got up quite early this morning and went out. It wasn't wet, but it felt as if it might have been raining overnight.
There's a straightforward leave. So Essex putting Somerset in to bat this morning. And let's hope that Ben Green and Tom Lammonby can build on the signs of progress they showed in the second innings at Southampton last week. Had a long look, but the finger stayed down. Wasn't far away, I don't think.
I was waiting for the finger to go up, I'll be honest. We'll just see it on the replay. It certainly wasn't height that was the issue there.
Oh, that was close. Maybe shaping to leg.
That's the only thing that can save Ben Green. He is still there, which is good news from Somerset fans.
And here's the sun, shining on the back of Sam Cook as he goes in. And here are the first runs for Somerset. And scored in emphatic manner out to deep mid-wicket. That's better from Ben Green after the previous delivery.
What he was trying to do to the previous one, wasn't he? It's a lovely shot, that, from Ben Green. Still waiting for the first class 50 since the Bob Willis Trophy final was the last time he scored 50. I think that's his only first class 50, so has had some success against Essex.
It's very close into the stumps, doesn't he, at the point of delivery, Sam Cook. There's going to be another single here, down to deep backward square. So Ben Green will keep the strike with that at the end of the first over. 0 for 5. Sam Cook may consider himself a little bit unfortunate not to win an LBW decision in that over, but that is history. And a chance for the two batsmen to take stock after over number 1 having been put in.
No surprise, really, that Essex put Somerset in, given the...
It had that feel this morning, didn't it?
Yeah, and then you also have to look at the you know, having only passed 181 3 times in the last dozen innings, Somerset. I think if I was Essex, I would be very much asking them to have a first go. And having a first go from the river end is going to be Mark Steketee, 28-year-old Australian quick bowler, signed as effectively as Peter Siddle's replacement. He did play a little bit. He didn't come over in the what I'd call the COVID season 2020, Peter Siddle, but he was back at Essex last year in Somerset colours today, and they've signed Steketee for at least the first 6 games, leading Sheffield Shield wicket taker last season. It's a good bit of pace through there to Adam Wheater. That one lifted a little bit, didn't it?
Mm. He was in 2 minds, Ben Green, about whether to play it or not. Eventually left it.
I think it was just as well that he pulled away from that one. So we've got Wheater behind the stumps. It's actually Sir Alistair Cook at first slip. Simon Harmer with his bucket hands at second slip, and Adam Rossington, which makes sense given he is a wicketkeeper by trade, in at third. And Dan Lawrence as well at gully. And some success with the England Test team over the winter.
That's a more convinced leave.
Yeah, it's got a bit more pace about him, Steketee, already. Cook is very much a pitch it up. You can see that with those shots Ben Green was able to clip off his legs. What Cook is trying to do is just pitch it on middle and leg and get it to shape away a little bit. Whereas Steketee is just a bit back of a length already. More bounce through to Adam Wheater. Cut away, that's too short. Steketee's first boundary off him. Then Green is going to move on to 9, and that was a just short and outside off stump, wasn't it? Most batters are going to put that one away.
Cafeteria, help yourself. Nicely played though, still got to do it, and he timed it pretty well. I don't think it was perfect, the timing, but it was good enough to take it all the way over the rope.
Same again, Steketee just having a look at the foot marks, although bowlers do tend to do that when they've just gone for a boundary, but sawdust going down at that end. So perhaps there is definitely, that doesn't really work as a sentence, does it? There can't be both.
Perhaps there is possibly.
Perhaps there is possibly. Still clunky, but at least they don't cut across each other meanings-wise. That's better for Steketee.
Yeah, you can see the movement just after the ball had gone through there. It started off outside the off stump, so no need for Green to play it, but moved quite substantially further before it went through to Adam Wheater, taking it well to his right.
Straight to that one. Ben Green just gets in behind it. Tom Wesley there at mid-off, Essex skipper. Mid-on even. Shane Snater as well, 29. He's very enthusiastic at mid-off. Optimistic, at least. He's got the huge sun hat out, Shane Snater. I can just not be able to see him. I'm a big fan of the floppy hat. Not convincing there from Ben Green, just trying to get on the back foot. Ended up dabbing it down straight into the ground. Here's that Ben Green shot off Sam Cook in the previous over. Just veering down leg. Timed that perfectly. You can see the balance from Ben Green. One of those where he hit that, starts running. He knows that's racing away to the boundary, doesn't he, Steve?
Yes, we were saying the successor on the other side of the wicket wasn't perfectly timed, but that one certainly was. Nothing wrong with that at all. Beautifully struck. So a brace of boundaries already for Ben Green. At a slightly overcast Taunton. Here is Sam Cook again. Slanting across the left-handed Lammonby. That's actually Lammonby's first ball of the match. Batsman crossed at the end of Cook's first over. So the left-handed Lammonby. Light green has 3 slips watching him, plus a gully. Again, slanting across the left-hander. Cook getting in very close to the stumps. You can see why he needed that sawdust. It's right on the delivery point, this side of the popping crease.
We were talking about Lammonby a bit earlier on, weren't we? Had a slightly odd year last year. Scored virtually no runs in red ball cricket.
Yeah, he had a brilliant Bob Willis Trophy, the previous one.
Did 100 against Essex, which was made it 3 in a row.
That's just slanting in, but not far enough. So Lammonby comfortably leaving it.
But he couldn't buy a run in Championship cricket to start last year, and then he went away to the other tournament. Had that knock on Sky here against Gloucestershire in the T20, which with the cameras here was fantastic. Ended up scoring a 100 at not far off a run of ball against Lancashire in Somerset's not so super September.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Drawn into the stroke, Tom Lammonby, and not making any contact. I fancy rather to his relief, because that's what the slips and the keeper are waiting there for. Little nick, little feather through, and he was very close to that. So signs of assistance for the Essex attack. And again, and again. Almost identical delivery. Passing the outside edge. I was being optimistic about sunshine. It's gone now. Disappeared completely.
You and Shane Snater.
Yeah.
He's a fine bowler, Cook. I think 3rd highest wicket taker in the Championship last year.
Strongly built. Better from Lammonby, got everything behind that. And finding the middle of the bat. It's a good over from Cook, though. Couple of plays and misses. And it's a maiden as well. First maiden of the match, in fact. Cook's figures stay at 0 for 5. And there's that popular river stand again. Gimlet Hill is not usable at the moment. That's another very popular viewing point, but it's being reconstituted with better access and will be ready soon, but at the moment it's something of a building site.
Steckety then, again, from the river end, Tom Wesley just sorting out the sawdust. Playing a miss there from Ben Green through to Adam Wheater. Generally just pushed at that one. Good delivery from Steckety. 3 slips in still, Dan Lawrence at gully. Nick Brown at backward point. Nick Brown has been a solid run scorer for Essex for many years, Stephen, hasn't he?
Mm. Very much so. And you get a delivery like that, you can't be too surprised in mid-April. You're going to get the odd one.
Pushed forward into the offside there. No run, solid enough from Ben Green. Decent crowd in already. We'll do a bit of, we'll get flat watch going again at some point. And there's a few out there. The Somerset flag hanging. I'd quite fancy a spell on the top deck of there in the penthouse. I think it's a communal area, isn't that top bit? But
yeah,
not a bad spot.
A sort of roof garden with a few shrubs in baskets.
Strays leg side there. Steckety just flicked away. Not timed as nicely as the one off Cook a couple of overs ago, but they will pick up a couple. And Ben Green will move into double figures. He's got 11 now as the throw. Just makes Adam Wheater work a little bit harder than he may have liked.
Yes, Green's tally is the same as the Somerset total at the moment.
driven nicely there for Green, and he will pick up full this time. To full for Mark Steckety was a lovely looking on drive from Ben Green, and all Tom Wesley can do is chase it down.
Shot of the day so far.
It was glorious. We're just seeing it on the replay there, and raced away in front of the river stand. Steckety waits patiently. Didn't pick up. We didn't have a great debut, Steckety, for Essex last week, but does come. Clearly a fine bowler. Comes with good pedigree. I suspect he was probably, so they brought Mick Lewis in as bowling coach. And as fellow Australian, as we see from the previous over. Steckety, oh, that slow-mo camera, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it emphasises the fluidity of the player's movement.
Pushed out towards the man at point, then there'll be no run. End of the 4th over. Somerset, a steady start. They'll be quite pleased with 15 without loss, given recent troubles.
Yeah, it's a great advance, that slow-mo camera. We've got cameras at either end and in other parts of the ground as well. Too complicated to specify exactly where. But they do help, they do enhance. And this is a bit of an enhancement to the live streaming service as well, with commentary all the way through on all competitions this summer, which Sam and I and Harry Everett will be joining us shortly. Peter Trigo will be with us tomorrow and the next day, and we're very much looking forward to your company all the way through the season. Slanting across the left-handed Lamonby again from Sam Cook.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Peter Trigo will be wearing tomorrow. I just expect I will feel distinctly underdressed. Me and fashion sense don't go well together. I'd be in tracksuit bottoms and a hoodie quite happily.
Almost dead straight approach from Sam Cook. This is pushed out to cover point. Matt Critchley is the fielder there. Just slightly slanting in towards the crease as he approaches. But it's a smooth approach. Doesn't look to be taking much out of himself.
I'd say he looks like a man who could bowl long spells, doesn't it? He's not charging in, it's very smooth is the word.
Not quite on target there. There's no question in Lamonby's mind that that was leavable. Lamonby yet to get off the mark, but that won't bother him. A word or two of advice for Sam Cook from his captain. Similar ball really, not demanding a stroke. And Lamonby at 11:15 on the first morning, not inclined to offer one. That's the on drive from Ben Green. That was a beautiful stroke.
A couple of nice shots from Ben Green already. Might have felt a bit of pressure with Renshaw coming in, but some people were wondering if Renshaw might come in and open instead of Ben Green. I think that 50 partnership between him and Tom Lamonby last week.
Change of angle from Cook. Round the wicket for the first time. Nice stroke, not quite timed though from Lamonby. And there's the sun-hatted Snater, the sun-hatted Shane Snater.
He's been sent on a mission, on a sawdust-based mission, I think, Shane Snater. First time Cook's come around the wicket. There's no sawdust yet in place, but I think that's about to change.
Yeah. A little bit of extra being applied. Again, that delivery point, which Cook's about to reach. Almost played it, but decided at the last split second not to. End of the over. Ben Green still has a monopoly of the run scoring. He's on 15. Somerset 15 without loss. And it's time for me to make way for the first time this morning for Harry Everett.
I'm not sure it quite is yet. I think Harry was just sneaking in with his binoculars, wasn't he? Or does it? Oh, they're 20 minutes opening stint. 10:45. I see. Ignore me. I shouldn't be saying this on air. Steketee then to Ben Green for he slips in. Just doing a quick change around. We're getting used to the new equipment here as well. We've been treated here on the live stream. There's some lovely, lovely shiny new kit that we're all a little bit scared of. We're all thinking we're going to press the right buttons. But yeah, for the first time in the county championship this season, Harry Everett's here. Hello, H.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. A little bit nervous, but positive start from Somerset. 15 for none after 5 overs.
Happy to leave that one alone this early in the game. Ben Green. I think we're about to appear on camera, Harry, aren't we?
I don't know.
You still haven't sat down.
I haven't sat down
had
yet.
a chance to sit down yet.
Hello, everyone. We got to flash our new thank you WPA for our lovely new jackets. Not that we need to be kept too warm. I think it's relatively warm for April here today. Overcast, almost muggy. I think can it be muggy in April?
It feels quite muggy.
Yeah.
I think that's might be because we've not quite got the aircon on properly. There's Stephen Lamb as well.
He's got his woolly hat ready.
Checking on when I'm next on.
And Snater puts down a little bit more sawdust for Steketee to continue. Gone. Wicket. Wasn't sure if it was a play and a miss from Ben Green. There was a little celebration. You can't quite hear it through the glass. But he wafted that one outside off stump, and that's a shame for Somerset because Ben Green has started really well. But Steketee, who's just been bowling back of a length for the majority of his spell, and the first time he's pitched one up outside off stump, Ben Green quite tentatively went to push through the covers and then pulled out.
He didn't need to play on it, did he? It was a fairway outside off stump. He got a bit of criticism for his shot last week when James Fuller came into the attack at the GS Bowl Hampshire, and he played a bit of a booming drive, having seen off Abbott and Abbas, the two best bowlers in the county championship, the best opening partnership we've talked about, although Keith Barker did open. You think James Fuller comes on and you get a bit of respite, and he played that booming shot. But what's exciting here is there's a big crowd, and Matt Renshaw's got a massive round of applause coming out to bat. I love it when it's almost like a favourite son, isn't he? He's coming back, and he's coming back in, and everyone's delighted to see him come and have a bat.
Second spell then for Renshaw at Somerset. He was here back in 2018, cut short by injury, but did really well. At that point, he was in the Australian Test side. So 513 runs at 51 with 300s for the left-handed Matt Renshaw, and while Somerset would like him to start with 300s in the first 5 or 6 games this time around, but first and foremost, he's going to face fellow Australian Mark Steketee. Just wait to see if he's going to come over or around the wicket. I think he's going to stay over, so he's going to have 3 slips in for Renshaw, who's just going through his warm-up routine.
Decent warm-up routine. He's quite a flexible man, Matt Renshaw. For a big uni, he's done a bit of yoga in his time.
Happy to leave that one alone from Steketee. But again, just pulled the length back a little bit. Just back of a length, getting that natural bounce. Good pace through to Adam Wheater as well, Mark Steketee. So Somerset, having lost that early wicket, Ben Green, if you're just joining us, started really nicely, played a couple of nice shots, but drove at one just a couple of balls ago that he will now be back in the changing room in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, feeling he could have left that one alone. Off the mark then, Renshaw tickles it down to Sam Cook at fine leg.
Talking of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, I just couldn't help mention that he's with us up in the up here alongside us, 2 boxes to our left, watching from the press box, enjoying one of the best views in the county game.
It's not a bad view, is it?
No. The cloud gone over. Above the contacts now, we can see the beautiful colours. Bit of a mist in the valley when I came in early this morning. Pretty clear now for hundreds of spectators, Sam. Desperate for the first morning of county cricket.
Yeah, Lammonby on strike then, just takes his guard again. Pushes it to Shane Snater at mid-on. So another over gone. Somerset have lost their first wicket of the game. It's gone to Mark Steckety. Ben Green had made his way to 15, but he chased the wide one, got caught behind by Adam Wheater. So Matt Renshaw is there on his second Somerset debut. He's 1 not out. Tom Lammonby is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so Somerset will be quite happy with 15 for none after 5 overs. That Ben Green wicket, obviously a bit of a blow for Somerset. He's looked solid without really kicking on, hasn't he? We talked earlier about he got that 50 in the Bob Willis Trophy final. His only first-class 50 for Somerset, which was a pretty crucial knock. That's actually the last time these two sides met, the Somerset v Essex 2020 final at Lord's. But back at Taunton, the two rivals playing against each other again as Cookson come in for the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion ended. That's a beauty of a delivery. Matt Renshaw squared up, and it's one of those things you do as a batter, isn't it? You sort of shrug your shoulders, you think, there's no way I'm ever going to play at that. It's the beauty of a ball. I'm lucky to still be here.
Yeah, he started absolutely fantastically, Sam Cook. A good difference. I mean, they're both right-arm seamers, aren't they? But Sam Cook is very much push it up there and try and get it to nibble around, where Steckety is just bowling a bit back of a length. And a change of pace as well for the batters to get used to, rather than having 2 people bowling the same sort of pace.
Yeah. Sam Cook with another decent delivery there, Renshaw. This one's slightly wider. Renshaw probably could have left that from the get-go, to be honest with you. He's covering all through Stumps with his pads actually moving across. He's now rechecking his guard. It looks like he's taking middle and off stump guards. Yeah, he's going to mark both guards on this fairly green wicket at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And slightly different to the wickets he'll play on in Australia. But he loves it here. He's so glad to be back and got a real spring in his step. That's a well-defended shot from Renshaw. He does move around a bit from a coaching point of view. You want to be still on contact, don't you? Renshaw's a bit sort of on the walk. I don't know if that's just jittery at the start of his innings. Well, he's slightly changed his technique since he was here. That Yorkshire 100, every time we mention Matt Renshaw and Somerset commentary, we're going to have to mention that Yorkshire 100 off the mark with the 6, 50 with the 6, 100 with the 6, on a green top before lunch when no one else scored a run. And he was just, generally, I think it's probably the best red ball knock I've ever seen live. As Renshaw this time is to mid-on for no run.
At that point, he was in the test side and he fell away a little bit, didn't he? He had a really lean year, 1920. Sheffield Shield, averaging 20 odd and took some time away, but has bounced back in the last couple of years and was delayed slightly. I think Somerset were hoping for him to be here for that Hampshire game, but he earned himself a late call up as a cover for the Australian ODI series against Pakistan. So he didn't play, but at least he was back in the Australia setup.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit of an odd decision, actually. Renshaw leaves that one outside off stump. I mean, he's a very good player, Matt Renshaw, but I don't think he's in the top 15 white ball players for Australia to get in the ODI squad. I think it's more sort of who was available, convenience. There are a few playing in the IPL. It's a bit of a funny. It was great to see Australia-Pakistan. I really enjoyed that series. It was some really good cricket. I mean, it started with some pretty dull Rawalpindi flat pitch batting, but some really good cricket after that.
It's good to see international cricket back in Pakistan,
yeah.
Isn't it? Wonderful. The atmosphere looked amazing.
And Imam and Hack particularly impressive. Another left-hander. But this time we're going to see Cook round the wicket and he squares up Renshaw, and that's a decently defended soft hands prod. I'm going to give him the benefit of that. I think that was a deliberate shot from Renshaw. Soft hand, sort of, not quite the Kane Williamson, Joe Root dad to third man. This was more backward point, just defending late. And he gets a run to backward point to keep the strike at the end of the over. Tom Lammonby's been a bit starved of the strike this morning, isn't he? Ben Green faced the first, 2 overs, keeping him off strike. Now Renshaw comes in, takes a single off the last ball. I don't think Lammonby will mind too much, to be honest with you, and his ball's doing all sorts early on. He's only faced 13 balls so far, and we're, half an hour into the morning's play.
Yeah, and he's going to be at the non-striker's end, as Harry was just saying, and Mark Steckety is going to continue into his 4th over. Then he's got the 1 wicket to fall so far. Ben Green getting the previous over, and he's going to come over the wicket to Matt Renshaw, who pushes into the offside, but it's straight at Shane Snater at mid-on. Would you have put Somerset in? Had you been Tom Wesley this morning?
Yeah, I think you had to. Overcast conditions, fairly green pitch, especially the way Somerset batted last week. And Essex have went out for their seam attack, obviously, without Porter this morning, which slightly surprised me.
Yeah, I wonder if that's rotation or... Snater had a really good year last year, whereas Porter, he got injured and missed a decent chunk of it. Left alone by Matt Renshaw, too far outside the off stump, or far enough for him not to need to play it at all. But yeah, Snater had a bit of a breakthrough year last year, didn't he?
Well, they got Aaron Beard as well. They got these, and Sam Cook. To me, the three of them quite the right arm nibbly seamers, I suppose you call them. Porter as well, of course. Bit different to Steckety, who's the Sheffield Shield leading wicket taker. Season just finished. Who's a bit quicker.
Yeah,
slightly different style of bowler, isn't he?
Beard's a bit quicker as well. I think Beard's got a bit more pace than people give him credit for, as Steckerty's going to come around the wicket to Matt Renshaw. Still free slips in, man at gully, Dan Lawrence.
Beard's
Back
also one of the...
and just watchful from Renshaw, who pushes it into the offside.
You look at Aaron Beard, I always think of him as the youngster. He's 24 now. He's been around longer than you realise, sort of knocking around the second 11. He sort of made his breakthrough. Essex have got some good options, haven't they? Hence the... Well, they've done pretty well the last few years.
They've used him quite well. Beard, he took wickets at Chelmsford in 29 when Somerset went there, I think. And maybe he got 4 and 3. And I think he played the Bob Willis Trophy final as well. Left alone by Renshaw. Just a bit of an exaggerated leave there. Pulls the bat away. Queenslander. Something in the water.
I think we're thinking
there.
the same thing, exactly the same time, aren't we? Already seen enough stuff on Twitter about Labuschagne making his... Or Labuschagne. No, I'd just say Shaney, sorry. That's not very good at my pronunciation. But, yeah, back in Glamorgan colours today. I love watching him bat. And
also, it's brilliant how much he loves Glamorgan. Like, he's a proper overseas pro who just loves county cricket. Tucked off to his hip there. And Nick Brown is not the quickest. He's going to chase it all the way to the boundary. And he got there and missed. He slid Nick Brown and tried to pull it back and just couldn't quite get there. So it's a nice little shot from Matt Renshaw. Tuck off the hips, and that's his first boundary. Moves on to 6.
Yeah, we should talk about the man with that fielding, actually. Nick Brown, who's one of the only openers out there who scored a lot of county championship runs, who hasn't got a go with England shirt opening the batting since Alistair Cook's retired. I mean, batting at the other end from the greatest England opener of all time is a pretty good way of learning your cricket, really. But I'd like to see him get a go at some point.
Watchful Renshaw, who just tucks that, opens the face, and Dan Lawrence got a hand to it at gully, so they'll just pick up a single. Yeah, we'll see Nick Brown a little bit later on. Somerset will be hoping not to see Nick Brown with the bat until tomorrow. 8 overs gone, Somerset 22 for 1. Matt Renshaw's got 7 of them, and Tom Lammonby, who has been starved of the strike again because Matt Renshaw's taken a single, he is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so Sam Cook, the little chef as he's known. Alistair Cook, of course, the big chef, the original, the OG chef, whatever you want to call him. But yeah, Sam Cook also 24 years old. Chelmsford born. So I think Sam Cook is one of those sort of underrated bowlers. Is that a fair comment?
No, yeah, completely. I think he was on the line still, wasn't he? But only after injury, when he wasn't named in the squad, having been the county championship's 3rd highest wicket taker. Everyone, particularly Essex fans, was like, well, why has Sam Cook not got a place in the side?
So he's into Renshaw. That's a better lead from Renshaw. I'm not quite sure what Cook's getting quite so excited about. That was clearly outside off stump and never going to do enough to come back and get Renshaw Abu Dhabi or bowled. But Renshaw was a bit jittery in that last over from Cook and playing a missing or leaving it last minute. But he's looking a little bit more confident here.
He didn't. I don't think he was in their system straight away, Sam Cook. Well, Porter was the same. Porter had nearly given up on playing pro cricket. Was working in recruitment when they called him in for a 2s game. I think Cook wasn't in the academy till he was 15 or so.
I do love the stories of men coming through club cricket. It's Renshaw just sort of could have potentially left it, but great diving stop at third slip. Essex fielder in there is Adam Rossington, who's a keeper by trade. He's a funny one. He's come from Northants. He was their captain, potentially fell out there, and he's here on a season-long loan. And wicket keeper who's got a good white ball batter as well.
He's out of contract at the end of the season, so unless something changes drastically, I can't see him going back to Northants.
I can't see him taking Adam Wheater's spot with the gloves, though, either, so maybe he's just happy to play as a batter. This time, Renshaw is completely squared up. That's a beauty from Sam Cook, and you can almost say most of these deliveries are unplayable at the moment. Renshaw's jumping around like a cat on a hot tin roof, which isn't an insult to him playing badly. Sam Cook's just bowling beautifully, and Renshaw just knows he's got to get through this patch, and that's what you're paid to do as an overseas top-order batter, and fair play to him. He's sticking at his task well, and he's just got to not edge these, and when you do edge them, use soft hands.
That's what Somerset need, isn't it? Just people to hang around and bat time.
Which Lammonby and Green did very well for the evening of day 2 and the morning of day 3 last week, but then when one fell, they all fell like dominoes, sadly, as Renshaw goes back. Every ball, Sam Cook has his arms aloft as if he's doing a shoulder press with his arms in the air. And he's so excited, but he's bowling well. Somerset are struggling to play the ball, but keep hanging on in there and he'll be all right. Do join us on the YouTube channel. We've got a few comments coming in, the Twitter page, and so many different ways of getting contact, aren't there, Sam? I'm getting.
You're so good at this. You're good at multitasking. I can't do that. You're
all
over the YouTube.
Always have about 6 screens on the go. I just had a message from my brother in Edinburgh who's got 3 screens on the go. He's working investment banking with the cricket on the sideline, so if he can do it, maybe it's in the family. Oh no, we should not. We've said he's jumped around like a cat, whatever I said. Ignore that silly phrase. But Matt Renshaw's played and missed at one, played and missed at another one, and this time he's gone inside edge, bowled. And Sam Cook, he's bowled that probing line and length, hasn't he? There or thereabouts. And Renshaw's, I think last minute he's tried to leave that. You'll see on the replay now. He's almost last minute tried to leave it too late. Got an inside edge onto his stumps, and Matt Renshaw has to go on his second debut, you could call it, his homecoming. Back to the Cooper Associates County Crown against Essex, and sadly he's not going to be here very long, and Somerset are 2 down early, 22 for 2 after 8.5 overs.
Yeah, but as you say, I mean, Cook has bowled superbly. Every single ball, the batter's had to think about it, and that one just, he's moved a couple across him, hasn't he, and that one's just shaped back. And what's he bowled? 4.5 overs, 1 for 6, Sam Cook. So, disappointment for Somerset. And as you were just saying, that was after the Green and Lammonby partnership at the Aegeus Bowl, it was the way it fell apart immediately after that was concerning.
Yeah, we've just... I feel like ever since what did I come on at? 11:20, 17 minutes I've been on air, and every ball Sam Cook's bowled has been a beauty.
You're not going to have one of your spells, Harry. We've got a leaderboard. There's a new feature at the back of the commentary box now.
Oh, really? Sorry.
A leaderboard from commentators of spells, wickets fallen during spells, and Harry Everett is the only name up there. 5 for 18 against Notts, and then 3 for 10 in the same game.
Oh no, this is embarrassing, isn't it? We should have to bring it in a bit closer, but you'll see behind the water bottle we'll get it. What have I got? Yeah, 5 for 18 and 3 for 10, so 8 for 28. 8 for 28 in a session, I think that was for me, and I don't think I was even meant to be on commentary that day. I think I was a last-minute call-up, and regrettably so for Somerset. But hopefully Hildreth will steady the ship as he did so well at the Aegeus Bowl last week in the first innings. Been a bit of talk about Bartlett and Banton coming through. They're both actually injured for this game, and whether Hildreth would bat a 4 this season. Tom Lammonby is obviously opened, and Tom Abel is looking like he's going to come in at 5 now, perhaps, which is interesting. Having batted 3, he's batted 4, he's opened. He used to open for Triscothic when he first came on the scene. But James Hildreth in his usual spot on number 4. 22 for 2 as we see a few fielders changing a bit of headwear and jumpers. No woolly hats around. Peter Siddle, of course, is the most famous man for wearing a woolly hat. He's played for both these clubs.
Behind Stephen Lamb, I'd say.
Stephen Lamb's left his bobble hat here. He's gone for a wander around the boundary before his next stint, and he's left his bobble hat. I could have put it on when we just went to commentary camp, but I couldn't do such a thing. What do we got here? We've got a bit of a delay in proceedings. It looks like someone's going over to change something. Michael Pepper's gone off the boundary ropes. The 12th man going to come on.
I think it's more sawdust Sam Cook's after. I say he struggled with his run, but I mean, he put sawdust there a couple of times at the crease. He obviously hasn't struggled in the sense that he's been bowling absolutely superbly, but he might just be slipping a little bit as we see the Renshaw dismissal.
Edge,
Not a sight Somerset fans will want to see.
I'm impressed that the stumps have stayed still. The bails have come off, and it's not slow ball from Sam Cook. The bails have popped off, and Renshaw has to go. We've got people tuning in from all over the place. I've got Robert Alexander's messaged in from Paris. He's enjoying Somerset versus Essex. Good to see fans watching from all over the world as Cook comes in again. And Hildreth off the mark straight away. Or is he going to give leg bye, the umpire, actually? Down to fine leg for a single. Yes, umpire. He's given leg byes, and Hildreth's not off the mark, but he's actually going to keep the strike again from Tom Lammonby. Tom Lammonby, the thing is, though, at this stage in the morning, he's been more than happy, to be honest, to certainly as back the non-striker's end. And
he won't mind at all, I think, with this ball, new ball moving around. Relatively green pitch. Somerset a couple down. As we're going to see a change of bowling then for the first time this morning. Mark Steckety, who picked up a wicket of Ben Green for 15 just a few overs ago. He's going to be replaced by Shane Snater, who has taken his... I've got a lot of time for Shane Snater. Just as a cricketer. Just generally, had a really good year last year. He's taken the optimistic floppy hat off without the sun, and he's taken over the mantle from Jack Brooks as the headband warrior. Played 9 games for Essex last year in the county championship, 31 wickets at 16, best of 7 for 98. Up at Trent Bridge against Notts. He's going to have 3 slips in and a gully and bolt at Hildreth. He's watchful. Pushes it into the offside, says run straight away to Nick Brown. Man in at short leg as well.
Interesting. You spot the short leg, Adam Austin. Yeah, I was watching them before the match today, practicing their short leg fielding for a good 10-15 minutes, which I think is very good, precise fielding prep for a fielding position that's often used to spin on days 3 or 4. Not often so early in the match, but yeah, short leg. I went through a very thorough short leg and leg slip. You think Simon Harmer and Match Critchley in the side, you're going to use your short leg and leg slip fairly often. Specialist
position now these days, isn't it? It used to just be the youngest lad in the team, the freshest one in would go under there. So Lammonby on strike, who thinks about pushing it. He, for half a second, was going to hang a bat out there and just pulled it away. And it was a good decision too from Tom Lammonby, because that was a good start from Shane Snater. A few more in. It's so good. I know we said it a lot last year, first half of last year when there weren't really crowds in. It's so nice just to have all the pavilions back open. Colin Atkinson Pavilion, they've got the long room at the top there. Really healthy crowd in. And the Cooper Associates County Ground already. As Lammonby is able to just leave that one to go through. Bank holiday weekend as well, so expecting a decent crowd. What finer thing to do over your Easter weekend is to come down and watch Somerset versus Essex.
Come on down as well. They've got these little deals on after tea, haven't they, Sam? You can come in cheaper after tea interval. £5 for student, £7 for adult, £3 for juniors.
Yeah, I like that. Big fan of that. If you're just coming out of work, getting ready for the bank holiday weekend today. Snater to Lamby, who is off the mark. 9.4 overs in, nothing against Tom Lammonby. Gets a warm round of applause. He's been out there for a while, been starved of the strike, and he just tickles that one down to fine leg and picks up his first run of the morning. As Adam Rossington is going to put that helmet back on, pads on, underneath his whites. Often, he's a wicketkeeper by trade, so kept wicket for Northants. Adam Wheater with the gloves for Essex, been their first choice for a number of years now. Driven straight down the ground by James Hildreth, so straight that it just crashes into off stump. Interesting how the stumps moved a little bit more there than they did with the Sam Cook ball that bowled Matt Renshaw. There was more movement. They've probably been hammered in. Someone's been out there.
The 13th man fielded quite well then. 12th man's the 3 pegs. Yeah, I still can't believe quite how Sam Cook's delivery to get Renshaw out. Not the bails off, but didn't move the stumps at all.
driven by Hildreth, but just a bit of a... it wasn't off the middle of the bat. I think it sounded almost like the toe from up here, and it's gone to Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, who does the fielding. End of the over then. Shane Snater just bobbed the 1 over for a couple of runs. Somerset 2 down here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 25 for 2.
Yeah, slightly surprised to see Shane Snater bowling quite so early, I guess. Steckety, slightly different line of length. You look at Renshaw, I think in Australia, maybe he's used to leaving a slightly different length that was maybe even Sam Cook's dismissal of Renshaw. You could think that might go over the stumps on a flatter, harder pitch in Queensland where he's played. That was fairly full, really. You can make different excuses about the pitches being different, but Snater is going to be more of a pitch it up and swing it bowler than Steckety, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think he's more of an impact kind of brute force bowler, Steckety as well, short sharp spells.
Cook continuing, and this time Lammerby leaves comfortably. Cook's got this funny action where he runs in straight and then last minute sort of jumps in a bit. Mark Wood does it quite well known, Mark Wood, the way he runs in and uses the angle and changes it up and leaps in, and it's quite bad for his ankles and looks like it's going to hurt every time he bowls. But Cook's not quite to that degree, but just slightly jump in and change his angle in his delivery stride. Lammerby with the 3 slips in the gully. Point. Wide-ish mid-off. So option for a straight drive down the ground. Wide mid-off's almost extra cover this time. I feel like Tom Lammerby looks more confident leaving Cook than Renshaw did. He's solidly leaving it, never going to play at it, whereas Renshaw looked a bit like he wanted to have a nibble at it. I think it's a difference so far.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's a difference in technique. I've not seen enough of Renshaw close hand other than that. Remember those 6 games, only a couple of them here, whether he jumps around a little bit more. Some players are just like that naturally. Billy Godwin, when I was watching them, Shah Massoud for Derbyshire was so still. Godwin was just jumping around the whole time.
Lammerby has to play at this one, and that's done all sorts from Sam Cook. Caught by the keeper, they've appealed for something. Not sure whether it's hit pad or thigh pad. Essex thought it was a caught behind. Umpire's given nothing, and Essex don't look too upset, so must have hit some kind of... Was it seamed away or hit some kind of body? Just look at the replay. Might have just seamed massively away from Tom Lammerby.
It's a beautiful ball.
Straight up, looking like middle and off delivery, and it's gone to the left of wicketkeeper Wheater's gloves. And
but that's how he set Renshaw up, didn't he?
Yeah.
He moved a couple away from him, and then that one that got him came back in. He's like, didn't Cook bowl a glorious spell here in that 2019 game? Like a similar 10 overs for about 5 runs and picked up a couple of wickets.
Serious seam delivery, that from Sam Cook. More like you'd expect in New Zealand rather than England. But that one there has just gone through fairly straight outside off stump, and Lammerby can leave that. Yeah, I remember my first game I ever played in New Zealand as an 18-year-old batter. I couldn't believe it. In England, you face swing bowling. And then suddenly he goes to New Zealand and the ball seams massively. In club cricket, I hadn't faced much actual genuine seam. And yeah, the ball was just whacking into my ribs.
Where were you? Was it Central Districts or Wellington?
Yeah, near Central Districts.
Which state?
Not quite for them.
You'd overseas.
Not for them, no. Look.
Was it the Ford Trophy? What's it called over there?
Plunket Shield's going on at the moment.
That's it.
Auckland and Canterbury are actually taking place. Isn't that the last game of the season? Auckland need 366 off the final 109 overs with 10 wickets remaining. So pretty good finish to that season as Cook's round the wicket this time and Lammerby leaves. Yeah, I do love it when when I was last on commentary last week for the pre-season game. I was talking about the Sheffield Shield finale and now the Plunket Shield final, the last serious match down under. Yeah, started on Tuesday and
I love how you reeled that off. It shows you're a man of many screens. Without any prompting, and just
had it prepped,
how many runs and wickets are needed. It's fantastic, Harry. I'm in awe.
I was looking now. I do like following New Zealand cricket. It's sort of 10 o'clock at night here or early in the morning, catching up with what's going on out there. And this time Lammerby leaves a slightly wider delivery from Cook with that different angle round the wicket. Lammerby's got a bigger stride than Renshaw. He's probably starting further outside his crease is making a bit of a difference. So he can make a big step towards the ball, then leave it last minute, just getting his hands and bat out the way. And other than that beautiful seam delivery, he's done well to evade that over comfortably enough, leaving it outside off stump.
Yeah, it's a big year for Tom Lammerby. He came in, I mean, what is it, just not quite 2 years ago where he came out to open in that Glamorgan game in the Bob Willis Trophy, and everyone was trying to work out who it was opening. But somehow, I mean, the few of us that were lucky enough to be here were like, okay, well, who is that coming out to open? A bit of a surprise, but went and scored those 300s. Lean a year last year, as we were saying. And we saw him it was funny, wasn't it? He got a big 100 in the pre-season game we saw before last year as Snater's going to come into Hildreth. Pushed to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, I think as much as I love seeing the two extra lads, Lammerby and Green, opening together, two Devon lads who played so many years together through Cliff St George and extra school and extra CC, I think most people know that as soon as Bartlett and Banton are back fit, Ben Green's probably going to be the first man to go. So Lammerby's fairly sure of his position, but you never quite know. With Renshaw, I like as an opener, but he has batted in different positions in recent years.
Oh, that just beat the bat there from Hildreth. Got a bit of extra bounce there from Shane Snater, and Hildreth goes down to do a bit of gardening. So there's a bit in this pitch earlier on, not masses. There's runs out there as well. It looks a good cricket wicket early on, the new ball. Yeah, I think you're right. Ben Green, with the best will in the world, is probably not a county championship Division 1 opener long time. If he's in a Red Bull side, you want him to be coming in at 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And being the fourth seamer.
First class best
by Hildreth. That was a good line.
Yeah, we were discussing earlier, weren't we, that Lammerby was the backup bowler, really, last year. And Ben Green got his first class best, which was 3 for Hampshire last week, and he's bowled ahead of Lammerby the last couple of games and in pre-season. I thought Lammerby, I guess because his left arm option is something different, you still got that, but yeah, Ben Green done well with his bowling, and I was very impressed in the Royal London Cup last year. Captained well, batted well, bowled well. Looking forward to that campaign as well.
Pushes that one into the offside, and Dan Lawrence comes round and does the fielding. And there's a touch of kind of a one-day side around this Somerset team in that there's a lot of bowling options. You've got your front line seamers, Gregory, Overton, Siddle. Jack Leach is your main spinner. Then Tom Abel, who perhaps bowled a little bit more than they might have hoped last year due to circumstances, but he's more than capable. I think you would class him as an all-rounder. Lammonby, Green, and Lewis Goldsworthy, who barely bowls in
should bowl more, I think.
Red Ball cricket. Hildreth leaves that alone outside off stump. Wheater, it didn't quite come through to him as high as he might have imagined.
No, and on that, Abel's really put on some extra pace over the winter. You notice Steve Davies stood further back in the pre-season games this year than he was last year, even at Hampshire. Abel's really been working on his bowling, and terrific number of all-rounders at Somerset. Lucky with all the different options.
Tries to tuck it into the leg side. Adam Rossington at short leg was interested for half a second. I think it just came off James Hildreth's pads. End of the over then. 12 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. You're here with the Somerset live stream, thanks to our friends at WPA, the principal county championship sponsors this year. 25 for 2. Somerset have got Hildreth and Lammonby, both 1 not out.
I can't hear you commentate on Adam Rossington without singing the Adam Rossington song. He was at Northants. I lived with a lad who's a Northants fan at university up in Huddersfield for a couple of years, and he was just we were just singing Adam Rossington, and it would just, every time I hear his name, I just think of that song, and it doesn't really go along with the Red Bull County Championship, but
I can hear the joy it can bring. It's bringing to you. I can
just
see on your
makes me
face
chuckle,
the joy.
yeah. Sam Cook round the wicket to Tom Lammonby. Lammonby, good leave, Tom Lammonby. There's only 2 types of leave I know. It's not like leaves on a tree. It's a good leave and a bad leave. Alistair Cook bowls it to the point fielder. Alistair Cook got a bowl last week, didn't he?
We saw it last week, didn't he?
Yeah.
Him, Rory Burns.
Only 1 over, wasn't it? But
I think I haven't seen it, but I'm pretty sure he was doing impersonations. He
Yes.
does do that when he bowls.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he was doing impressions of.
He's got Bumrah he was doing the other day. He's very good at that. He's done Bob Willis before. Well, we've seen Joe Root with the Bob Willis mask. Late, great legend Bob Willis. As Sam Cook comes in again. This time Lammonby's on the drive, and I talked about that mid-off fielder being slightly wider than usual. Tom Wesley is not really a short extra cover, not really a mid-off. He's kind of in between the two, and Lammonby picks him out. The ball's been tossed from side to side. I do like that from a fielding point of view. Keep everyone on their toes. Nick Brown at mid-wicket has been chucked it from mid-off, then back to Wesley at mid-off. Keep yourselves awake, and well, keep your hands warm though. It's not that cold today. Only a couple of jumpers in the outfield. Rossington at third slip with his pads on still. Cook at first, of course. One of the best hands in the game, and Lammonby leaves that one. There's Alistair Cook's involved. He's running around, he's jogging, he's fit, isn't he? I channeled mine in a Alistair Cook yesterday. I was
Go
on
on.
on a friend's farm, lambing, helping out, feeding the lambs, and I just thought of Alistair Cook.
They were a bit worried, weren't they, when he was out? They weren't sure if he was going to sign a new contract. But wow, what a player he's been for the last couple of years.
There were a few. Yeah, they had a few issues over the winter, didn't they? Yeah, Essex. But eventually they got him signed on, and what a player he is. Wouldn't mind him opening for England, really. But Lammerby, outside edgy, squared up-ish sort of defensive shot to point, but I think he's always in control. The ball went down.
Any chance of them giving him a ring?
I think they would have tried multiple times.
I think he's got no reception out on the farm.
Yeah, that's it. Leaves his phone inside.
I can't imagine he's a man who's on his phone constantly all the time.
I also can't imagine he's a man to go back on his word either, to be honest with you. As much as I was very upset when he retired, I just don't see it, sadly. Lamby this time, very similar to the previous ball, though a little bit more outside edge, and this time it is behind backward point for at least 2 runs. Good diving stop from the point fielder, running back. And that's a flick inside the rope to keep it for 2. And Lammerby's back for his 2nd and 3rd runs of the morning. Only on 3, Tom Lammerby. But he's been there occupying the crease for nearly 30 balls now, and he's doing his job as an opener for Somerset. We're going to have a switcheroo in the commentary box. Stephen Lamb's going to come over into Sam's seat. And Shane Snater will probably continue from the river end, which I'm sure Stephen will tell you about in a minute. But not Alistair Cook, the other Cook. Sam Cook's last ball is defended by Lammerby, back to mid-off for no run. Yeah, Shane Snater is going to continue from the river end after this switch around. And interesting little fact for you, he is the cousin of Jason Roy, which I'm sure not too many of you would know. He's born in Zimbabwe, got a bit of Dutch blood in him too, played for Zimbabwe in the 17s, also played for the Netherlands. So Shane Snater now in Chelmsford, he's played a bit of cricket all over the place, hasn't he, Stephen?
He has indeed. Rather longer hair than Jason Roy.
Good point. I don't think Jason Roy needs a headband, does he?
How are you doing, Harry?
Yeah, I think I'm sorry to say that I'm getting a bit of stick on social media that I've got come in the commentary box and take 2 for within my first 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, I was rather regretting vacating my seat.
There's something about me and losing Somerset wicket, so I'm sorry about that, Somerset fan.
Here comes Snater then. And that's rather squared Hildreth up. I think he got a bat on it in the end. Snater with that white headband. Essex very much on the attack.
Yes, well, I mean, Stuart Broad's another man who's worn that kind of headband, hasn't he? But sadly not picked today. Nottinghamshire have got Pattinson and Patterson-White, so good luck to the commentators on that game.
Yeah, we've got Steckerty and Snater. A little bit of a challenge. This is the latter coming in. It's more firmly played by James Hildreth. Made 87 down at Southampton in the Somerset first innings. The only score really of any substance. But a well-crafted innings nonetheless. You mention bowlers of yesteryear, famous bowlers like Bob Willis. First person I bumped into to talk to this morning when I arrived was Geoffrey Arnold, Surrey in England.
Talking of Surrey, Rory Burns has just got out. He's trying to help his England hopes and gone fairly cheaply on his first morning. But what was your chats with?
Well, he was wondering where he could find a cup of coffee. Reasonable
Fair
request.
enough, yeah.
So I showed him up here.
There you go.
And explained about lunch as well, which seemed to encourage him. But he was a wonderful swing bowler for Surrey in England back in the 1970s. Great command of the outswinger, I remember.
He'd have done well on today's conditions, wouldn't he?
He would have liked it out there. Well, that could easily have gone onto the stumps. Bottom edge from Hildreth, and that was a whisker away.
That's pretty lucky for James Hildreth, I must say. That it's one of those. I remember Ian Bell was so good on the cut shot, but quite often would get out, playing a late cut, slightly too close to his body. The ball comes in, and a bit of a lazy cut shot with no foot movement, no head position out towards it, and Hildreth knows he's got away with one there. Just passes off stump.
Yeah, he's a lucky boy.
Yeah, Snater's unlucky.
That's better. Pushed firmly up to mid-off. This time, Essex having chosen to field first will be pretty satisfied with that scoreboard of 27 for 2. Ben Green and Matt Renshaw, the two men dismissed. Green for 15, Renshaw for 7. Seemed in two minds, Matt Renshaw, about whether to play the shot or not.
Yeah. I think he was in a few balls before as well.
That's good from Hildreth. He's going to bring him 4 comfortable runs back with his point.
That's
went like a trace
authoritative
of
shot, wasn't it? Yeah. That's James Hildreth in fine form. We just criticised him for a poor shot that he got away with, and then 2 balls later, absolutely creamed that through the cover point region, and there's no stopping that.
That's vintage Hildreth, really.
Absolutely,
that's his big scoring area.
Looks like we might see a change of bowling. Yes, Mark Steckedy is going to come back on from the opposite end. Marcus Edward just got the pavilion end in front of ourselves. Got a few Aussies in the county championship today. Marcus Harris playing for Gloucestershire, yet to get off the mark, 4 overs in. And Jackson Bird bowling for Kent. We talked about Siddle in this game, Renshaw of course. Mark Steckety. Travis Head was going to be playing, but then decided to stay at home with his pregnant wife. Plenty of Aussies around.
Cook rested with the excellent figures of 1 for 8 from 7 overs, 4 of them maidens. Great opening performance from him.
Yeah, terrific start. So Steckety's run him over the wicket, and Tom Lammonby defends that to backward point for no run. I like the way Lammonby keeps rehearsing his straightforward defensive shot. And Alistair Cook's bowling again. He's bowling nearly every ball back to Tom Wesley at mid-off. Just having a bit of a laugh, and great character is Alistair Cook.
Sharp haircut as well.
Covered up with his cap currently, but streamlined, ready for running between the wickets. Or maybe he wants a bit more bowling. Maybe he wants to be a bit quicker to the crease.
He's got the shades perched on his cap, standing there.
Not sure we needed them too much today. Still cloudy currently, but plenty dry enough here, as that's outside off stump, easy for Tom Lammonby to leave.
Yeah, it wasn't close in enough to draw him into the stroke, that one.
Mark Steckety got the first wicket of the day. He got Ben Green out. Ben Green probably could have left it outside off. Well, it was one of those balls that he didn't really need to play. What was your thoughts on Ben Green's dismissal, Stephen?
I don't think he had to play it.
No.
Could reasonably have left it. There was enough width, just
yeah.
about.
It was a wide one that moved away a touch, wasn't it? He sort of chased it, could easily have left it, and instead Steckety got the wicket as Lammonby defends that ball from Steckety. So Steckety is off the mark in the wickets column in Essex colours.
Matt Renshaw just felt like there was just a fraction of a second of hesitancy.
Yeah, bit in two minds, wasn't he? There were a few balls before where he went to play at it and last minute left it, or soft hands sort of edged it, and yeah, eventually.
Disappointing start to his second stint here at Taunton. He was here 4 years ago, early season as well.
Steckety quite tight to the stumps, and Lammonby, oh, brilliant single by Tom Lammonby. That is superb batting. James Hildreth was quite surprised to hear the call, but he was in safely enough, and that's one positive. There's a lot of criticism over white ball cricket, but that is one positive we must give to the white ball game, really. A few years ago, there was probably no cricketers in the first 45 minutes of a 4-day game, or first hour, who'd be looking for a single there, but with white ball cricket, people know they've got to rotate the strike and keep ticking it over, and Tom Lammonby has pretty much hit it straight to cover, but gently enough that to roll to the man on the edge of the ring, and he can run, get his single, and get to his 4. An hour in, he's only on 4 runs, but that won't worry him in the slightest. James Hildreth now can take the mantle against Steckety. That's a rough pull shot from James Hildreth. He's got away from him, isn't he? It looks like the ball swung away.
It wasn't there for the shot.
No.
It was
bit full, wasn't it, outside of
stump
stump?
Moving further away. It's another misjudgment.
We talked about Tom Lammonby struggled on the pull shot. He got out, well, strangled down the leg side off a short ball, a GS bowl last week, and he's been struggling against the short ball in general. But Hildreth there has not quite shown him how to do it by trying to pull one that's really swinging off a fullish length by Steckety. Hildreth's played one glorious shot and a couple loose ones. This time he's trying to defend off the back foot, getting inside edge. There's a massive gap, as they often do at this stage in the county championship game, between mid-off and point. He's tried to hit it there, but got inside edge. This is the one shot we said was an absolute cracker. This is Hildreth's best shot of the morning so far by an absolute mile. Well, the afternoon now, 4 minutes past 12, as Hildreth booms that through cover point.
Yeah, he got into a perfect position to play the shot as well. James Hildreth.
That got me into cricket, watching James Hildreth as a youngster coming up here when he was in his early days, playing those glorious cover drives. And that 100 in the T20 against Glamorgan was one of his best white ball knocks, but I'll always remember that red ball knock on one leg when he had a broken foot.
Jake Ball.
Yes.
Hit him full on the ankle, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. He had a boot the next day, a big old medical boot on it.
That was a courageous knock.
Superb innings, yeah.
32 for 2 then. New over from Shane Snater. There'll be a dot ball to start. Just pushed gently away to the mid-wicket area. Just the one boundary for Hildreth so far. Just the one in Matt Renshaw's whole innings. But it was a perfectly placed boundary. It teased both the fielders, didn't it? Had to chase all the way after it, and then it just bobbled over the rope. That's what you want to see as a home supporter.
Just to wind up the field, is it?
Outside edge, and well stopped there by Rossington, who's reverted to his original position at third slip, having spent a brief spell under the lid at short leg. The lid now placed behind Adam Wheater. There, Essex's 2 wicket keepers. Down they go again. That's a watchful defensive push from Lammonby. It's been in there since the start, over an hour now, with mainly cloud cover here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Warm welcome to you if you're watching, you've just tuned in to the live stream. Snater from the River End. Absolutely no need to play that.
There's a bit of chat on the live stream, actually. People talking about, is it Luke Oldfield says, is it keeping very low? I wouldn't say it's keeping low so far this morning. There's been some good bowling, a couple of poor shots, but generally it's just been really good probing line and length from the Essex seamers. Would you agree?
Yeah, and a little bit of lateral movement as well.
Yeah. As you'd expect on an overcast April morning, really.
You would, yeah, especially with grass on the wicket, which you can see is a plenty. 32 for 2, Somerset. Very firm call, which you could probably hear. I think that was from Hildreth at the non-striker's end. As it's played out to square leg. Essex well satisfied with their morning's work so far. Can Somerset rebuild? And the 16th over of the morning. Just gone into the afternoon, in fact, now. 5 past midday. Firm defensive push again to conclude the 16th over, 32 for 2.
We've got a little treat for you at lunchtime today. Some of you might remember the Behind the Wyvern series on the Somerset YouTube channel last summer. I really enjoyed watching the behind-the-scenes footage. Ollie Sale did great work with his camera, following the players around, talking to his mates, interviewing, and getting the access that you don't always see. You want to know about your club. Well, at lunchtime today, the Abu Dhabi premiere, a special edition of Behind the Wyvern, is going to be shown between roughly 1 and 1:40. Do tune in and have a look. In the lunch interval as Mark Steckerty continues to James Hildreth. That is a Jaffa. James Hildreth's nicked that behind. He's gone. James Hildreth is out for 5. Somerset are 32 for 3. And reeling a bit here as Essex take control of the morning session, I'd say. If you take 3 wickets before lunch and there's still good 45 minutes left to go, they'll be more than happy with that, won't they?
Yeah, full credit to the bowler as well, because Hildreth had to play that. I don't think there's any question. It was starting off on his off stump, and it was a defensive push which he had no alternative to play it, and just kissing the outside edge. And that's Adam Wheater's second catch of the innings. So that Essex decision to put Somerset in is reaping handsome dividends for them. Another key wicket, really, particularly given the form Hildreth showed at Southampton last week, and they've accounted for him.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see Hildreth come in before Tom Abel, to be frank. I mean, Hildreth's batted for years and years. I mean, we think Renshaw will open the head of green when Bartlett and Banton are back to bat at 5 or 6, or one of the two. But Renshaw at 3 pushes Abel down to 5, which is quite late for Somerset's best batter. He's going to come in now with Tom Lammonby. But you think Joe Root likes to come in late in the innings and a bit easier for him. Sometimes they say your best batter should come in when the new ball's a bit softer. But 16 overs in, Somerset skipper Tom Abel walks out to the middle and not quite as loud a cheer as Matt Renshaw. The Somerset folks were in better spirits when Matt Renshaw came to the wickets, whereas now they're a bit depressed and down, and 3 down, a few of them have gone to get something to eat and drink. And
well, yeah, with just 32 on the board, the skipper's in, number 5. But that was a perler of a delivery.
yeah, I mean, I suppose he could have left it, but it's that kind of corridor, isn't it? It induces you to play.
I think it was too close in to his off stump. I think he had to play.
And it's a decent edge, wasn't it, through to Wee2. He took it quite comfortably, a decent height. Nice to cook at first slip, left him to it. And Tom Abel's first ball to Steckety now. Leaves that comfortably, well played. Good leave.
Yeah, he certainly, there was more onus on the batter to play than in the case of the Ben Green dismissal, I felt.
Yes, quite different dismissals, weren't they? I agree. I think we've agreed Green definitely could have left his. Hilders was a bit closer. Slightly better news for former Somerset bowler Nathan Gilchrist playing at Kent. He's got the wicket of George Balderson, Lancashire. Do like to keep tabs of former Somerset men who are playing elsewhere. This is a wider ball from Mark Steckety at Abel leaves.
Yeah, I got the radar wrong that time.
Yeah.
Well outside Tom Abel's off stump.
So Renshaw with that sort of last minute trying to leave and chopping on with that inside edge. Green with that driving at a quite wide-ish full ball that he didn't need to play at, and then Hildreth with that. Probably I'd say that's the best ball. Hildreth was probably the best ball of the 3.
I'd go with that.
Yeah. So Steckety is wide of the crease, right over the wicket. That's making Abel play. He defends that straight to the mid-on man, who's not Tom Wesley now. Slight change in the field, and Sam Cook now, he's not bowling, he's at mid-on. A few green tracks around the Cannon Championship this morning, but the oval looked pretty green. I saw a picture of the oval wicket, which is renowned for being quite flat, and run scoring is favoured there, but captain of Hampshire, James Vince, asked Surrey to bat first. Here, Essex choosing to bowl. And good decision it's been so far. Steckety, it was wide enough as it was, and then swung away almost into second slip. Simon Harmer could have taken it. Wheater pushes Alistair Cook out the way and dives across Simon Harmer and takes it well.
Yeah, having bowled an absolute beauty earlier in the over, he's lost his line altogether, Steckety, at the moment. Too well outside the off stump. And that one's swinging prodigiously after it was past the batter.
This one is leg side from Steckety, and Abel's going to get 4 runs here. The fine leg man, Shane Snater, is more like a deep square leg, more like a long leg. And Tom Abel, a little flick off his pads, easy runs down there. He's on to 4. Somerset 36 for 3 after 17 overs.
Yeah, overcompensated, didn't he, Steckety, after the 2 well outside the off stump, straying to leg, and Tom Abel really assisted in his quest to get off the mark. He's on 4 not out, 36 for 3 at the end of the over. Ben Green gone for 15, Matt Renshaw for 7, and James Hildreth for 5. So although it looks a much stronger Somerset side, this on paper, early inroads have been made. That's a very watchful Tom Lammonby opening Shane Snater's 5th over. He's got economical figures too. Sam Cook miserly earlier, and just 6 runs off Shane Snater in this spell so far.
Yeah, Shane Snater's limited overs, best bowling with 5 for 60 against Somerset at Chelmsford. So he does quite like playing against Somerset.
Arms pumping and having nothing to do with that, Tom Lammonby. Outside his off stump. Lewis Goldsworthy is due in next for Somerset. They've got some good all-rounders still to come, and they've helped Somerset out in previous seasons when they've been presented with situations of this kind.
All the way to 10 and 11, you know, we've seen Jamie Overton when he was here, Tim Granville when they were both here, but more recently Leachers, Davey, they've bailed Somerset out, so plenty more batters to come. Lewis Goldsworthy's sort of flattered to, I really like him, but he's not scored bulk of runs yet.
Squared up. Tom Labenby will get a single though off the leading edge, right into the covers. Yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy very much on the threshold of his first-class career. 21-year-old.
Yeah, I really like Lewis Goldsworthy. I think he's possibly under-bowled. I actually tipped him. We'll have a talk about it later. Our predictions for the season. I actually tipped Lewis Goldsworthy to be the top county championship run scorer for Somerset, which was a slightly rogue shout since he's not even scored a first-class 50 yet. I score a 48. But I think if Abel had a bit of an injury scare and he might even get some England Lions and England games later in the summer, I thought Goldsworthy might get more important as the summer goes on.
Here's Abel's first ball from Snater, outside his off stump. Abel, in fact, is the man I tipped to be Somerset's leading scorer. There are yours.
I'm sure I didn't pick that picture to go along with it, but I've been slightly stitched up there. But Lewis Goldsworthy is, yeah, a slightly rogue shout, you might say. He wasn't even in the options for you guys at home who've picked your WPA predictions for the season, but I just think he could bat high as 3 or 4 late in the season, depending on availability when players are away, missing, injured, whatever. I just think he's a young talent who's only going to get better.
There is a calculated leave from the Somerset skipper. Not far outside his off stump, but good judgment.
Matt Renshaw, of course, is...
Yeah, I think you and I both picked Matt Renshaw for that. Now, what's the question? I can't quite read it from here. And
is that
now anyway, it'll come back.
Yeah, it'll come back. Was that the first-class century of less than 100 balls? I think
that's the one.
Yeah, I'm sure. After that Yorkshire knock, we can't not mention Matt Renshaw for that, can we?
He's got the pedigree.
Yes.
More runs for Tom Abel here. At least one. I think the placement will bring him 2. There's no slouch between the wickets. As long we've known now, Tom Abel, comfortable couple. Take him to 6 and complete the over.
Here you are, Stephen. Oh, I'm glad to see your pictures as entertaining as mine.
The lowered glasses. Meant to look academic. I don't think I got away with it, though.
No, Tom Abel, that's a fair shot. My only thinking was Tom Abel might get an England Lions squad later in this year. I mean, in the March West Indies series, before Tom Abel's failures at Hampshire last week, they were talking about him getting the England side as England captain before he's even picked as an England batter. But I would expect Abel, if he played every game, to be the top scorer. I'm just not sure he will. So that was my only thinking there.
Yeah, he didn't pull up any trees down at Southampton, but then nor did many Somerset batters.
No, his run of first-class scores a little bit alarming, actually, his last 10 or 15 first-class scores, but he's still a class act, and we know how good he is for Somerset. Most important players, Steckety, sees Lammerby. A lot of defensive shots have gone to that point area. Not necessarily off the outside edge, just a bit of a waste swing.
It's quite interesting because Tom Abel was in the pre-season friendly that we did a couple of weeks ago. He was in the slips, which I hadn't seen before.
I guess pre-season you give different people a go, don't you? You try a few different people out. We see what they're like. They take a couple of beauties, and you might let them have the spot for the season. Yeah,
well, we may or may not see him in that cordon when the time comes.
Of course, Craig Overton wasn't playing, so he would always be in there when he's not bowling. There's a legs. Steckety, you're right. He's not quite got his radar, is he? He's bowled some beautifully crafted, pitched up deliveries. He's got 2 wickets, but he keeps changing his mind. He's over the wicket, he's round the wicket. He's now kicking at the dirt where his bowling foot lands, and he just can't get it quite right. But sometimes that can be harder to face as a batter. Perhaps getting the 2 wickets is because he's bowled a bit all over the place, and then the odd beauty, which is quite difficult to face. At least you know with Sam Cook, every ball's going to be there and thereabouts, as Matt Renshaw fell foul to. Lovely shot from Tom Lammerby, but that's straight to that man at mid-off, Sam Cook, and no run. He's trying to drive it through the offside. Wasn't quite full enough to lace through the covers.
Yes, the changed angle from Steketee slanting the ball into the left-hander. He's got the bulk of the wickets, Steketee, 2 of them, the 3 that have fallen so far. Sam Cook has the other.
Steketee in again around the wicket to Tom Lamb. I mean, this time he's flicked it to the leg side, only to 1 to Shane Snater, who's easily going to use his long barrier and pick it up and run back in. So the Australian Steketee will he come back to over the wicket to Over? There's a bit of a shuffle in the field. Australian Mark Steketee, of course. Interesting to see Andrew McDonald become the head coach of Australia in recent years. He's been part of the coaching team since 2019 and been an interim charge. We talked earlier about the Australian Test and limited overs games in Pakistan, but obviously great Somerset man of the past, Justin Langer, was a pretty useful coach, but we know there's a few issues have gone on there, and now we've got Mark Steketee, who's driven for potentially 4 through the covers. They're going to come back for at least 3. Lammer being able, yes they are, great. They've got the 3, no 4. Good bit of fielding there, good running by Tom Lammer. It's quite a long way out to the green seats of the Somerset stand in front of the retirement flats, and good shot by Tom Abel for 3 runs.
Yes, the friendly we were watching against the county champions, Warwickshire,
Yes.
a couple of weeks ago. The boundary was a lot shorter than that on that side. They brought it well in from the Somerset stand.
We should say there was no one watching from the retirement flat balconies during that fixture. On my count, we have 7 watching currently, 3 on the top deck and another 5 on the lower levels.
Yes, certainly more populated than it was.
Steketee with a nice bit of a away swing as I just try and work out whether I've added 3 to 5 and got 7, which I'm sure is actually 8. My head of maths, who was listening to my commentary the other week, will surely tweet in and tell me off for my mistakes. As we see, yeah, the Wyvern flag.
And an erudite conversation going on between 2 gents on one of the balconies. And we've got the group up there in the roof garden.
There's a 3 on the
amongst
top, yeah.
Shrubbery.
Well, they don't need their ski coats, they don't need their woolly hats. It's not too chilly, they can enjoy the game and hopefully be listening in at the same time. As we see, we'll have to get Stephen on camera later on. His woolly hat's on top of the commentary box.
Couldn't resist. Very smart. Most of the fielders in that pre-season friendly we were talking about, most of the Somerset fielders were in woolly bubble hats, and I so took to them that I've had to invest in one.
There you go.
Copybook defensive stroke from the Somerset skipper.
We talk about bowlers that enjoy bowling on these April green tops and these early season wickets in cloudy conditions. What about Anya Shrubsole, who's sadly retired from international cricket for England, Western Storm, and local legend, who's only just 30, but fair enough retired for the international game. We might see more of her down in these parts.
Which would be a treat.
Yeah, she'd love to bowl on a pitch like this, wouldn't she? Early doors.
Outside the off stump and left alone. Slightly more laboured looking approach, Snater, than Sam Cook, who we saw earlier.
Maybe it's the white thing in his hair.
Possibly.
Maybe it's turning him down. It's not very streamlined and aerodynamic. He's not got the headband that Jack Brooks has got. It's a bit more tight fitting.
He needs it though, doesn't he? With a mop that long.
Yeah.
Looks up and ready to roll again. That's a good stop at Gully.
Yeah, he plays for the Netherlands between 2016 and 2018 and didn't make his Essex debut till 2021, but playing for the Netherlands against the likes of Nepal and Scotland. I quite like watching it, the sort of smaller international nations we see. Josh Davey, Willa van der Merwe. I love it at the World Cups, particularly when they come in the 50 over World Cup, when they've had those extra teams come and have a really good go. Scotland in the T20 World Cup did really well in the Middle East recently.
Another leave from Tom Abel. The smart stop in the gully was from Dan Lawrence, whose prospects in international cricket have progressed.
Yeah, I do like Dan Lawrence as a player. Scored, it was those turgid surfaces in the West Indies where we were really struggling to score runs at a decent lick, and he came in and just started lofting it over extra cover. Sort of really good, aggressive, high-scoring batting from Dan Lawrence.
Sharp call for 1 from Tom Abel, which will take him into double figures.
Yeah.
44 for 3 after being put in Somerset.
You think Dan Lawrence has probably cemented his England spot in the middle order for now. He played England under-19s back in 2015. He scored that 81 versus New Zealand in Birmingham. I think he's one of those exciting youngsters coming through. He's almost ahead of Ollie Pope in the pecking order now, isn't he? He's taken on that mantle of batting somewhere between 3 and 5, depending on where Root fancies batting and what the situation is, or whether there's a night watchman or not.
Yes, he's frustrating, Ollie Pope, isn't he? Joy to watch when he's in full flow. It just hasn't quite sealed the deal.
No.
Round the wicket and caught, is he?
No, he's dropped. Simon Harmer with a fairly easy catch, dropped low to his right. Straight in the 2 hands and straight out. He nearly dropped into Alistair Cook's lap. Low to his right. I mean, I say easy catch. He's a good slipper, Simon Harmer, so I set him high standards. He'd expect to catch that low to his right. And he's got underneath it. He's got the 2 hands there.
Shin height,
yeah.
something like that.
You expect them low, don't you? Particularly in April.
But once you've got there,
yeah.
as he did, you expect to hold on with both hands. I wonder whether that will
Big
be an
blow.
expensive miss.
So, a life. Tom Lammonby with a life. 44 for 3 after 20 overs. And last ball of Steckerty's. No, last ball of Snater's over. We're now going to see Steckerty from the Marcus Edwards Truscothic Pavilion end. Right arm over the wicket, and that's swung away after it's gone past the bat of Tom Abel. Swung quite a lot. Taken comfortably enough. Simon Harmer, of course, just back from South African duty, back in the international fold. Him and Maharaj have been playing against, well, they were first in New Zealand, and then that was more of a seamer-friendly time, and then they're back home versus Bangladesh. Simon Harmer, I was having a conversation with Sam the other night, actually, how if he had played every South Africa game the last 10 years, instead of been playing for Essex, could he have been up there now towards Muralitharan and Warne in the Test wicket-taking charts? He's as good a bowler as Lyon or Ashwin, you'd think, but he's nearly involved as Steckerty swings one away and Harmer's on the ball at second slip. Having dropped that catch, let's forget the drop catch. How good a bowler is Simon Harmer? Could, you know, in Test cricket, he's been underused, and it's sad to see that he's not been playing, isn't it?
We haven't seen him yet this morning either.
No.
They haven't needed
You'd have
him.
thought they'll need him quite yet. If they go to spin before lunch on day 1 in April, then something's quite wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, although he's an exceptional bowler.
Yeah, they might give him the token over before lunch, but even now I'm not sure they will need to today. Concentrating on his slip catching for now as Steckerty a little bit fuller to Abel. Left again outside off stump.
Yeah, it wasn't like he got into a good position to hold the catch.
He did.
He did the preparation, but it just didn't stick.
Well, born in Pretoria, South Africa, I guess he's used to harder decks, but you can't use that excuse. He's played county championship for years now. He knows the ball's going to be coming low and not necessarily carrying through at easy catching height. But yeah, as you say, he got there with 2 hands, so not many excuses for Simon Harmer there. Good shot, Tom Abel, into the extra cover area.
Oh, there's nearly trouble there because Lammonby was interested in a second, and then when the call was no, he slipped. But he's safely back. Minor kerfuffle. He had some ground to make up, though.
Yeah, he's well, we just a bit of a shuffle around here is Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel, of course. Right, left hand are going to change strike. We'll have a bit of a shuffle around in the commentary box as well in a couple of balls' time. We'll see Sam come in for myself to take you through to the lunch interval at 1 o'clock, when, of course, you can watch that behind the Wyvern episode. Don't forget to stay watching and listening as around the wicket. Tom Lammonby's got away with that one. Well, it's over the top to the wide, sort of to the side of the gully fielder.
Yeah, it was between third slip and gully.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence dived, didn't he?
To reach, basically.
Dan Lawrence is
Have a
diving
look.
across from gully. Can't get to that ball as Steckerty's slightly unfortunate, but he's flashed hard, Tom Lammonby. Not that you encourage him to flash hard as a 4-day opener, but He's got 4 runs, and he's...
You wouldn't say he was in control of the
No.
shot.
But you also wouldn't say Dan Lawrence had a chance of catching it, just slightly in the wrong spot. And he gets his 4 to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Last ball of my spell is squaring up Tom Lammonby again, and he's outside edging that to third slip. Simon Harmer, who dropped that catch, him and Adam Rossington between them stop it. Here's that drop catch one more time. You can say we're being harsh, but he's got 2 hands to it. Really should have taken it, and Tom Lammonby has had a couple of chances. This the biggest chance yet, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Sam.
Yeah, so that's the first spillage we've seen from Essex. 2 catches to the wicketkeeper, and the other wicket didn't involve a fielder. Matt Renshaw was clean bowled by Sam Cook for 7. Ben Green for 15, James Hildreth for 5. The other 2 batsmen dismissed. Here's the first ball. Is this a catch? There's an appeal for a catch, and he's walking. The 4th wicket has gone, and Tom Abel is dismissed for 11. Another big wicket has fallen to Essex. First ball of a new over. I think it's Sam Cook who's come back on in place of Shane Snater and has struck with the very first delivery of his new spell. 49 for 4, and Tom Abel, the man dismissed, as Sam Dalling comes back in. Caught by Dan Lawrence. Straightforward catch.
Yeah, me and Harry and I were having an argument as to whose spell that counts as the wicket falling. But yes, huge wicket. Sam Cook has bowled so well in his first spell and has come back and immediately got a huge wicket. You were just talking about Harmer dropping the catch, which is a bit of a shock. You don't see him put many down, but Lammonby's still there. But unfortunately for Somerset, Tom Abel's got to go, which is not good news if you're a Somerset fan, Stephen.
Well, no. I mean, the 3 wickets that have just gone, Renshaw, Hildreth, Abel, that's the Somerset batting engine room, really.
Well, so often have we seen runs. It's all about Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton and Jack Leach getting 1,000 runs, isn't it, I think?
I was just saying, I was looking down the list of the people to come in, and they have got Somerset out of jail before, and it looks like they're going to need to do it again. With that total on 49 for 4, Lewis Goldsworthy is the man coming out to join Tom Lammonby, whose vigil goes back to 11 o'clock this morning. He's on 10 not out. We've got the wicketkeeper Stephen Davies in next, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton after that, but Somerset really up against it now. Here at Taunton, under grey skies after being put in.
So important, but to not lose a wicket before lunch would be brilliant, but so important Tom Lammonby stays there, I think, now for this Somerset innings, if there's to be a respectable total come the end of it.
2 for 8, Sam Cook's figures in his 8th over. What a morning he's had. And, oh dear, that could have easily have been the 3rd wicket for Cook into the slip cordon, but not carrying. So Goldsworthy survives. That was an involuntary stroke. Goldsworthy, another right-hander, 21 years of age, in to join Tom Lammonby. No need to play that, and rightly just watching it through to Adam Wheater.
Very early stages of Lewis Goldsworthy's first team career, isn't it? Came into the side straight away and had a calm head. Very wise head on young shoulders. His debut against Middlesex only got 40 odd not out, but as Murtagh was threatening to run riot, Goldsworthy was able to stave that off, and they could do another similar showing here.
Oh, he played at that. It's heavy going out there, batting wise. Goldsworthy trying to settle. Cook doesn't want him to, and is preventing him from doing so. That was right on the money. Delivery he had to play at.
I think we said quite a lot already this morning with Sam Cook, wasn't it?
Very much so. Switch of ends for him, started from the pavilion end, and that is another wicket. The fifth one has gone outside edge, just a tame push really from Lewis Goldsworthy, and Cook has struck for the third time. What a pair of spells this is turning out to be, and what an over coming back for the second. He has 2 wickets in it, and he's still got 2 deliveries to bowl. 49 for 5, Goldsworthy gone for a duck.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even at a stage where you can call this a spell yet, can you? It's not even over old he's come back to. And this is, unfortunately for Somerset fans, an all too familiar tale in recent years. And they really are. We half joked about Gregory, Overton and Leach having to score the bulk of the runs. They are going to need to here. And it's just, give a look back. So they got that 429 at Surrey just before there was the break, and they were bowled out for 69 in the second innings, and since then they've only gone past 181 twice in their last 11 innings, and at the moment Essex will quite fancy their chances of making it, keeping it at 2 times. I mean, it's been brilliant from Sam Cook, but it's not really good enough from a Somerset perspective, is it?
I don't think he needed to play at that delivery. Certainly, I felt Hildreth was got out. He was prized out with an excellent ball. Not sure whether either Ben Green or Lewis Goldsworthy had to play the deliveries that dismissed them. So the wicketkeeper batsman, Stephen Davies, comes in, having watched the carnage of this over so far. 2 wickets without addition to the score, and Sam Cook's got 1 delivery left. Left-hander at each end now for Somerset. Tom Lammonby has been able to do nothing but watch from the non-striker's end this over. And that's played comfortably enough in the end. Down to Adam Rossington, who has donned the helmet again, short leg. And that's the end of a terrific over comeback from Sam Cook.
Double wicket maiden for Sam Cook on his comeback. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 8. He bowled I was saying to Harry a bit earlier on, he bowled a very similar spell in that 2019 game here that was back in the back end of September. I think he bowled something like 8.5 overs, 2 for 8, and he's been magnificent this morning. If you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, firstly, welcome. Both Essex, Somerset fans, cricket fans in general. If you're an Essex fan, you will be very pleased. But for Somerset, Tom Lammonby is still there, the opener. Around the wicket from Steckity, and there's a Dan Lawrence at slip. His head has gone backwards. It was edged. I'll give Lammonby the benefit of the doubt because I'm being generous. I think he played it with quite soft hands, and it went in between that gap between third slip and gully. But I don't know if the replay will show Dan Lawrence there, but you can just see the head tip back at the bottom of the screen.
Yes, as if to say you're leading a charmed life, Mr. Lammonby.
He is, but a charmed life is a much better existence than some of the other Somerset batters so far this morning.
Absolutely, and he's still there.
He is. He's still there. And Steve Davis, we all know Steve Davis's quality. Plenty of experience as well. 2 left-handers at the crease. Pushed into the offside this time, Lammonby. I think they'll come back for a couple and notice that gap between third slip and gully has now been plugged. And why not if you're Essex? You're very much on top. Suddenly, I mean, it's Essex's morning regardless, but if you suddenly have Somerset, 5 down is good enough, but if you have them 6, 7 down by lunchtime on the first morning, you can put your trains home for Saturday afternoon.
Well, yeah, and it would have been 6 if Harmer had held on to that catch.
55 for 5 then, Somerset. Left alone outside off stump. So Steckerty's been a bit more expensive. I think that is him through his career. He's a strike bowler. He's bowled a bit, I think he's bowled better since he came on at this end, actually. Yeah. Steckerty, he started up down at the river end.
Yeah, he's struggled a little bit with his line, but he's produced some fantastic deliveries as well. Both the opening bowlers have switched ends.
Well run there from Tom Lammonby just pushed it into the offside, had a look, saw Shane Snater. He probably doesn't field at point too often in his career, had to scramble in and had to get right around the ball as well, so they take a single. So Lammonby's moved on to 16. Steve Davies unbeaten on 0. He's only just got out there. Just joining us, previous over, Tom Abel, Somerset skipper, and Lewis Goldsworthy both gunning in a double wicket maiden for Sam Cook. So Somerset 56 for 5 here on the first morning. Left alone there. Steketee came really wide of the crease, doesn't he? He's coming around the wicket really wide, and that just shaped. After it had gone past Steve Davies, really, Adam Weiss just had to take a step to his left. Elsewhere, just up the road at Bristol, Gloucestershire have reached 50 like Somerset. They've done it without losing a wicket. Marcus Harris on his debut, a former Taunton Cricket Club player, Marcus Harris. He's on 35 unbeaten. That's a seriously good signing, isn't it?
Yeah, he had a good season for Leicestershire last year, Marcus Harris. So he's starting well.
Pushed into the offside, and Dan Lawrence does the fielding. 23 overs gone here then at the Cooper Associates County Ground. You're joining us on the Somerset live stream, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance, our principal county championship sponsor. Sam Dowling and Stephen Lamb taking you through to lunch, in Somerset 56 for 5.
Yeah, Lancashire 80 for 2 at Canterbury. That's the other first division game after choosing to bat.
Jimmy Anderson having a rest for that one, hasn't he? Been forced to have a rest.
Yes.
It's all that cricket he played in January and February, I suspect.
Doesn't seem to add up, does it? Very, very strange. Cook is breathing fire from the river end. No need to play that, which is just as well, really.
I looked up, I was hoping that was a literal description of Cook, Stephen.
No, it was on the back burner.
I've come from one room to another. I had Richard Latham and Richard Walsh in the other room singing Go Somerset in there.
Down the leg side, that's a good take from Adam Wheater, diving away two-handed. But well down the leg side from Sam Cook. That's a very rare loose delivery. Just impossible to score a run off Sam Cook so far in this spell. Just bowled 8 deliveries, has taken 2 for 0. 3 for 8 overall in his 9th. He's been the player of the morning, no question. Again, there's a bit of movement, but most of it after the ball had gone past the batter, who wasn't interested in playing a stroke anyway, Tom Lammonby. 17 not out. Lammonby. 56 deliveries he's faced. The Somerset opener. Settles again. Again, no stroke played and hit on the thigh. Well, that might have hurt, actually. The inner thigh. Might have a bruise to show for that before long. So again, excellent calling from Tom Lammonby. Straight away, spotting the opportunity for a single. Back live and down the leg side, trying to help it on its way. They'll get a single here. Looks like it's going to be signalled a bye by umpire Mike Burns.
Swung very late that, didn't it? Adam Wheater did well to get a hand on it in the end. But Somerset have got to do that, the running wise. If they're not, Essex have been so tight. There was a couple of loose balls in the first couple of overs where they picked up boundaries, but since then you can't afford to not take everything that's out there when you're in this kind of trouble. So running those quick singles is important, even though it's a 4-day game.
Here's the last ball of the over, and there'll be another single at least here for Stephen Davies to get him off the mark. 58 for 5 to conclude the over. Those figures for Sam Cook, imposing or what? 3 for 9 from 9 overs. 5 of them maidens.
Fully justifying Tom Westley's decision to ask Somerset to have a bat here.
It looked like that was the way it was going to go. A bit hazy first thing. Grass on the wicket. Mid-April. No surprise.
Second around the wicket to Steve Davies. Just squares him up there. Davies, as he did push at that one. Not a great deal of bounce because it was back of a length, but Adam Wheater ended up taking it diving forward. Steve Davies has been at Somerset for a good few years now, 5-6 years, signed a new contract quite recently, and I think that's there's not many finer wicketkeeper batters around. I know he's coming towards the back end of his career. I mean, he's wonderful to watch when he's in full flow, a left-hander. Secondly comes in wide, and Davies can leave that alone. And again, you see that late swing. Adam Wheater is diving low and in front of Alistair Cook there.
Yeah, he's committed at least until the end of next season, hasn't he, Stephen Davies? Some news of that came through just before the season got underway. Questions being asked almost every delivery of these batters.
Again,
not
leaves
that time.
leaves that alone. 4 slips in still. You can see Dan Lawrence. He's almost creeping into your screen on the far right. He's at gully and he's just taken a step or two forward because perhaps the bounce to carry isn't quite what like you might expect from Mark Steckety. Shane Snater, I think, is in the game at point. Davies, his V is through cover point, and often early in his innings it can be uppish. I think Shane Snater, if I was Mark Steckety, which I'm not, obviously, I wish I had half, even a tenth of his bowling ability, but I'd be pushing them up there and see if he wants to drive. Once he gets one to just nip back, and Davies takes one on the legs, and yes, gives a bit of a rub. I think that might have hit the inside.
It's a bruise at either end now. Lavenby took one in the previous over. I think that must have hurt again.
It's been a bruising morning. Surrey and Hampshire in action as well. Surrey 77 for 1. Rory Burns is the man out. Ryan Patel's 37 unbeaten. He made runs in their draw up at Edgbaston last week. As Davies almost looked like he tried to pull the bat away from that one. It's one of those where you start to leave it and it just takes the bat, but all well that ends well for Stephen Davies. It just goes out to Shane Snater at point. He does the fielding.
Almost
as we've
played
got
it as an afterthought.
We've got a fire alarm up here. I'm sure it's just a drill.
Apologies if you can hear screeching noises in the background. We'll do what we can to stay with the cricket, which is continuing uninterrupted.
Oh, he just wafts at that one, Stephen Davies, and Mark Stackety did just push that one up there to see if he could tempt Stephen Davies, and he could, but he couldn't quite do enough to get a bat on it. And we're just gonna, we're not quite sure if it's a drill yet, so we're just gonna leave you temporarily, we hope.
Leave you with the pictures.
We will leave you with the pictures with Somerset 58 for 5.
We had a fire alarm go off. Malfunction, we think. No sign of a fire. And happily, Sam Dalling and me, Stephen Lamb, back with you now on commentary on the live stream. 62 for 5, Somerset. Sam Cook in. And Lammonby considered playing that and pulled out at the last minute. Lammonby, who you probably saw, just hit a stupendous off-driven boundary off Cook, which has damaged his figures.
He stopped breathing fire, that's probably why, that straight drive from Lammonby.
3 for 9 they were his figures, and that straight drive took it up to 3 for 13. But he's only in his 10th over. 2 spells, and he's been devastating for Essex. 3 of the 5 wickets that have fallen. Gentle but comfortable push this time. Why Shane Snater is wearing a sun hat in present conditions rather defeats me.
I've got a lot of time for that, Stephen. The one game of cricket I played last year, I went out in a kind of floppy hat like that, but it kept just falling off. I needed it a slightly more tightly fitting one, I think. Got a lot of time for that hat.
Well, that hat has to cover quite a considerable head of hair, plus a sweatband, a headband. This is off the outside edge, going down to backward point. It probably hasn't quite got the legs to get all the way, but they're taking 3. Pinged in to Adam Wheater, and that completes Sam Cook's 10th over. So Lammonby goes to 24 with those 3 and keeps the strike. Davies is on 1. 65 for 5, the hosts, after being put in. A decision which has been fully justified by events.
Yeah, we just see on the slow motion replay of that one, Lammonby, on Davies in fact it was, being struck on the back pad. I'm sure they all wear inside fire guards as well these days, so yeah, I'm sure.
It needed a rob though. He's
okay. So the hat has come off for Shane Snater. He's going to return. We're going to come back into the attack at the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end in place of Mark Steckety. Still got some headgear on. He's taken 1 layer off. Still got the headband on Shane Snater. 6 overs, 0 for 10. In his first ball, he's going to come around the wicket to Lammonby.
Bat and pad, I fancy. There, 2 noises. They're going to get a single. Shortly see it confirmed by the umpire. No sign of an arm being raised or a leg being tapped. So a single.
Lammonby moves on to 25 then. He's been out there right from the off. Almost 2 hours he's been out there. Had to work really hard. Got a life when he was dropped by Simon Harmer. At slip, he was only on 6. That was off Snater actually. Snater was bowling from the river end back then. So 26 overs gone. So we've only got 6 minutes or so to tea. So we're going to be a bit short of the over rate, I think. As Davies leaves that one. Well, he doesn't leave it. He tries to push at it.
Yes, I pinched your delivery. I'm sorry.
I couldn't remember. It was all the fire alarm. I wasn't sure which. I couldn't remember what end I was doing.
Yes, noise and confusion up here for a while. It's very noisy, that fire alarm.
It kind of, we heard it downstairs and then it just crept its way up, didn't it? It became very loud.
But every Essex bowler, they've only used 3 so far, but they've each come back from the opposite end to where they started.
As Davies pushes that into the onside, and there is one on the free, Mark Steckety doing the fielding. Yeah, and at some point I suspect we'll see a half-decent spinner come into the attack as well. No need for him probably this morning with the seamers bowling so well, but that's not a bad man to turn to, is it? Simon Harmer.
It's a great option. Maybe an over before the lunch interval, which is about 5 minutes away, just over. Might be, maybe not though, with these 3 going so well.
Tucked into the leg side, Davies. I think they'll pick up a couple there. Well, they won't, in fact. Sam Cook was round quickly enough. Stephen Davies was only really looking for the single. I think Lammonby was quite keen. But yeah, Harmer back in the test side after a few years' absence. I mean, he's now an overseas player. There's an argument to say he's the best overseas player. Certainly in in the 2000s, he's probably the best overseas player.
Absolutely. Terrific contribution. Big reason why Essex have had so much success in recent years.
Tickled away to leg side by Lammonby. That's a nice shot. Sam Cook will do well to stop that, and he has done really well. That was only just behind square. So Lammonby picks up a couple. It's the bigger side of the boundary. We're looking here towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Over to our left, the Somerset stand and those flats behind them. So Lammonby is going along quite nicely now, actually. It was really hard work, and it's still difficult out there, but he was working really hard. As we just see, look at that side-on angle, Stephen. Look how far outside his crease he's batting to Shane Snater. It's a good yard or two, perhaps, to counteract some swing as he lets that one go through to Adam Wheater. 27 overs gone, 69 for 5.
Incidentally, that was a brilliant throw-in from the deep by Sam Cook as well. Everything he does is brilliant at the moment, and he's not going to let go of the ball. He's going to bowl what could well be the last over before lunch. Touch and go on that, but that was a fantastic throw-in from the deep. Right over the stumps, what every keeper likes. And he's going to continue from the river end. 69 for 5 is the grim news for Somerset supporters on the scoreboard and indeed on your screen. Cook's going to start round the wicket to the Somerset keeper. Watchful defensive push to start from Stephen Davies, who's on 2. Talking about his contract extension earlier, there's a promising youngster who got 100 for the seconds last week called James Rue, who's a wicketkeeper, only a wicketkeeper batter, who looks to have a good future. This gets into a little bit of a tangle, but plays it safely enough in the end.
Yeah, nice bit of succession planning there going on, isn't it? Davies a couple of years. Rue did really impress people in the England under-19s over in the World Cup earlier this year. Made his debut. Played a Royal London game or two. Definitely played one. Definitely played the Yorkshire game here.
The cry of no there as that was played to backward point. Nick Brown is on station there. Brown, who made a good start to his batting season last week with a century. So it's rather quiet around the Cooper Associates county ground here at the moment. Again, Brown in action as that's played into the offside. It's what you'd expect really with a scoreline of this nature. They haven't had a lot to cheer about, the Somerset faithful. It's a good number in, first championship day of the season here at Taunton. Well supported as championship teams go, Somerset. And particularly well supported in white ball, of course, which is still to come. Wants a single and we'll get it comfortably. That's good calling again from Stephen Davies. And receives applause from a few of the spectators. Davies goes on to 3, 70 for 5. 3 wickets for the man with ball in hand at the moment, Sam Cook.
Yeah, and this partnership's just up to 21, which is Somerset's highest, so it's just a bit of steadying of what was very much a sinking ship, or still perhaps is.
Yeah, no need to engage with that last ball of the over. One more, are we? No. Bails are coming off. And Sam Cook has been given his cap, and he will receive the applause of his teammates, I don't doubt, as they troop off for lunch. Davies finishes on 3 not out. Tom Lammonby is 27. the wickets that have fallen this morning. Ben Green caught behind off Tim Stackerty for 15. Then Matt Renshaw bowled by Sam Cook for 7. It was the first of Cook's 3. Tom Abel was the next. Caught at point for 11. Then same over, Lewis Goldsworthy caught at first slip. 1 Cook off another. And James Hildreth also got a brilliant delivery from Stackerty, which he could only edge to Adam Wheater. So it's been very much Essex's morning.
I think that's a pretty fair summary of it,
really.
Stephen. I think it's definitely an Essex morning. End of the first session then, first day of Red Ball cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Stephen Lamb and Sam Dalling here, Harry Everett as well. We're with you throughout the day. We're going to go and have a little bit of lunch now, but we're going to leave you with a premiere. Well, I think we're going to probably watch it during our lunch. We've got Behind the Wyvern coming, so successful last year. Ollie Sale with camera in hand. We've got a pre-season. It's almost like a Christmas special of Behind the Wyvern, but in March. Rumours of a second season, we don't know yet, but we have at least got this episode for you. So we'll leave you with that. We'll be back, courtesy of our friends at WPA Health Insurance, in about 40 minutes' time.
Welcome to Behind the Wyvern, Abu Dhabi edition. Andy Hurry here, getting ready to go. Currently 5:30 in the morning, just packing the bus up and yeah, off to the airport. Let's go and have a look at what's going on after the bus. We're at Alpha Rita here. Oh, the camera's gone absolutely AWOL. Here we go. How are you feeling, Jack?
Wide awake, mate. Me.
Early morning start.
Getting great conversation out of Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, look at him. Just arrived in Heathrow. Wait, I can flip the camera here. Hang on. We got Neil here, ready with his football.
Ready to go?
Cricket only. Where's Banton? Because we're not carrying his bags.
There's no way.
Tell you what we love to see is, Thomas Banton, economy. Just touched down in Abu Dhabi. Neil, just sit down and relax.
I know, but I want to get out there and do stuff.
Day 1 in Abu Dhabi. Late night last night. Got in about 1 AM, I think. Everyone had to have a bit of food, and then yeah, now we've just had breakfast. We've got a little recovery session. Just getting the flight out of the legs. Mid-gym session, and we've just found out it's the skipper's birthday.
I'm an old man today, 28.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good, mate. It's good to be out here with the boys. Where else would you rather spend your birthday?
Got training, day 1.
Good morning.
We're just getting on the bus. Tango's right here.
I have factor 1,000 on.
Hiding from the sun. Not used to this in Somerset, are we?
When I rang you, you're like, I've got to bring you a bottle. I've got you a water bottle. I haven't got you a protein shake. Yeah, we chatted about a shake there. I've got a shake if you're on the ground. I don't have one here.
Alright, Lambo, what did you do at training today?
Today was a light training session, I think. Well, it's
Just getting into it, weren't we?
yeah, getting into it. I think the boys are very excited to be outdoors, training on grass again. So a little warm up with Tratty. And then we had a bit of bowlers v batters in the decent nets, very English nets actually, in Abu Dhabi.
Did you say?
Then, we had a bit of a filming session to finish, so
Yeah.
all in all.
Here we go. Day off activities. Currently with the Goose and Mr. Gregory off into the water's greatest playground, apparently. We're in, finally. Waller's negotiated shares in Yas Water World, apparently, so...
Heading off to our private cabana.
Yeah.
Lovely day for it.
Ooh.
Nice activity to do on a day off, isn't it?
Right, Neil, did you have a fun day at the water park?
Yes, so we've been at the water park all day, done lots and lots of rides, and I felt like a little kid again. It was great.
Had a great fun day with everyone, all my friends. Some great rides.
What was your favourite ride?
Favourite ride was the one where you go and this just went down.
The floor went beneath you?
Yep.
That was very scary. Very scary. First games of the tour today. We are playing Essex in 2 T20s. They're the only other team that are out here, so they're staying in the same hotel as us. So we've got the T20 starting at 2:30 in the height of the heat. So we have to make sure the boys are well hydrated, and we've got an evening game after that. So yeah, I'll try and keep you updated.
5 minutes before the game.
I think it's about building our skills as we move through pre-season. Alright, so today's about enjoying it, and again with the intent to execute your skills to the best of your ability. If it doesn't go to plan, stick to the plan. Alright, so if we're hitting high and we're trying to hit straight early on in that power play and we miss, we don't go to slow balls, we don't mess around, we go back to actually, right, what skill are we looking to develop that we did from in the campaign last year? Alright, we just work through that. We get the opportunity to adapt through the middle. We've seen this surface, or we've seen surfaces in this square. So it'll be interesting to see what our thinking's like as we go through that middle phase. And then the last 4 overs, we're shifting it down, we're just hitting the hole. So Brooksy and Green have got that responsibility in this game. Let's go.
Okay, boys, hit a bandage, please.
Let's go, let's go! Let's go, let's go! Let's go!
Talk
about the day.
Yeah, how are you?
Very good. So we're here at Abu Dhabi Cricket Complex, I'd call it. What's the time? It's about just after 2 p.m.
Yeah.
One has just come up to 2, and we've got T20 against Essex. It's first game of the day. We've got one this evening under lights.
What's your assessment of the ground?
It's probably the hottest day I've ever been a part of.
Lammers, what's your assessment of the innings so far?
I think we've batted really well.
First time out?
First time out, yeah. We had one T20 practice session, so I think the boys have come out and played pretty well.
So we're now in between innings, and we have just posted 194 as the first score of the season, which is pretty good, I'd say. Wicket looks fairly good, a little bit tennis bally, a little bit of a breeze, but other than that, no complaints. Ned Leonard into bowl, back of the length, just rushed him, and pass it back to the bowler. Happy with that?
It's a good over.
Ooh. Well, we've got the tunes playing. Another wicket for El Farito. Been a great start, actually. I wonder if you can see the scoreboard from here. 13 for 3. This is the exclusive Behind the Wyvern live stream with Matthew Drakeley. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. First game complete. We've done a good number on them. I think we've rolled that for 140, so lovely little performance. They have a little tune. Just here with the man of the hour. How was it out there, Ferret? 5 wickets?
Private space.
Happy with that? Complete
Do
bowl?
about the paparazzi chasing me around, mate.
First game of the season, you complete it?
I'm ready, mate. I'm ready.
Always ready.
I'm ready!
So Somerset's very own Josh Davey. Oh. I was going to ask you a question, but... Right, take 2.
Take what?
Take 2.
Oh.
Take three?
Could be able to take three. First innings just gone. Sorry, shouting over the music. We've just restricted them to 130 innings. Serious performance from the lads again. Hopefully we'll go out and chase it under the lights. We got this guy bringing the vibes all night. Yeah. Day done. Ferret's got a hat full. Everyone's very happy. Tango's happy.
Very happy. Very happy.
Head coach is happy.
I think for our first run out of competitive cricket, obviously for a long time, it was superb. Just from a composure point of view, we talked before the game about execution, and actually, if we weren't quite at the races, it didn't matter. But the way we grew through that game, collectively, the behaviours that we've adopted over a number of years started to come to the fore.
This is where the world famous biceps are made. It's hard work in the gym. Over and out. Luke's just woken up. How you feeling, Luke?
A little bit stiff and sore, old boy. Getting a diarrhea light in me. It was very hot yesterday. Doing the right things, you know.
Yeah, professional you.
Tried to be, mate. Tried to be. Out with all my sweets, love them.
Yeah, here we are, another beautiful day in Abu Dhabi. We had a day off yesterday. All the lads just mostly relaxing, just resting up after two T20s, and we are back ready for some red ball cricket today. A one-day red ball game, 45 overs each side. Oh, we've got Neil at the wheel again today.
Hello.
So he's just tossed up.
What's going on?
And we've lost the toss, but I'm not surprised because he's called Lamp.
Well, yeah, so it's a dirham coin. It was rather confusing to me. And the umpire was trying to explain how the lamp was tails and it looked like Arabic scripture was heads or something. So I just went for the one that I remembered, which was lamp. Unfortunately, it landed on the Arabic scripture.
One job, mate.
Yeah. I'm copping a lot of abuse from the boys already.
From a format point of view, I think it's really important we look at it almost as an elongated session. It's 4-day cricket, it's not a one-day game, it's not about trying to set the game up. I want us to transfer what we've done in the winter. We've got an opportunity to bat first, and we want to earn the right to score runs. If we are 40 for naught after 45 overs, so be it, and then we will then bowl 45 overs.
Right, it's Tang, so what we got on your chest here?
Well, the lads reckon I'm oversized baggage at the minute. I'm not quite sure. I think it's the buffet.
Heavy goods.
Heavy goods. So at the moment, I'm thinking about, having to shed a few pounds inside the next week. Otherwise, I might not be let on the plane.
Oh, good nick that.
And in the depths of Abu Dhabi, we see the lesser spotted slug playing with a ferret. Unusual, but not impossible. Beautiful.
It's these two clowns.
Finisher in you, have you? Go low, eh? Goes out.
So we are back at the Sheikh Zayed Cricket Complex for the last time. We got a 2-day game against Essex again, and we fly home tomorrow night. So yeah, got another belting wicket for the boys. And just playing some football to warm up. Just update. It's just after tea on day one. It's been a great red ball joust. I'll show you the scoreboard. 191 for 70 overs. We got 3 2-hour sessions each day, so we were bat for all day today, and then they're going to bat all day tomorrow. Alright, day 2 of the final game of our tour. We had a nice batting day yesterday. posted 257 for the day, just about 90 overs. Abe's not out at the end, 66 not out I think. Bad, lovely, very patient innings. We are now bowling, and we've got Casey Aldridge into Sir Alistair Cook. Just got in 90 overs in the field. Sorry I haven't got any footage, but we've got some tired boys. Steve's done all day. Bonnie.
I think the last 2 days has been phenomenal. I don't think we're going to get any more out of this trip, but our approach, we've talked about attitude a lot, but the way we've equipped ourselves over the last 2 days is outstanding. And again, I appreciate we're building towards that first game, and genuinely, I can't be, I guess, prouder or more pleased with how we've approached this trip. I think we've got the balance right. We talked about when we were on, we're going to work hard, and then when we're not, we'll enjoy our downtime, do the right things. So I congratulate you all on that, and I'll go to speak at some stage.
Alright, 11 o'clock at night, just on the way to the airport. We're stashing the bus. Lots of kit. Goodbye, Marriott Al Forsan. Thanks for having us.
أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. أهلا بكم في مدينة ويفرن حيث يشير التوقيت المحلي إلى 7:05 صباحا. من أجل سلامتكم نرجو منكم البقاء جالسين في مقاعدكم وإبقاء أحزمة المقاعد.
Finally back in a very sunny Somerset. I think it was a great trip all round. The group got a lot from it, and we're all very excited to now kick on into some pre-season friendlies in English conditions. So thanks for watching, and yeah, we'll see you soon.
Bradford is here for the trades and DIYers turning gardens from this to this spring. Come to us for decking, sleepers, topsoil, paving, for the little jobs, the big jobs, to save yourself a few quid jobs. We're here for Kelly and Dan rolling up their sleeves, for Dave and the lads getting it done. But we're not for Kevin. He should probably go somewhere else. It's about trade quality, expert advice and awesome deals, in branch and online. For building supplies, choose Bradford's.
Taunton's version of that. Well, hopefully this afternoon.
did notice that. It's game 32. They only play 34 games, and yesterday was game 32. Oh yes, I noticed that. I knew they were leading 2-0 at half time, and I thought, no, it'll be 3-2 to Strathspey by the end of it. But no, it was 4-0. I mean, honestly, I can't believe it. It's such a terrible side. How are they still UK? They bottom each season. Neither. I don't know where that is. Yes. Yes. They were the first team to concede 100 goals. Yes. I know they've said. Oh, number of double wickets. Yes. They did. Paul William did get a draw in one of the very earliest matches. Second or third match they did. I thought, this is the year that Paul William are not going to be in the big boys, but it didn't last long. And they always have so many of their home games postponed during the season. They're always at this stage of the season having about half a dozen home games to fit into the last 2 weeks of the season. Well, I don't know. You'd have thought that Fort William and Laura and Wick don't seem to have matches about. But I know I've noticed that. No goals conceded, 4 in the same match.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. Day 1 of Somerset versus Essex in Division 1 of the County Championship. I'm Sam Dalling. I'm joined for this afternoon session, to kick off this afternoon session, by Harry Everett. Hello, Harry.
Hello, Sam. Well, Somerset, what a morning, eh? 70 for 5 again. Bad batting, good bowling, bit of both.
Bit of both, I think. If you're just joining us, Tom Westley, a couple of hours ago, 3 hours or so ago, won the toss and elected to field. Somerset started okay-ish, actually. Ben Green was batting quite well. He had the first 15 runs on the board. He chased a wide one of Mark Steckety with the score on 15. Got caught behind on Somerset. Within 15, 16 overs, found themselves 5 down for 49. Do I call it a recovery? 70 for 5. Who knows? Steve Davis to face the first ball. Shane Snater after lunch. Left alone way outside off stump. And that's probably a good thing, because actually, as Steve Tancock has pointed out on Twitter, that was Stephen Davis's 19th ball of the innings. 3 Somerset players have got to 19 balls and then fallen. Sam Cook, if you didn't see any of the action this morning, was the standout. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 17 for him. His first spell, he picked up a wicket. As Davies just turns that into the leg side. Yeah, Sam Cook's first spell was brilliant. 8 overs, 1 for 8, and he came back from the other end, from the river end. He started at the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, changed to the river end, double wicket maiden. Tom Abel and Lewis Goldsworthy both fell in the space of an over.
Yeah, 1 for 8 off 7 with 4 maidens to start with, and then he came back, and that double striking over. Poor old Goldsworthy, wasn't out very long. And Abel's was a funny one, sort of coming down the wicket and inside edging onto his pad. Caught a point by Lawrence.
Davies watches that through to the wicket-keeper. Tom Lammonby, though, he opened the batting and he's still there. He's 27 unbeaten off 68 balls. He was dropped on 6 by Simon Harmer, of all people. He doesn't drop many in the slips, but he dropped a pretty regulation catch at second slip off Shane Snater. So he's still wicketless. At that point, he had 6 of 47 balls, Tom Lammonby. So he stuck at it, did the hard work, and started to score runs a little bit more freely. He's looking... Davies defend it to Wesley. On the offside, there'll be no run. Starting to score a little bit more freely just before lunch, Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, he had that squirt just between third and slip and gully. Dan Lawrence was diving across to his right, and a bit lucky there, Tom Lammonby. So that if you say he had a life and a half, the life was the simplest drop from Harmer, and then the half life that was no hand to it from Lawrence, but 4 runs down the Colin Atkinson. Yeah, other than that, he's dug in as he's needed to. Only 27 off a 2-hour session, but hung around longer than anyone else, and crucial for Somerset is Tom Lammonby so far.
Davies pushes it out to point along the ground this time.
Snater's got a bit of a weird sort of run up. I'm just looking at him down below us. He sort of starts as if he's going to bowl over the wicket, really behind the non-striker. He sort of runs towards the umpire. He's bowling around the wicket. It's almost like a diagonal run up. I still remember when Morning Walker was here and Pete Trigo hit him for 6 balls and an over, which I'm sure we might mention when Trigo joins us on commentary tomorrow and a few days in the future. But he's got that notorious sort of funny run up. He's got the curve at the start. But Snater, yeah, slightly odd.
Davies pushed down to the off-start side. It was a little bit uppish, but went through one bounce to the man at backward point. End of the over then. First over after lunch is done. Somerset are 74-5. Steve Davies unbeaten on 3. Tom Lammonby unbeaten on 27.
So Somerset scored 180 and 135 in the 2 innings last week, losing 1 innings and 113 runs against Hampshire, and now against the trophy winners of recent years, Essex. Won the T20 Blast, won the County Championship, won the Bob Willis Trophy in the last few years, and 70 for 5 at lunch on day 1. That weird batting draw, wasn't it? Essex v Kent last week. Completely different circumstances and pitch and bowler-friendly conditions so far today. No Matt Critchley or Simon Harmer needed yet. Sam Cook comes in from the river end, and Lammonby gets a little bit squared up again. I feel like we've said squared up maybe 50% of balls so far today. It's been one of those. It's been a squared up day, isn't it?
Well, certainly when Sam Cook's been bowling. He's been superb. In a real rut here, Somerset. I've not worked back through the numbers, but basically 5 heavy defeats on the spin for them. If you go back to the end of last year, those Notts games, 2 days at Scarborough.
Cook in again, and Lammonby can leave. Lovely leave, exaggerated leave. He holds the pose as if he's, well, not Labuschagne, more elegant. Labuschagne will do the no run and wave his bat like a lightsaber, whereas Lammonby just holds his bat in the air and just shows that he's stable and balanced and in control. Never going to play at that.
Hello, Stephen Lamb. The welcome sight of Stephen Lamb has just come in behind us. Lunch has arrived.
Thank you, Stephen Lamb, the food provider. We see Sam Cook having Tom Lammonby leave another ball outside off stump. Talking of food, we might have a special guest come on a bit later. We won't drop too many teasers to make you too hungry. Those of you finishing your lunch at home.
Can't be as hungry as
I
am right now.
So Sam Cook has got 4 slips down below us. And a point fielder in the mid-off. Leaving outside the off stump, and that's no run. And he just wanders over to square leg and trying to keep switched on. It's a big mental batting, opening the batting in 4-day cricket. So much time to bat. Tom Lammonby's seen 5 partners come and go at the other end. Ben Green was scoring quite quickly at the start, but other than that, no one else has really looked in control or scored too many runs too quickly. Not that the time matters. Plenty of time left in this, and the forecast is dry for 4 days. Cook round the wicket, and that's down the leg side to Tom Lammonby. He's actually 3 yards down the track. As often happens when you play down the leg side and miss it, you sort of fall, tip over, overbalance, leave the crease, but no bat on that, and it's a dot ball.
Seen a lot of batters batting outside the crease. To Sam Cook, he's swinging it around out there, so they're just trying to negate that. Tom Abel was doing the same when he got his. He was trying to work it to leg. He'd taken a couple of steps and got that inside edge.
And Sam Cook, yeah, he's probably not attacking Stumps quite as much that over as he'd like to. Tom Lammerby could leave and watch those balls go past the bat without needing to play anything there. Probably nice for batter after lunch to be able to get yourself back into it. And Cook can trot off down to fine leg and let the head-banded Shane Snater continue. But yes, James Hilder scored 32% of Somerset's runs against Hampshire last week. That one big innings. Well, I say big innings. It wasn't 100, but he scored those runs there, and yet today looked a bit scratchy. That lovely cut shot we saw him play, but looked a bit scratchy. No one's looked comfortable, let's be honest.
Snater continues, and Davies tries to drive it, just gets a bottom edge into the ground. No, they haven't. Essex has bowled superbly. You've got to give them credit. Sam Cook in particular. Stekete picked up his first couple of wickets in Essex colours as well. Went wicketless last week, as a lot of bowlers did at Chelmsford. Ollie Robinson, the Kent skipper, winning the toss and electing to field there, and I think he was still out in the field about 3 days later.
Alistair Cook went wicketless, didn't he?
He did go wicketless, yes. Around the wicket, Snater, and again we see that late swing as it goes through to Adam Wheater, but it's too far outside off stump. Cook, Stekete and Snater. No Jamie Porter this week for Essex. He's rotated out, as Harry mentioned. Simon Harmer, not a bad first spinner. Critchley, who got through about 50 overs in the Kent innings last week on his debut, picked up a couple of wickets, and Dan Lawrence to bowl a little bit of spin, so maybe they're expecting the old Taunton turning pitches just for free seamers. Davies can just leave that one alone.
Harmer loosening up actually from second slip. When we did see Alistair Cook bowling it around the field, you never quite know if that's loosening up, having a laugh, or just keeping yourself busy and occupied. But Harmer just tossing over his off spin to Tom Wesley around the field. No Ryan Tenderscarter this year, of course, the great servant to the club for years and years. Big boots to fill.
All around the wicket and he's gone. Stephen Davies. It was short and wide, really, from Shane Snater. Stephen Davies, as he has the propensity to do, tries to. He scores a lot of his runs through backward point and point. Steve Davies, he tried to cut that one away. Harry's laughing because he knows I like that line. It's true though. He's only succeeded though in getting the outside edge. Good catch from Adam Wheater, sprung away to his left, tumbling away, taking it in front of Sir Alistair Cook. Somerset, well, they've picked up where they left off before lunch.
I'm sorry, Steve Davies, but I'm not going to massively defend you. That's not the best of balls. Short and wide, yes, it's swung a little bit, but it's going to. It has been. These are good bowlers on a bowling-friendly pitch in cloudy conditions on day one of a 4-day county championship game with a red ball. You can't expect the ball to be going straight up and down. And Lewis Gregory's going to have to come out far too early. Steve Davies with a loose drive. It wasn't even a drive, really. It was just a sort of offending fling of the bat at nothing outside the off stump.
Well, he didn't really commit. I was just thinking that. He doesn't really commit to the shot, does he? He didn't try and cut it away.
It looks great when it works, doesn't it? The languid. What do you call it? The square V you like to talk about.
Yeah, his V for a backward point. So, yeah, Somerset in a bit of trouble, I think, is understating it. 70 for 6, not even 31 overs gone. Lewis Gregory's going to come out. First game of the season for him. Missed out last week, but he's back in the side and has some serious work to do. Somerset, 180, 135 at Hampshire. Could be looking at continuing the downward spiral here. All the talent, though. Lewis Gregory has always maintained throughout his career they're more of a batter than a bowler. This is his 99th first-class game, closing in on 3,000 runs, got 300s, 11 50s. He would dearly like to, as would everyone of a Somerset persuasion in the Cooper Associates County Ground, and watching, listening in, would quite like it if he finished up with 400s, I think, at the end of this innings.
Just had a couple of texts in saying, don't think I were needed for the evening session today. Maybe Sunday. Day 4 might be more realistic, but...
Gregory then. 3 slips and Dan Lawrence at gully. He's going to get off the mark with at least a couple. I think a boundary, yeah. It was really fine. Wayward from Shane Snater a little bit, just down leg side, helped round the corner, all along the ground. Short boundary down there towards the Colin Atkinson pavilion, so Gregory comes in with a strike rate of 400.
Well, Tom Abel did similar. So my only worry is Tom Abel tickled fine to the Colin Atkinson pavilion for 4 very early in his innings. And Gregory's done the same, and hopefully he'll fare better. I've got a scout in the crowd. A friend of mine's just said that he reckons Shane Snater's bowling no balls. The umpire's not close, so we're going to have to watch his foot. He's reckon he's 3 inches over the line, so we'll have to watch carefully.
Left alone, outside off them. Well, it was interesting that I was at Middlesex, Derbyshire last week, and they said Saranga Lakmal, actually, in fact, the photographer, David Griffin, he's brilliant. If you don't follow him on Twitter, but he's good fun, Derbyshire. But he was taking photos and showed the umpires just weren't calling it.
Is that because, well, not that these two guys do that many games on television, but is it, you know, you can send it upstairs and look?
So last week we had international. It was Richard Kettleworth and Richard Illingworth, and it's not an excuse, but you think, okay, they're doing Test match cricket all the time, so they're not used. They're not even looking for that anymore. Irrespective, we're here. Keeper Associates counting around 74 for 6. Somerset 31 overs gone.
So there were 20 tons, 20 hundreds, 20 centuries in the County Championship of round 1 last week. Don't think there's going to be quite so many this week. Different pitches around the country. Depends where you're playing, depends on the weather conditions. But Sam Cook is all over Somerset so far as Tom Lammerby leaves confidently, extravagantly outside the off stump. That was a little bit closer to his off bail than some of the previous deliveries. But Sam Cook with 16 on his back has got his tail up. He's currently 3 for 17 into his 13th over with nearly half his overs have been maidens. Useful bowler is Little Chef, with Big Chef at first slip, and that combo has done for 1 wicket. Caught Cook, bowled Cook was Lewis Goldsworthy for duck before lunch. Again, Lammerby can lead. This one's slightly wider, but he's not going to be tempted in. I think where Davies was tempted to have a little go outside off stump, I don't think Lammerby will be as such. Yes, he nibbled at that Harmer ball, but that wasn't the worst ball and the worst shot. There's 1 helmet behind Adam Wheater. If that's we're going to see a short leg, or if we're going to see, surely Wheater's not going to stand up to the stumps. We're going to have a surprise guest coming in soon. He might be bringing us some food. We've got some little treats coming in. We'll let Sam tee him up shortly, but you have to try and guess. We're talking about chefs. We're talking about the cooks, Sam Cook and Alistair Cook.
Everywhere.
Too many cooks spoiling the broth, or?
I've got that line already written.
Oh, sorry, Sam.
Not quite that line.
Too many cooks spoiling the cricket.
Well, we saw Adam Rossington in a short fine leg.
We did, yes.
Before lunch, but then the players, the batters, are so far outside their crease. Maybe Wheater will go up to Cook.
So he's into the 4 slips, and Lammerby, that's done a lot after the bat. That's not that close to the stumps, but after it's gone past the stumps, it's really swung in. Well, you say in, but effectively it's away from Lammerby. It's done so much to Adam Wheater. He's done well to take that with no fine leg down. It would have been 4 byes harshly if he hadn't taken it.
It's not easy out there, is it? Somerset haven't batted brilliantly, but it is. You can see it's swinging both ways. Cook's bowling superbly.
Not easy to keep either with the swing on the ball, and we see Cook again to these 4 slips. Round to Lammerby again, another leave, sort of on repeat really. Lammerby leaving the ball. Really good crowd in at the Cooper Associates County Ground today. I don't think too many have gone home in despair at lunchtime. They're sticking it out for the afternoon session. No, if you fancy coming in after tea, you can come in cheaply, can't you, Sam? £5 for students, £7 for adults.
Much better to hang around and grumble, isn't it?
So 1 more ball for me, and then I'll make way briefly, and then I won't be away for too long while Sam talks about food and chefs and cooking, whilst Sam Cook finishes another decent over.
It's going to be hard to talk about food, having not quite managed me lunch yet. 74 for 6 then. Tom Lammerby unbeaten on 27. Lewis Gregory, he's got 4, so just a 1 wicket to fall after lunch so far. I say just the 1. I've not been out there for very long, but I'm joined, Harry, as he said, Harry's nipped away, and I'm joined by Celebrity Chef. Can I call you Celebrity Chef? Josh Eggleton, welcome.
Just not too much.
Not too much, just the 1. So I've given you the 1. Hello,
yeah,
Josh.
That's it. How are you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was going to say I'm neutral, obviously, so I'm absolutely fine. I mean, if you're a Somerset persuasion, I'd be a little bit upset with the morning. But yeah, I'm good.
I just meant in general.
In general, yeah, I'm okay. Life's good. We're here at the cricket, day one of the first home game, so
nice.
Yeah,
it's not a bad day, is it?
It's not a bad day at all. Good crowd in. Shane Snater's having a half decent day. Down the leg side, left alone. What about you, Josh? So you're a local boy, aren't you?
I am. Well, Bristol.
Bristol.
Yeah, so not far.
Okay. So does that
Bristol,
Gloucestershire or Somerset then?
Somerset.
Okay.
Yeah, south of Bristol. My first restaurant was in Somerset, and it's still there.
Chew Magna, is that?
Chew Magna, yeah, yeah. And then we have also on Chew Valley Lake, we have second restaurant, Salt and Malt, which we've just done here.
Oh, there you go. You've I was about to ask you that. He's doing my job for me. Led me into that. We're going to hear more about that in just a second. Snater. Outside off stump, left alone by Lewis Gregory. Yeah, have you taken up home? So I used to come here as a kid, and there were fish and chips underneath the...
That's right, yeah.
Ian Botham's son. Is that where you have now taken up residency?
We've done a little... we've brought a bit of Salt and Malt to the county cricket ground. So there's new caterers in town, and I work with them, primarily as a consultant. But so I'm going to be down here a bit more often, really. So we're starting with the fish and chips, but we're going to be doing some guest chef stuff and some pop-up restaurants, and so you'll be able to come and get different bits of the cuisine that we produce over the season.
Pushed it. Tom Wesley for no run. Pop-up restaurants. We're getting very trendy here in Taunton now. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Consider it a kitchen takeover.
Okay,
Pop-up
nice.
is trendy.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Okay. Nice. So you've been up in Chew Magna, as the Wurzels sing.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit further down, not too far away.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is their stomping ground. Yeah. And Bristol predominantly, you know.
Left alone outside off stump. We see that late swing. Is it a big cricket fan?
Not massively. Well, not out of choice.
Not out of choice. Interesting.
Well, I was just thinking about it when we were going to come on. I thought, oh my god. Last time I think I did was cricket was probably GCSE.
So 3 or 4 years ago then?
Yeah, right. No, probably like 25. But the thing is, once you enter a kitchen, it takes a long time to come back out.
Snater. Again, as Gregory cuts it away. Yeah, one of my very first jobs was at a restaurant in Taunton, actually, and it's the hardest job I've ever had. Yeah. And I wasn't even, I was a waiter, but you could just see the hours. I mean, you were there from early in the morning and until late at night.
Yeah, they are intense, and you know, I didn't claim to do all of it anymore. We've run 5 or 6 restaurants, but and it's important to say that the hours are going down. They're getting less, you know, because there's a bit of a bad rep. But it's never been a better time to work in a restaurant or a catering operation, shall I say.
Gregory wafts at that one. Shane Snater just pushes it a little bit fuller. Gregory pushes it outside off stump. 74 for 6, 33 overs gone. And it's in the family, isn't it? It's a bit of a family business.
Me and my sister, started it and corralled a few of the other family in along the way. And that was it. So still going. 16 years, I think, for ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when did you first pick it up? Is it something you've always been passionate about?
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, I'm going to link it in again.
Please do.
I started cooking in a fish and chip shop when I was 15 years old. And that was what inspired me to open a couple of fish and chip restaurants, and that's what we've done here at the County Cricket Ground. Is sort of that brand that we've created, which is traditional fish and chips, apart from the fact that it's all entirely gluten-free.
Sam Cook around the wicket, straight through to Adam Wheater there. Tom Lammonby leaves that alone. Yeah, I was going to ask you about what we can expect. So completely gluten-free, and what does that... gluten-free is one we all know kind of what gluten is, but how does so that would be the batter, presumably?
It is the batter generally, and also in most fish and chip shops the fish is fried in the same pan as the chips, so contaminated oil from wheat. So if you want to do it, you just have to remove all gluten or wheat, and so that's what we've done really.
Pushed forward by Lammonby.
And what does that create? It creates a slightly different product that's everybody can enjoy, and something that is infinitely easier to digest. You know, when you sit on the sofa after you have fish and chips, you're like, oh my God, I feel horrendous. You won't get that.
And was the first fish and chip shop you worked at 15 gluten-free, perchance?
No.
I would. I didn't. I thought I might have known the answer to that question.
No, not at all. Not at all. We had to design the batter ourselves. Believe it was. I'm riveting you with really interesting stuff.
Oh, pitch. Oh, put down. Tom Lammonby. That one just looked like it stuck in the pitch a little bit. Lammonby pushed it back, and Sam Cook, who's had pretty much a flawless morning and early afternoon so far, has put down Tom Lammonby. Return the catch. Yeah, so sorry, you had to completely...
Well, we had to just invent it ourselves, basically, to get the product right, to replicate what great fish and chips are like. And the result is that you don't get soggy fish and chips, I would say.
Cook around the wicket now and pushes it into the ground. They don't take a run. A lot of trial and error involved in that. That's the only way you can do it, really.
That's right, yeah. About 2 years.
And it's one of those, is it a kind of secret recipe that no one has the entire recipe?
Patented.
You and your sister only have half each. And so
yeah,
no
exactly.
one can get it out of you. I couldn't get prize out of you right now. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, no. I mean, you could read the ingredients on the bag if you wanted, obviously.
Yeah, more fun trying to
work
prize
it out
out
that way.
Cook around the wicket to Lammonby. They'll come through for what I think is going to be a leg by. Yeah, it is. Mike Burns gives a signal. Change around, left hand, right hand. So we're open now, the salt and malt?
It's open. We've done the lunch rush. I was there doing it. We did it ourselves. I served everybody. I should have brought you some, right?
Well,
they didn't tell me. They should have put the request in. We'll bring some back.
Next time, yeah, absolutely.
Some for dinner.
And what we got on the menu, fish-wise?
Literally just cod. Keep it really simple. I don't believe in those menus that are too big, and that's sort of any restaurant that we run. You know, they're quite concise. Make sure it's a fresh product. It's simple philosophy.
Where are we?
If they're too big, you know.
Never trust a menu that does a bit of everything.
No.
Do one or two things well. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's exceptions if you go to a good dim sum restaurant, right?
Pushes Gregory back. Tim Snow over gone. 34 overs through the Somerset innings. 75 for 6. Okay, Josh, I've got a confession.
Come on then.
When I say
people confess to me a lot.
Do they?
Yeah.
You're in the wrong job. It was just, I think, going to see. Oh, maybe we're not. Okay, when I flat watch, here we go. Yes, we are. I had it in my ear. There they are. We do it every year. It's not a bad spot, is it, to be up there watching a bit of cricket?
Well, no, most of them are not watching the cricket. Oh no, he is.
There's a few. Some days we get loads. So when I say I'm going for fish and chips,
yep,
I said to Dad, "Can we go and have fish and chips?" And he went, "We can, but what you mean is battered sausage and chips." What, am I missing? You tell me I'm missing a trick. For
yeah. Fish. What you do is you go for fish and chips. You order your fish and chips, and then you have a battered sausage while you wait.
Oh, I like that idea. Shane Snater to Tom Lammonby. But yeah, I had a friend.
Called a starter.
Yeah, okay. That's like okay. But if someone like me so I don't like fish because it's fishy.
Ah.
So where should I start? Where's my entry
level? You go to the wrong place. I mean, fresh fish does not smell of fish. It shouldn't smell of anything. No aroma.
Okay. So I'm eating the wrong fish. I've had a bad experience. Okay.
Yep, definitely.
I'm
definitely going to bring you some now.
Oh, Lammonby gets forward. I think it might just nip back and struck him in the thigh. Yeah, I've been periodically I try it every few years, and then because everyone always tells me I'm missing out.
Yeah. Are you one of these guys that doesn't like fish but eats fish fingers?
I used to be.
Yeah.
I tell you what now. Here we go. Just see that replay of Snater. I tell you what I used to do.
And prawn cocktail.
This is kind of overshowing. No, only the crisps. But
yeah, right.
I would do mashed potato and tuna, but with a lot of tomato sauce.
Oh my
do you
God.
serve that in your?
No.
That's probably Michelin star.
It's like one of the worst things I've ever heard. Well, what do you do with that?
You eat it.
Oh right. Feed it to your dog.
No, you turn it into kind of paste. This is we're talking many years ago. Here.
Wow, this is a university thing.
No, we're way beyond that.
Right.
We're talking like before I became a teenager and decided I didn't like fish.
Okay.
Okay.
So I thought you meant after university when you said you're way beyond that. Oh right, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, I went way before that.
I just moved you up a few pegs.
Yes, fine. So you wouldn't have that. Isn't on the
No,
restaurant in
no, not
Michelin
really.
star because you've got there's a star involved, isn't there for you?
Yeah. But the Pony and Trap, our first restaurant in Chew Valley, was we were currently closed because we're turning it into a sort of more of a food foundation and cookery school and still a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah, so it hasn't closed. We opened from the pandemic, so we're revamping that top to bottom. But we had a 1 Michelin star status there for 10 years, and you know when we reopen, we will have to regain that. But we will be doing. It will still be the DNA of the Pony and Trap, but we're going to be known as the Pony Chew Valley now, and we're really going to be focused on food and community and how community can interact with hospitality, because we can heal people through food, you know. So we do a lot of food aid.
So is that going to be the stuff you're doing at the moment? Is that working with local youngsters to train them up as the next generation in the kitchen?
Yeah, we do that. I run a program called the School of Food. We train chefs in a college, but we also do humanitarian work. This week we've been supplying school meals to children in the school holidays who can't afford to have a school meal. So we cook for the homeless, and so I want to create more integration for our business through that way.
Snater around the wicket to Lammonby, who pushes it into the offside. He's on 27, Gregory's on 4, 35 overs gone. Somerset are 75 for 6. And you mentioned the pandemic. For a business like, for a business like yourself,
yes,
it is. It was world changing in many ways, but it's completely game changing for you.
Gives you a different outlook. Gives you the ability to. We jumped off the hamster wheel. We look at what we're doing. And we changed some things, and it gives us. I'm looking for positive outcomes of what it was, of what the pandemic was, because it was a tragedy. But so we have been pivoting about what we're doing through that. And we spent, we didn't stop in the pandemic. We cooked for every homeless person in Bristol. That was 1,200 meals a day for a year.
Wow, it's Cook coming in to Lewis Gregory, who leaves that one through to. We said 1,200 meals a day.
4 kitchens operating,
wow.
10 delivery drivers, because everybody got rehoused in a hotel.
Yes.
And there was no food service. So we picked all that up.
There's
all that aid
work
up
to do.
It's interesting, and it opens your eyes to think, how can we reduce this inequality is what I feel. But there you go.
Wow. We could talk about that for a long time as Cook.
I know. We've gone from fish and chips to
comes in. Well, I think it's important though, because it's madness in the world that there are people that actually can't afford to put food on the table, or are in even worse situations. So it's amazing that you were able to take that out of the.
I mean, and the most important thing of it is about just healthy, tasty food. Like if you're going to do it right, do it so people enjoy it, puts a smile on their face.
Gregory tries to pull Cook away, but doesn't quite get up. Strikes him on the pads. Well, yeah, there's so. I mean, food is such a social occasion as well. I mean, it brings people together. It's not
everything, all of that. Yeah, you're right. It does, and you can communicate so much better around when you're having a meal. Breaks down a few barriers, doesn't it? Yeah, that's nice. And we've been thinking about that a lot when we reopen the Pony. I think we might just have one table.
Gregory pushes it into the offside. Oh, so like you come in and everyone dines together, really?
Yeah, on some of our events, yeah. To communicate, everyone arrives separately.
Yeah.
And they have a separate table, and then we take them to the garden to look around. And when they come back as one table, they're like, "Oh, this is going to happen."
Nice, yes. And then you'll get the initial tentative, and then at the end of the evening, inevitably, everyone's saying, "What a brilliant!"
You can,
Left alone by Gregory. So when we've got time scales in terms of reopening, or is it just?
Yeah, we'll be reopening in July, hopefully. I mean, it's going to be quite tight. It's been a lot of work, but we will get there.
It always is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always something. We always seem to be building about 2 restaurants at the same time. It's just every time we do it, I'm like, let's not do another one, and then you finish 2, and before you know, you've got another 2. So that's what happens. We're not scared to change things, which I think is important.
And presumably people can start to book then, end of the over, 75 for 36 gone? Or are we still just waiting a little bit?
Not yet. Got to be really confident if we're going to finish it. And then I'll start taking some bookings. Probably in like May, end of May, June. But in the meantime, we have, you know, the Pony Bistro in Bristol, which is in a warehouse. Come see us there.
Bristol's developed massively, hasn't it? I mean, Bristol's a really kind of foodie city.
So I would say Bristol is, you know, I'm from Bristol, so, but for diversity and of food and what's happening there is the best in England outside of London. London's an international food city, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But Bristol has so much going on.
There's quite a few places in Bristol that do the kind of the reusing, not reusing food, but using food that might otherwise go to waste.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Fair Share base there. I work with them quite a lot, and we used Fair Share extensively for when we cooked for the homeless. And Fair Share use well, it's not waste food because it's not going in the bin. We call it surplus food.
Surplus food. Sorry, I got my terminology
And
correct.
you know, they only use 5% of what the supermarkets potentially could waste.
Really?
And then, you know, it gets redistributed throughout the city, and that's a lot of it. You go to the warehouse, you would be astonished.
Really?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Snate to Lammonby, who tickles that one away. The previous ball, we just saw the replay of it, beat Lammonby on the outside off stump, but it just strayed a little bit too straight there, Shane Snater. Lammonby moves into the 30s, tickles it round the corner. He's got 31 of Somerset, 79 for 6. So presumably during the pandemic then, for the project work you were doing, actually really a load of collaboration, which must have been quite nice for different
huge collaboration. So yeah, we would corral restaurants, different kitchens together. I was the logistics orchestrator. We work with a charity called Karen in Bristol, which I work with anyway. We cook for the homeless at Christmas, so we initiated this project to kind of do it for an entire year, and we had, you know, 50 volunteers and chefs across the city coming together to make that happen.
Quite a bit of coordination, I can imagine, involved.
It was. I spent like, if it was just doing that, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
My problem is I tend to do 100 things at once. But I did spend quite most of my time just driving food around the city, and in an empty city when the first pandemic just started, it was quite surreal. You know, because nobody was going out. I was like the only car driving around Bristol, which is weird.
It was a bit surreal, wasn't it?
Well, my van, in the van actually.
Shane Snater was half interested in that LBW shout. The slips, of which there are 3 in gully, wicketkeeper weren't that interested. It looked from up here like it pitched outside. Leg stump. Just see that one again on the replay. I've just seen it into the 37th over here. Left alone outside off stump. How many you got in working for you then? Today
Me?
in the salt and malt, yeah.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just 4 of us.
4 of you. You back? You around again for the bank holiday work?
No, I'm back out to work in Bristol.
Okay.
Yeah.
Always doing multiple things. Snater to Lamby, left alone outside off stump. So 37 overs gone. We're gonna have a double change in the commentary box. Sam Dalling here. You've had Josh Eggleton. I'll say it once more. Celebrity chef.
Yeah.
Josh, thank you very much.
No problem. Thank
for
you
joining us. Please do head over to the Salt and Malt.
I'm going to be. Come see me. I'm going to be there for the next few hours.
Oh, there you go.
I'm going to clean up.
I might follow you.
Come
actually.
and see me.
Yeah, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to steal some of those chips. No fish though.
Thank you.
Harry Everett.
No, you're only having fish. Okay.
Harry Everett and Stephen Lamb going to come back in now.
So, myself, Harry Everett and Stephen Lamb are coming back on, and we might be bringing Spin with us. Straight into the attack, straight in with Simon Harmer. How about that for an introduction? Simon Harmer's got his shades on. Not quite sunny enough to need sunglasses, but his off-spin's going to be reintroduced, well, not reintroduced, introduced for the first time this match from the River End. The first bit of spin we've seen in the match, before Matt Critchley, of course. Simon Harmer back from South African duty. He's going to start with a deep square leg. Shane Snater is now jogging across the more of a deep mid-wicket, actually. And long on's going to be back. Interestingly, defensive field to Lewis Gregory. I dare say it wouldn't be quite this defensive to another batter in the Somerset side, but Gregory probably the most aggressive of the 8 batters we've seen so far.
He tends to bat like that, doesn't he?
Particularly against spin.
Go for his shots.
Long on and deep square leg back already.
He's having a good look around the field, Lewis Gregory. First we've seen of Simon Harmer today. And that's tucked away neatly enough to Adam Rossington. At short leg. I wonder how accustomed Rossington is to fielding there.
He seems to be doing a decent enough job. I was saying to Sam earlier, I watched him practice before the match started, about 10:15 this morning. Rossington was doing a lot of short leg practice with the coaching staff giving him catches and diving around.
I guess the wicket-keeping background must help.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
The quick reactions that you need to do that would match short leg suitably. Adam Rossington just in his second game for Essex. Moved just before the start of the season from Northants. Season-long loan. Nice loop from Simon Harmer. Immediately warming to his task.
He does bowl a nice loop, doesn't he? Really flighting guile and trajectories nicely crafted. Lovely bowler to watch.
Playing that one off the back foot, Lewis Gregory. A little bit cramped for space, but played safely enough in the end. Sun's trying to come out again. Caught at slip. Lewis Gregory's gone. That's a 7th wicket to fall. And Simon Harmer has struck in his first over. Gregory looking to play a defensive push. And the ball just kissing the outside edge. So that's more trouble for Somerset. Lewis Gregory has gone for just 4. They are 79 for 7 now.
Yeah, pitiful from Somerset today. 79 for 7, having really fallen to pieces against Hampshire last week against Abbott and Abash. You talk about the opening bowlers who are particularly impressive and on paper perhaps the best bowling attack in the championship. Essex without Peter Siddle, of course, playing for Somerset, not quite as strong this year, but Simon Harmer is probably the best spinner, well, definitely the best spinner in the county championship and arguably one of the best spinners in the world. Up there with Lyon and Ashwin as the 3 premier off spinners. And Gregory, I still slightly surprised by the field setting. Gregory hadn't played a shot. First ball Harmer bowled, he's got deep square leg, deep mid-on, but neither of them were needed for that wicket, and well bowled Simon Harmer. And Gregory has to trudge off, and we're probably going to see Craig Oven come to bat number 9.
Yep.
He batted as high as number 6 last year in the county championship. Number 9 is quite late for the man he's also batted. He's batted 8 for England. And he's batted 9 for Somerset.
Warm applause for the big man as he comes out to bat. Celebrated his 28th birthday last week.
So did Jamie.
Surprising that. Craig's the elder.
Yeah, Jamie, of course, who played at Taunton Vale for captain Surrey 2s against Somerset 2s early in the week. Bit sad to see him not in the first team side and struggled back number 4. Didn't get many runs and wicketless overs, but Craig is the Somerset man now, coming out to bat. Non-striker's end currently because that was the last ball of the over, and Tom Lammonby will shape up to Shane Snater. Gregory out for 4. 79 for 7, and Snater's around the wicket is Tom Lammonby, who's might have to try and carry his bat here. Very little support. He's only on 31 not out, but he's doing a great job for Somerset.
Yeah, Simon Harmer's figures. 1 over, 1 maiden, 1 for naught. Tidy enough. Somerset in all sorts of trouble. This first home fixture in the county championship.
So So Snater's still around the wicket to Lamby. This one's a bit straighter. Makes him play. As an Essex captain, you'd want that. Bit more playing. Making the batsman play. Bit more on the stumps. The line a bit better. I feel like it seems daft to criticise a team who've got 7 wickets inside 3 hours, but I feel like Essex could have made Somerset play even more. It's been such a tricky time trying to face the bowling that could make it even better for themselves, Essex, if they keep attacking the stumps.
Yes, a few loose deliveries from Mark Shepity before lunch. Another defensive push back to the bowler. But he also produced a
As we've mentioned earlier today, there have been some poor shots and some ill-advised edges, and lack of leaves, but Snater's hair bobbling in the wind a little bit. And that's a good shot from Tom Lamby. That's probably the best, the most authoritative shot I can remember Tom Lamby playing. I don't know why he's running. That was 4 from the moment it left the bat. As you often see, there's no fielder at all between point and mid-off because there's 4 slips.
Yeah, once he got it through the gap, it was 4 all the way, wasn't it? And he found the gap nicely. Inch perfect, really. Placement and timing, all excellent.
Shah Massoud's gone to another 100. He's doing pretty well in county cricket, isn't he? 91, 62, 109 not out. Shah Massoud of Derbyshire. What Somerset could do with a batter with those early season stats. Tom Lamby is a similar left-handed opener there, and this time it's leg side from Snater. Maybe he saw the way Lamby got out of the Aegeus bowl and thought he'd try darting it down the leg side, but no tickle.
Ball's
No
faced by Tom Lammonby into 3 figures now.
Well, might be the only 100 we see Somerset bring up today, so we'll take it.
Been there since the start of play, Lammonby. Opened the innings with Ben Green.
That's probably better line from Shane Snater, making Lammonby play. He tried that one outside the off stump, short and wide, that Lammonby clattered through the covers before. Then he went down the leg side. Now he's full and off some. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to Sam Cook this end. Sam Cook or Steckety is probably the better bowler to go in tandem with Harmer. Presuming Harmer's got a wicket in his first over, he's going to have to continue from the river end, even if the ball is doing all sorts for the seamers. Again, similar defensive shot from Lammonby into the offside.
End of Snater's over. It's about as bright as it's been all day here at Taunton at the moment. Fitful sunshine. We've still got high cloud cover. The forecast is great for the next 4 days. The way this match is going so far, I wonder whether it'll last 4 days.
Yeah, talking about that from the perspective of, I know Hampshire are playing again at the Oval, but Somerset struggled so much against the same attack, Abbott, Abbas, and Surrey were 102 for 1. I mean, it's at the Oval, different to the Aegeus Bowl, but it just shows that you can play Abbott and Abbas in county cricket. But
look at those figures for Sam Cook. 3 for 17.
Blooming impressive.
15 overs.
9 maidens, yeah, top stuff.
Harmer again then. It's Craig Overton's first ball. Negotiated comfortably enough. Good to see him back in Somerset colours. Couldn't play in the game at Southampton. Both he and Jack Leach were held back by the ECB. And both in this Somerset side for this game. Yeah, the shades are justified for Simon Harmer at the moment.
Not quite as sunny as South Africa, where he's just been playing Test cricket, but
it's watchfully played by Craig O. Just sort of half shadows being cast by the players out there at the moment. Bit of outside edge there, but all along the ground, quite safe. Alistair Cook running round. field. Staying in line in that over. Craig Overton playing out a maiden. A run yet to be scored off Simon Harmer.
Yeah, interesting to see Simon Harmer coming round the wicket to Craig Overton early in his innings. Well, just started and he's just come in for Lewis Gregory. And Simon Harmer, of course, with a bit of work to do. He's put pressure on himself really by dropping Tom Lammerby. He was at slip off Sam Cook. Dropped Tom Lammerby on just 6. And then, of course, we just saw just before we came back on commentary, Sam Cook dropped that caught and bowl when Lamberby's on 27, and then another half chance or two. So Lamberby's had a couple of lives, but Harmer dropped the easiest of the catching opportunities, and Harmer is going to be joined. It's almost as if I'm the Essex captain, Stephen.
Yeah, you're calling it right.
They've decided that they think it's worth a shout. So yes, Steckerty's come back on. Shane Snater bowled a pretty poor last over, to be honest. Mark Steckerty, the Australian overseas quick, is going to come round the wicket of Tom Lamberby from the Triscothic end, Pavilion end. Very wide outside off stump for Lamberby to leave to start.
Yeah, so that Somerset score, 85 for 7, pitiful it looks, and only 3 batters so far have made double figures. One of them still there, Tom Lamberby, very much the top scorer. Ben Green next with 15, Tom Abel with 11. Otherwise failing to get to double figures.
Defended straight by Lamberby off the Aussie quick, and another Australian, Marcus Harris, has scored 50 for Gloucestershire. He only stepped off the plane last weekend and made him 50 for his new county. Gloucestershire 86 for 2 against Yorkshire. Strong West Country, but at the moment it's Gloucestershire that are the stronger of the 2 West Country sides. It's good for the local rivalry to see Gloucestershire back in Division 1. Again, Lamberby tries to defend that late into the backward point region, but no run this time.
That was a terrific match at Northampton, was it?
Yes, it was.
Last week.
The Gareth Berg show, some of it, wasn't it? Well, Bracy scored a beautiful 100 as well.
Yeah. And Ryan Higgins.
Yes.
Who's top of the MVP rankings.
And I put him in my fantasy team, Stephen. So I put Higgins was my only decent selection in my fantasy team last week. Runs and wickets, 100 and a few wickets to go along with it.
That must have been a terrifically watchable game.
Absolutely. All 4 days of excitement as Steckerty this time is left by Lamberby, but it's really swung late. Alistair Cook nearly took that first slip. It's beaten Lamberby, not beaten, he's left outside off stump with nothing major doing with the swing situation, and then just as it's gone past Lamberby towards Adam Wheater, it's shot off late last minute towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, away from the Lord Ian Botham stand. It's gone that much.
Good chance to show off his athleticism.
Yes.
Great catch he took earlier off Stephen Davies.
I guess he feels a bit under pressure with Adam Rossington now in the Essex squad. I guess Wheater's got to be on it with his keeping to be the #1 keeper, as Lamberby gets a 1 into the leg side. Good cricket to rotate the strike, and Craig Overton only takes about 8 steps and he's down the other end with his long legs.
Yeah. Indifferent shot by Davies, I felt.
Yeah, I think that was one of the worst dismissals of the day. I think Stephen Davies just didn't need to bat it. Short, wide.
And 3 of the 7 wickets have fallen in that fashion.
Quite. Plenty for Lachlan Stevens, the new Australian again, as Australian in the Somerset ranks. Batting coach who's got plenty to do.
Bit of confusion about whether he's going to go round or over. I think he's settled on over.
Yeah, over to Craig Overton, the right hand, I guess, makes more sense than round to the left-handed Lamberby. This is short. Craig Overton's top edge pulled that for 4. Not really in control. He swatted it really, like swatting a fly. He's actually taken his helmet off to look. I think it might be bat onto helmet. A glancing blow. He'll probably have to come and we'll see if physio come out. So the last
sign yet.
No, he took it off straight away, did Craig Overton. The last ball of Steckerty's over. Short ball, and while Overton's off the mark with a ball straight, his wagon wheel is literally going to look like it's gone straight through the run-up. 4 straight behind himself.
Jamie Thorpe has emerged from the Andy Caddick.
Yeah, he's got to come on, isn't he?
Physio.
Protocol, isn't it? He's got to come out and check him. Simon Harmer's having a chat with Overton. It's only a glancing blow, should be fine, but better safe than sorry. Concussion's a major issue in sport, football, rugby, cricket, whatever sport it is.
Yeah, 2 nicks, 1 from the bat and then from the helmet, and then on for 4. Barely deviated.
Yeah. So Simon Harmer's got to wait a little bit longer to bowl his second over, but his third over, sorry. He had to wait 37 overs. Normally he gets a bowl fairly soon. There's a real wicket-taking option for Essex, but so good was Sam Cook's earlier spell that Harmer's waited a little bit longer.
Looks like the helmet is serviceable. It's gone back on.
He looks all right.
Another helmet being brought out, this time by an Essex assistant.
Well, they're going to have a short leg and a leg slip. Yeah, they were practicing earlier. The batting coach of Essex was giving the catches to leg slip and short square leg.
Yeah, it's Dan Lawrence who's come in there. That's a good looking stroke. That was perfect timing from Lammonby again. And a classic straight drive.
Rarity that Harmer bowls full enough to be able to play that shot. It's a really good cricket shot, possibly the best he's played today, Tom Lammonby.
The first runs off Harmer as well since he came on in his third over.
He didn't even middle it really. Came down the wicket and slightly inside edge, toe of the bat, but mid-on's quite wide enough to go down to the short boundary to the river end.
And then studied defence to follow up.
Yeah, charging the first ball of the over is, I like that positive approach from Tom Lammonby. If you get Harmer off his length first ball of the over, then you can perhaps dictate terms the rest of the over. It's a very positive move.
It's nicely struck again. That's going to be 4 more, is it? Yes, despite a despairing dive out on the boundary edge. That's gone all the way. And applause for the 3 figures. Is it for Somerset? That's just going to come up on the scoreboard. Lammonby's gone on to 44. No, 98 for 7.
Super batting from Tom Lammonby. That he got that ball because of the first ball when he charged down the wicket.
And once again,
4 dot.
Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah, good cricket against the spinner, because
not getting carried away.
No.
So Somerset just 2 shy of 3 figures now. Pushed to short leg. Rossington on station. Their problem, the home side, is that they've lost 7 wickets getting there. Doesn't look too good at all, that scoreboard at the moment. Watchful defence again. But Simon Harmer's figures, well, not spoilt, but they're not quite as fantastic as they were. 1 for 8 from 3 now.
No, really good. I'm really impressed with that from Tom Lammonby, because it's tricky for him now. He's sort of stodged around, he's hung in there, he's faced some really good bowling and done his job as an opener, but Craig Overton can bat. He's not usual number 9. I said he batted at 6 for Somerset, ahead of Lewis Gregory in a few games last year. But now he's batting 9. Siddle and Leach behind. They can all bat, yes, but Somerset want to get somewhere near 200 for a batting bonus point. They miss out on so many bonus points.
Yeah, and then the problem is that these all-rounders, lower order all-rounders, are coming in with the scoreboard looking so bleak.
Quite. Steckety with 4 slips, and Overton, that's a loose shot, but he's got away with it. He's chipped it over cover for 2 runs. I'm not quite sure what his plan was there. I guess it's a counter-attacking punch. He's driven at 1 outside off stump, which, if he got out to, would have crucified him for. But he's managed to chip it over the vacant cover, just wide of the mid-off man, for 2 runs.
3 figures is up.
Ironic cheers around the Cooper Associates County ground that Somerset are 7 down when the 100 comes up. Yeah, interesting from Craig Overton, but I guess defending hasn't worked for Somerset, so they're trying to take the positive approach, which probably suits Overton better. I think Leach will come out and bat defensively, but Overton might try and counter-attack here.
Push. Yeah, it was a strange shot. It was aerial for a while, as you said. So not in full control of it, but it's got him on to 6.
I thought mid-off was going to be in the game there, but got away with it. Anthony McGrath will be quite happy with Essex's work so far. This time Overton gets a bit better. Same area, along the carpet this time. It's going to be another 2. but vastly different to the previous shot in that this was controlled. Controlled push for 2 in the same cover region, and how long until Essex decide to take one of the 3-4 slips out and put in a cover.
Yeah, it was a more reassuring stroke than its predecessor.
Anthony McGrath would have enjoyed bowling on this pitch in these conditions, wouldn't he? As the head coach of Essex. He'll be quite happy with his side here as Steketee gets a slightly shorter, slightly wider one left by Craig Overton.
Yeah, those slips have been perched there all day thus far. I wonder whether flurry of boundaries could shift one or two of them. We've got one man out at deep square leg as well as the long leg, but still Essex broadly on the attack.
Yeah, I think it's the short ball that's going to be used occasionally by Mark Steketee. The Aussie quick nose at Craig Overton. Well,
that's a mo.
It is short and wide from Steketee, but if Overton had cut that, it'd have been almost guaranteed for. All he had to do was beat the one man at point.
That was a barley mo. Have another look at it.
It's the time of the year where you get your first mowing of the lawn of the year, and Craig Overton's practicing. And more of a moo than a mow, even.
In the direction of Moo Corner.
Oh, yes. That's not one you'll be looking at in the highlights reel, Craig Overton, but... Well bowled. Mark Steketee gets one through the defence of Craig Overton, and the ball goes through the stumps and away for 4. Craig Overton's gone for 8. Somerset 102 for 8, and after a couple of short balls, Craig Overton's had some wild hacks at, to be quite frank. Steketee pitches one up, well bowled, and Essex are all over Somerset like a rash here. They are 102 for 8 after just 43 overs.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mixed bag, wasn't it, from Craig Overton? It looked as though he might be settling earlier in the over, the off drive all along the ground, but then the wayward attempted pull and comprehensively beaten by the next delivery. Something of a procession, I'm afraid, here at Taunton. Rather as we watched in the latter stages of last season, and again last week. And the real worries about the Somerset batting at the moment.
Well, Kai Brew makes a good point on the YouTube live feed. Job done this over, can just knock singles, nothing crazy. Overton had scored his 2 twos, didn't he? The 2 drives to cover for 2, scored 4. I mean, it's not even like you need to do a job on an over in the Red Bull game. He could just bat. Maidens aren't an issue, but he didn't need to play an expansive drive. Could have just had a resolute defensive shot, but...
Well, yeah, and the attempted pull before.
Yeah.
The previous delivery was worrying enough in itself.
And interestingly, Peter Siddle is going to come to bat before Jack Leach. Bit of a discussion at lunch. Which man would be 10, which man would be 11. Siddle batted as high as 8 for Australia. Well, Leach has batted as high as opening for England, so not that you can judge that on anything, but yeah, Siddle's been a night watchman for years for Australia. Leach has been a night watchman for a few years for England, so either of them are perfectly capable 10s and 11s, but a lot of work here for Lammerby to do.
Still surrounded by close fielders, and that'll go down as a dot as Shane Snater comes in from backward point to field. 2 short legs and the slip in for Simon Harmer. A little bit of turn perhaps and bounce there, left alone by Lammonby. Nicely swept. At least one, wants 2, and will get 2 comfortably.
Good shot by Tom Lammonby. Really impressed with how he's playing the spin of Simon Harmer here. We've seen him use his feet, drive him down the ground. We've seen him whipping through mid-wicket. We've now seen the paddle shot down to long leg for 2. So he's scored 2s and 4s in 3 different areas on the leg side. Great stuff.
Down the track. Is he going to be caught here? It's going out too long off. It's going to fall safe. They'll get a couple, but just after playing that delicate sweep, that shot was something of a contrast.
You could say it's unselfish batting from Tom Lamberby, not worried about getting to his 50 first, or you could say it's having no faith in Siddle and Leach. I would like to see him just keep batting. I'd back Leach to block it out with him for ages. I'd have probably put Leach ahead of Siddle, but he's going on the attack with Siddle at 10.
Reverse sweep. Is he caught? Yes, he is. The finger's gone up, and that's gone to slip. And the 9th Somerset wicket has fallen. Disappointing end for Tom Lamberby. He's not going to reach his half-century. And there is applause for him. He's certainly been the standout Somerset batter today, but that was a disappointing end. Tom Lamberby has gone for 48.
I think he decided that it's easier to score runs against spin than seam on this current pitch, in the current situation. But Peter Siddle can bat, Jack Leach can bat. Give them a chance, have some faith in them, have some respect for their stoic defence, if nothing else. I don't think he needs to play... Yeah, he played a couple of good shots, but a reverse sweep against Simon Harmer is almost an insult to how good a bowler Simon Harmer is. Easy catch for Alistair Cook jumping up above his head at first slip. And I'd like seeing Lamberby keep batting. He'd have had a comfortable 50, and you never know, he could have got 70 not out. Leach or Siddle could have got a little 10, 20 not out with him, and Somerset could have scraped their way to 150. Now they're probably going to be 110 all out, and frustrating from a Somerset point of view. Tom Lamberby batted so well to fight on. He was dropped twice, yes. He had a caught and bowled dropped, Harmer dropped him, and a couple of other half chances, but now again we're down to Leach and Siddle. Well,
noticeable, though, the applause for Jack Leach as he
yes.
came out just now. It was similar for Craig Overton, actually. It's the welcome back from the Somerset faithful to the two England players.
Really nice touch, isn't it? Somerset fans do love their local men coming back from international exploits, but yeah, I'm just slightly surprised Leach didn't come out at 10, and him and Lamberby could have just batted together, and then maybe Siddle's your man. He's your probably, you know, when you're over 35, you're probably more of a tail ender, aren't you? When you lose interest.
Here's Leach's first ball, which is played comfortably enough up to mid-on. So Harmer now has 2 for 12 from 4 overs. We were wondering before lunch whether we'd see him bowl at all in the innings, but we are, and it's reaping dividends for Essex. 106 for 9.
Jives on the YouTube channel from Essex fans saying, can we play you every week? Well, I did a bit of research for the game, and there's a stat that Essex have a win percentage higher against Somerset than against any other non-minor county. So of all the 18, well, the other 17 professional counties, Essex have a better win percentage against Somerset than any others. And sadly, from day one's first session and a half, looks like they can continue in that vein. Somerset with a lot of work to do, backs against the wall again. But still one more wicket for Siddle and Leach to fight it out. Can they grind out any extra bonus runs? 4 slips in. Australian to Australian. That's a juffer.
Great delivery.
Mark Steckity.
That's almost identical to the one that got Hildreth.
Yes.
Making the batsman play. The only difference was that it found the edge of Hildreth's bat.
Siddle wasn't good enough to get onto it, almost, you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Steckity plays club cricket for Valley District Cricket Club in Brisbane. Siddle, of course, played for the Adelaide Strikers. He's played for Australia. He's played for Essex. Now meeting each other in Taunton. Well, that's a wide delivery from Steckity's frustrated with himself.
This does happen with him, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's bowled some really poor balls, isn't he?
Yeah, every now and again. I think the same over that he got Hildreth, the old radar went missing.
Craig Overton looks like he's gone back to drive that through the leg side, then realised it's coming in, and last minute tried to abort, change plan, and again, Sam and I were talking earlier about the stumps not getting out the ground today. That's gone straight through the stumps, and all 3 are left intact. No cartwheel in the stumps today, just the bears. That's a full toss from Steckity. Siddle's edged the full toss into the ground, straight into 4th slip's hands.
He played that pretty well,
yeah.
Peter Siddle. I think he was looking for the Yorker and got it a little bit fuller than he meant. Just having another look at the Overton dismissal on our slow-mo camera.
Doesn't look good, does it? His back leg splayed behind him.
Lost his shape completely.
Bat's coming from second slip across to the mid-wicket inside, and he's tried to straighten up, and yeah, Lachlan Stevens going to be having a word with him about that. As Siddle leaves this one comfortably outside off stump, and yeah, 28-year-old Mark Steckity's born in Warwick, Australia, not Warwick, as in Warwick in England, but plenty of names in Australia that they like to use English place names. But 2 Aussies doing battle. Pete Siddle's from Terrell in Victoria. I played overseas about half an hour away from where Pete Siddle grew up. Spent a few months playing out there, and very different tracks to these. Full delivery from Mark Steckety, and Siddle's done well to miss that.
He has. That was a Yorker length, and
Yeah.
it was just outside off stump, but not far. This is a good over. The one wayward delivery outside the off stumper side.
Yeah. Siddle had a particularly good 2018 season, the county champ with Essex. Yeah, I saw him have a nice embrace of Alistair Cook earlier on this morning before the game started. Surprised Essex didn't retain him, but Simon Harmer's status changing from Colpax to overseas with his South African recall changing made it a bit more tricky for them to have Siddle and Harmer, I guess. So Siddle just goes back and plunks that into the leg side. And he'll keep the strike. Jack Leach watching on for the non-striker's end. And Siddle v Harmer. We're going to see Siddle try and slug sweep Harmer into the Somerset stand. I don't think he's going to try and block out the over, is he? Not sure.
It's interesting watching the interview which Peter Siddle did for Somerset, saying in it that it might well be his last season in first-class cricket. We shall see how he goes.
Sad to hear, but yes,
Yep,
we'll leave you in the capable hands of Sam.
We're on flat watch in the meantime. Thanks, Harry. Looking at a few spectators who've come out of their back doors onto their balconies. 1 or 2 Wyvern flags up there as well. Back in the middle, Essex need 1 more wicket to polish the Somerset innings off. 107 for 9. Harmer in. I'll pick up what I... oh no, they're not going to. It's off, looked like it was off the pad, but fielded by Lawrence and no run. Harmer then into his 5th over. Here's a sweep down to fine leg. Will bring at least 1. Wants a second. He's going to have to hurry, and he's home comfortably. Peter Siddle. So another 2 onto the total. 109 for 9 now. Afternoon again, Sam.
Afternoon, Stephen. Yeah, I noticed you missed out the good at the front of afternoon.
Hasn't been great, has it?
Well, it depends who you follow, Stephen.
It's rather picked up where it left off at lunchtime. As yeah, that's defended again. It was an un-Stephen Davies-like shot, I felt, that he got out to.
He didn't need to play it.
He didn't.
Really didn't need to play it short, wide.
And that was the first wicket after the interval. Oh, is this a catch at slip? There's an appeal. Yeah, the finger's gone up. That is the end of the Somerset innings. It was an attempted sweep by Peter Siddle, and he's gone for 3. 109 all out Somerset. And Simon Harmer finishes with figures of 3 for 14 from 4 overs and 3 deliveries. So he didn't come on until after lunch, but my word, he had an effect. He's cleaned up the tail here. 109 all out.
Yeah, and it's difficult to know where to start. But like you were saying with Davies, I mean, Somerset have had a propensity to lose wickets in clusters. And the very first one, Ben Green was going along nicely, played a shot he didn't really need. And I'm not trying to lay the blame for 107 all out at the feet of 2 people. But Essex have bowled pretty well, but there's 2 or 3 quite big wickets that have been given to them and would be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, well, I'd say Green, Goldsworthy and Davies would be the 3. Matt Renshaw pulled out of a defensive shot in the end. It was a sort of split-second hesitation.
Yeah, I think Cook set him up quite nicely, actually. I mean, he's a good player, Matt Renshaw, and I think Cook was bowling beautifully. He bowled a couple that went away from him, and then that just bowled that in-ducker. And, well, I mean, look at Cook's figures there. 15 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 17. There's not really a bad set of figures on there. And then when you want to give your seamers a rest, and you just go, well, who should we we'll just chuck Simon Harmer the ball.
Yeah, what a luxury.
6 balls into his spell. He had a wicket. I mean, he's been quite magnificent since he signed for Essex. Well, before this game, this is his 65th match. He had 308 wickets at 20s for them. What's he now got? 311.
Yeah, and it's a mere detail, I know, but yet again, zilch batting points for Somerset. Way short.
Oh, yeah. It would have got half a point just about, as we just have a look at the scorecard on the screen there. It doesn't make for pretty reading if you're a Somerset fan. If you're an Essex fan, it makes for wonderful reading. 109 all out, having asked Somerset to bat. Tom Wesley really couldn't ask for much more than that.
No, I mean, Tom Lammonby, the standout, but even he didn't make a half century. James Hildreth was the standout last week, wasn't he, in the first innings? He got to 87, but no one getting 50, and look at those single figure scores.
Three players in double figures, and I tell you what, Lammonby was dropped on 6 by Simon Harmer at second slip, and well, let's not think about what might have happened but for that. But, Stephen, they do say
you never know
until both sides have had a go. Until both sides have been out there. Somerset have got Peter Stiddle, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory. So as a seam attack,
you would feel
that matches.
That they have got the attack for these conditions.
Yes, and on paper, Essex have bowled brilliantly. I think Sam Cook has been the standout, but on paper, Somerset's seam attack is as good as that Essex one. We've also got an international Test match spinner in there as well. I feel a bit for Tom Abel. What can you say to try and bring the boys back from that? What's that? 180, 135, 109. So they've just about got to 350 across 3 innings, as we see the figures there just across the screen. Harmer had finished with 315. Mark Steckety as well. He bowled quite well. Steckety, I think he's less about control and more about. He'll be quite happy to go at 4 and over, but pick up a wicket every 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, went at 3.6, so he's the most expensive of the bowlers, but that won't bother him in the slightest. Picked up 3 wickets, 3 apiece for Steckety, Cook and Harmer. Shane Snater had the other one.
Should have had a couple, really. He'll feel a bit unlucky. I'm sure he won't dwell on it too much.
They'll be very happy.
100 for 9. They'll be absolutely delighted. So Somerset batting woes continue. I was about to read out the scores for the last 12 8, but I'm not going to do it. People know.
The ladybird that's climbing up our window knows. It's got a grandstand view like us of what's been a pretty, well, for Somerset supporters, it's been fairly unpleasant viewing, I have to say.
It has. There'll be a few grumbles of same stuff. I'll use the word stuff. Same stuff, different year.
Yep. Quantocks in the distance. Bit of sun on them now. They were under cloud and mist when we arrived this morning, Sam, weren't they? And now seeing them clearly. Nice day for a stroll up there.
Beautiful sight. Yeah, you might get a stroll up there at the weekend if you were thinking about coming down on Saturday or Sunday, and you have the ability to push it forward a couple of days. Then I would suggest coming down. You can get in after tea, so in about an hour or so time. Just £7 for adult, £5 for students, £3 for children. So come and watch. You might even get, well, Somerset will be hoping not, but you might get to watch Sir Alistair Cook in action. We're certainly going to see him very shortly. He's not bad cricketer, Stephen.
Well, they're in form openers, aren't they? Cook and Brown, they've both got hundreds under their belts from the first game of the season last week. But it is a worry, isn't it, this for Somerset? There was much talk pre-season about how they'd looked at those performances in the last 4 games last summer and putting all that behind them. Instead, what's happened is that there are unpleasant memories coming back.
Tom Abel put it well, I think, in his post-match. I don't think I'm paraphrasing. I think I'm directly quoting in saying not good enough is what he said. And it hasn't been. It hasn't been yet. And that is what he said, I think.
Yeah, he was quite honest about what happened in Southampton. I mean, albeit we know that they were a vastly weakened side down there, but he was quite up front. He wasn't defending the batting then. And some of the batting we've seen today is quite hard to defend. Not all of it, but some. It's partly good bowling and partly poor shot selection.
Yeah, there were a couple. So we can see he's just in front of us to our left with Stephen and I are sat up at the top of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. Somerset bowlers out there warming up. Tom Abel's out there, Lewis Gregory, Steve Kirby with the mitt on.
Yeah, and the rollers on the wicket going up and down. The problem is they've got precious few runs to play with. This Somerset attack.
Yeah, and as you said, faced with an opening, I mean, it was a very different pitch at Chelmsford last week. 5-14 played, 5-8-1, and then 54 for what. So it was a very different pitch, but as you said, Cook and Brown, both hundreds, 220 as an opening stand. There can't be that too many better stand opening partnerships in county cricket. And then you got Tom Wesley in at 3, Dan Lawrence 4. Matt Critchley got 100 on his debut. It's going to be amazing to see how he goes this year, having made that move from Derbyshire last year. Exactly 1,000. I quite like that. You know, with cricket people, we would kind of like our numbers being all. There's nothing worse than when a bowler pulls up in. It's bad for the bowler, but they pull up injured in the middle of an over, and so you get that uneven scorecard where you have 16 pointers.
Somebody else has to finish it.
Exactly.
And it might be a part-timer who comes on and just bowls 3 balls.
Whereas Critchley, exactly 1,000 runs in county championship cricket for Derbyshire last year, brought that up with a boundary to win Derbyshire the game. But he's at Essex now, not even required to bowl. Rossington, Wheater, so strong side, as one would imagine from a team that have won the county championship, 2017, 2019, Bob Willis Trophy final, 2020. It's something to not to prove, because they probably don't need to prove a point to anyone, Essex, but by their own admission, they had a bad start to the championship last year and ended up in Division 2. I mean, they waltzed to the Division 2 title, but they'd have been very disappointed not to be in Division 1 and in contention for the title come September.
So a quick mention of a couple of other games in progress at the moment. Gloucestershire won 21 for 3 just up the road in Bristol against Yorkshire. Marcus Harris is still there, unbeaten on 69. His first game for Gloucestershire, didn't play last week, only just off the play. Miles Hammond with him on 7. So Gloucestershire faring rather better than their local rivals here. Lancashire 173 for 3 against Kent. And half centuries for Dane Vilas and Stephen Croft, the evergreen.
Oh, he's been around. I think he's got. He's been around that long. He's got more T20, whatever it has been called over the years, more catches than anyone else, which for a non-wicket keeper is saying something.
Yeah. Not as old as Darren Stevens.
Well, he's got another decade in him, Croft, I suspect.
Could well have.
Just having a look. That Derbyshire 185 for 2. Sean Masood's got 116.
Another one.
He's going to score. He looked amazing at Lords last year. Last week. He's going to score. It could be thousands of runs this year. 185 for 2 against Sussex.
The other First Division game at the Oval, 158 for 2. Sorry. Ollie Pope 24, Hashim Amla, another evergreen, 45.
It's not a bad 2 to have in the middle. Neither are Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown, who are on their way out into the middle as we speak. Umpires Warren and Burns are already there, as are the Somerset players, and it looks to me like Lewis Gregory is going to take the new ball for Somerset in front of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. And he and Somerset, if they're going to have any chance of taking anything out of this game, and that is a mark of how good Essex have been and how bad a morning it's been for Somerset. That we're saying that at 3 o'clock on the first day, but if they're going to have any chance of getting anything out of this game, they're going to need early wickets, aren't they, Stephen?
Absolutely. Yeah, these two both in form. It's going to be Nick Brown who takes first strike at your end, son. Lewis Gregory is going to go round the wicket.
Four slips in then for Gregory. It does often start with a loosener. Cut away by Brown to point for no run. I was hoping to do a reverse commentator's curse there.
Would have been nice.
4 slips in then for Lewis Gregory. New ball in hand. Took 6 for at Lords in the Bob Willis Trophy final in the first innings. So a record of wickets against Essex, just a record of wickets generally, Lewis Gregory.
Sharp single.
No ball called by the umpire, and Brown calls Cook through for a single there. 29 now, Lewis Gregory. This is his 99th first-class game. 303 wickets for Somerset in red ball cricket.
He's got good batting memories of Lords as well, Lewis Gregory. Got 100 there. 2016 was the year when Somerset's batting was misfiring from the word go and then improved as the season went on.
137, I think it was his maiden first-class 100 there. Good memory, Stephen. Got runs in the Middlesex game at the start of last year where they won it on the last morning, came out and hit all those sixes. Tucked into the leg side by Cook. And there'll be no run, but it's ball in hand where he's going to have to do some serious work here, which he is capable of. Had 59 wickets in the 2019 season, the one before COVID. Different world back then.
Yeah, he's had a bit of back trouble since, but hopefully fine now.
Into the leg side again by Cook for no runs. Yeah, missed the back end of the championship, didn't he? Once it had split, was still able to play white ball cricket as a batter only. I mean, when about 2010, he first started Gregory. I think he made his debut against Pakistan or New Zealand. But the 2011 Blast, he was one of the leading wicket takers, bowling up around 90 miles an hour. He was properly quick back then, but has had to rein that in a little bit. Tries to turn it into the leg side. Cries of catch, leading edge from Cook, who gets off the mark with a single. Jack Leach in his huge baggy long jumper does the fielding.
Yeah, he'll be getting used to the English weather, Jack Leach, after his stint in the Caribbean. Been back for a little while.
No run there from Nick Brown, who tried to push it into the offside, went to leg side. I suspect, Stephen, we might say Craig Overton take the new ball at the other end.
I would have thought so. That's tended to be the pairing, hasn't it? Not every time, not every match, but more often than not in recent years.
And no Josh Davey in this game quite yet for Somerset. Not back from groin surgery. Turned to Lammonby. He does the fielding at mid-on. End of the first over of the Essex innings. They're full without loss.
Yeah, interesting point about Gregory having dismissed Alistair Cook before in the Bob Willis Trophy a couple of years ago.
Both innings. Ben Warren described him as his bunny.
Maybe putting a little bit of icing on the cake. 4 without loss then, Essex, in reply to 109. Somerset innings is already done after they were put into bat, and in fact it is to be Peter Siddle.
Well, I wonder if they're going to use a bit of knowledge, a bit of Essex knowledge from Siddle then in that case.
Yep, he knows these players well on the opposing side. Here is his first ball of the match, which is not posing any threat to Alistair Cook.
Did pose a threat to Stephen Davis though, didn't take it cleanly. It looked like one of those that just jarred right on the end of the finger as well. Just see him shaking that left hand.
And Siddle will have bowled at Alistair Cook plenty of times in international cricket. Similar age. Outside edge, that's going to be at least a couple. May not quite run down to the third man boundary, but a couple is comfortably taken. Bring Alistair Cook back to the striker's end.
Yeah, 221 test wickets Peter Siddle had. between 2008 and his last game. Well, in fact, they would have finished. No, did Cook finish in 2019? He did, but I think it was the second series, wasn't it? Cook finished against India.
Yeah.
Did he?
It was. Oh, that's a good delivery, which Cook was looking to play a straightforward defensive stroke, and it cut sharply back in at him. So that will give Peter Siddle some encouragement. Looking at his old adversary and teammate. Full slips in, as there were for Essex throughout. Here's a leave from Alistair Cook.
So what have we got? James Hildreth at first slip, I would imagine. It definitely is.
The
Overton
cap gives it away.
It does indeed, so that's why I got it. I think it's Abel at fourth, Overton at third, and Renshaw at second slip, I'm going to say.
Yeah, 77.
Ah, yes, you can just about see it through the jumper. I love the new sweaters, the new old sweaters, but they don't have the numbers on the back of them.
Yeah, but they're semi-see-through. That's a leave this time. Firm leave from former England captain. Now Knight. So Tom Abel is in the slips. I noticed this in one of the pre-season friendlies, that he was fielding in the slips. And we were speculating that it might be a little bit to do with the fact that he bowls more now. So there's less running around, energy saving. Possibly. Interesting first over from Peter Siddle, just the 2 runs off it.
Yeah, very good start there from Siddle. And we're sat behind it. He just saw a little bit of shape away from Cook, didn't he?
Yes, it didn't require shots to be played every delivery, but was demanding attention.
Well, the last thing you want to do really is come out and give Essex a quick start. In relative terms, even in red ball cricket, you don't want to give them 3.5, 4 and over and let the openers settle in nicely for 10, 15 overs, because then you're even further behind the game. Brown drives to Lammonby at mid-on. And there will be no run. 4 slips in still for Lewis Gregory. Same 4, I would imagine. I'm just having a look from here. Hildreth, Renshaw, Greg Overton, who it's the first time in a while, I'd imagine, in red ball cricket that Overton won't have had the new ball. I know the others tend to rotate, but for the last couple of years, he has been the leader of the Somerset attack.
That's a good ball.
Nick Brown was tempted. It was just back of a length, and he was tempted to waft about it. Pulled it away. Finished with the bat behind his back. Gets a word with Sir Alistair Cook as Gregory looked at the footmarks. So we just see that Gregory coming in wide of the crease. Yeah, it was back of a length. It was similar, almost similar to the ball that Dave's got out. Maybe not quite as wide, which is why Brown wasn't tempted to try and cut it.
Very close, though.
It wasn't far away. Brown would be quite happy. And he just leaves that one alone. 100 last year. Nick Brown, 524 runs at 30. Started with 100 this year. He and Alistair Cook have formed a really good opening partnership. They both, I mean, naturally Nick Brown talks very highly of Alistair Cook, but Alistair Cook also talks very highly of Nick Brown as an opener. I mean, they had 3 century opening stands last summer. Already got a double 100 on the board this year between them. As he just looks to turn that one to leg, but it crashes into what sounds very much like the thigh pad.
He was interesting on Cook in a recent interview, Nick Brown, about how he gets into, he can switch on and switch off at the crease. He knows when he doesn't need to concentrate, and then when it's next ball's coming and he's bang in the zone and ready.
It's not just Cook's runs, is it? It's like when someone's heteroscopic, to have someone at the other end, psychologically, if you're a batter around that, you just know he's there. Short from Gregory. but it just, I think, tucks Brown up for room a bit more than he'd initially thought, didn't he? It looked like he was going to shaping up to cut it, and it actually jagged back in a little bit.
It was inviting the stroke. Gregory just 4 runs off him so far. This will be the last ball of his second coming up.
Finishing it off with a dot ball. 3 overs gone then. Essex, Lewis Gregory's bowled a couple for 4. Essex have got 6 without loss. Nick Brown's got 1, Alistair Cook's got 3.
Wears his hair much shorter than he used to, Lewis Gregory, than when he first turned up here, I recall.
Wow, I can relate to him a little bit. Every time I go and get my hair cut, it just sneaks a little bit further back.
Can't be helped. Passage of time and all that.
Exactly.
Here's Siddle then, from the river end. It's going to be a single for Cook here. Just nudged gently into the offside. Peter Siddle then playing his first home match for Somerset. Coming in from that end where there's a very slight incline.
I wonder if the cardboard cutout of him's still here from 2019 somewhere.
Yeah, no, that was, well, it was a pretty grim day for Somerset. It was a lovely idea by Essex, because he didn't play in that last game when Essex secured the title here at Taunton, and for the photo call with the trophy afterwards, there was a life-size cardboard cutout of one Peter Siddle. They must have given it to him, mustn't they, to keep?
Wait, it took him, he had to wait for his county championship medal because he didn't come over in 2020 because of the restrictions. So he finally got his 2019 winners medal when he came over middle of last year.
Quite a long wait. Considered leave from Nick Brown.
I'm not sure he would have been overly bothered. I'm sure he was waiting for it. I can't imagine he spent every day anxious about not having his medal.
Him, would you?
I think he would have enjoyed it when he got it, but he would have known the title was there. What a good, fine career he's had. A couple of Sheffield Shields, and he was the leading wicket taker in the Big Blash. So he's over here to play 2020 cricket as well. A late bloomer in that.
This is a shade of inside edge as that's pushed away on the leg side. Will be a comfortable single for Brown. Essex 8 without loss. Conversation going on between keeper and first slip. Stephen Davies and James Hildreth. Somerset bowled out for 109 earlier. And this is the start of Essex's response. 2 in-form openers together. Somerset desperately need to prize these 2 apart. Particularly the man who's on strike at the moment, Sir Alistair. Afternoon again, Harry.
Yeah, a bit of a smooth change. I'm just coming in to see Peter Siddle bowling with his blonde hair.
It's got blonder than ever. Gentle push into the offside.
You mentioned the Big Bash. I vividly remember watching the last game of the Big Bash where the Adelaide Strikers got knocked out, and remembering Matt Renshaw at deep cover dropping a catch off Peter Siddle's bowling and just thinking, wait till 2 months' time when they're teammates again in Taunton. You won't want Renshaw under the high ball again. It's quite a simple catch at deep cover as well.
Was it? Yeah. Well, he probably won't get a high ball at the moment because he's at second slip, but he
You'd
could
hope
get
not.
an edge.
Yes.
There could be a nick. Matt Renshaw only made 7 earlier today. Bowled by Sam Cook.
And we've got the other left-hander, Cook and Brown, of course, both left-handed openers. It's Gregory's cameo of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Yeah, Matt Renshaw's in his second stint with Somerset. First one was 4 years ago when he was a more, probably fair to say, a more freely aggressive.
Yeah, it's funny. He was a stodgy. He's born in the northeast of England, wasn't he?
Mm.
Stodgy opener, really, and then he just cut loose against Yorkshire one day, and we'll always remember that innings. As Brown is LBW on the back pad from Gregory, a little bit high. The slips go up to appeal, and then put their hands on their heads. Yeah, Renshaw, it's a funny one, Renshaw, because I always thought he was a good left-handed opening bat, but then Australia and his stateside and the Big Bash, they've tried batting him at 3 and 4, and today's batting 3 for Somerset. I feel like he'd be better if he stuck to one position.
Yeah, he was saying again another pre-season interview here when he arrived that he's got a slightly different approach to batting these days than he had when he first came here.
Brown left-handed punch into the leg side for no run. Good bit of work from Tom Lammerby. Hits the stumps. Cook was back. Alistair Cook's too experienced to be run out in that position, but great bit of fielding from Tom Lammerby. He's got a massive bandage on his right index finger. Sure that wasn't hurt from playing a reverse sweep to Harmer, but
yeah, Matt Renshaw feels he's sort of capable, possibly more versatile now than he was then, in that he can cope with different situations more easily.
Yeah, he's a big, tall man, and he can hit the ball hard, but he's quite a watchful opener. Of course, played for Australia in the Test side for a while. Brown goes back, could have potentially pulled that ball, but the defensive opener he is early in the innings, don't take that risk, don't play a cross-batted shot, particularly in April, and just defends it back down the track.
The story I remember about his first stint here, Matt Renshaw, because you remember he was a late replacement for Cameron Bancroft.
I do, very much so.
Following Sandpaper Gate, as it was known, in South Africa. And I'll come back to that just after this from Gregory. See what he can do here.
Fouled from Brown, and it's an outside edge. If there was a gully fielder, he'd been out, but Tom Abel at 4 slip, can't get around to his left, and that's 4 runs down to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. And Essex had 3 slips and a gully. Somerset have gone for 4 slips, and sadly that's their detriment here, as Gregory would have had a wicket, but Brown gets a edgy 4.
So Matt Renshaw went into the changing room and opened his locker for the first time, and it was full of sandpaper.
Of course it was, yeah. Yeah, that was April 2018 he came and has made his debut for Somerset against Worcestershire. 101 not out he scored. Half of Somerset's 202 in the first innings. Good start, as Brown is driving into leg side. Good bit of fielding by Ben Green, tumbling and diving and stopping that. Yeah, 513 runs at 51.13 in 6 championship matches. Not a bad.
Well, if he can do anything like that,
yes,
in this stint, then he'll have justified his.
Well, he played for Kent as well, didn't he? Went back to England in 2019. He plays for Kent.
Right.
Just a little bit in the early stages before the 2019 Ashes, which made sense. Scored another 100 for them at Sussex, but he's going to have to do a bit of catching now, as Siddle's going to keep bowling from the river end.
Shot. That's going to be a boundary for Alistair Cook. Timed it perfectly through extra cover. It's a long boundary out there, but no problem reaching it. I've enjoyed that. In fact, he's off the mark with it. No, scoreboard just catching up. He's on 8. 16 without loss in reply to Somerset's 109. There's quite a contrast in cap colour between first and second slip.
Brand new Renshaw, old school Hildreth.
Well bowled.
You make a good point there, though. Would Renshaw not have his cap from, what, 2018 we just said? 4 years ago.
It looks like a new one, doesn't it?
Does that mean he lost it? Has he got no regard for it, or is it framed in his house in Australia?
Maybe it's new contract, new cap.
Maybe the caps have changed since then, but obviously not for Hildreth. Yeah, I bet he's just left it in Australia, framed in his man cave somewhere.
It looks pretty pristine, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Siddle, very straight approach from the river end. More runs for Cook here, or one more run anyway. Down to Jack Leach, long leg. So this is Essex all the way at the moment, but early stages in the innings. The problem is that if you get dismissed for a shade over 100, it's just gives you so little room for manoeuvre.
No batting points again for Somerset. No batting bonus points. Seems to always do better in the second innings when it means nothing points-wise.
I'm just standing up straight and defending that.
Said always famously the vegan, the teetotal. He's got this healthy diet he talks about. He's tried for a few years now and it's making him be able to keep playing. Wonder what Darren Stevens is on. What diet is he on? Vegan, teetotal and whatever else you could do, but I love a bit of whatever he eats and drinks.
Runs and wickets for him already.
Yeah, of course there are.
It's in the block hole. But well played as well by Nick Brown.
And just to rub more salt in the wound, Surrey showing that you can bat against Hampshire's bowling attack. Ashim Amla's now past 50. Took him 116 balls, but Ollie Pope's looking pretty good too. And Surrey 177 for 2 against the same side that skittled Somerset last week. Yes, it was Aegeus Bowl compared to the Oval, which is a more batter-friendly pitch, but same bowlers.
Leave by Brown to complete the over. It's Siddle's third, 0 for 9 his figures. Yes, distinguishing between the two Cooks on the scoreboard. We've got Cook AN up there at the moment. Ought to be Cook Sir, maybe. Perhaps there's not room for that. But that's for Sir Alistair. It's been a good day for his namesake as well today. Sam Cook, the pick of the Essex attack. 3 wickets for him, 3 for Simon Harmer, and 3 for Mark Stackerty.
He didn't bowl that well, we said, didn't he? He bowled some good balls, but bowled some short wide ones. Yeah, 3 of the 4 bowlers getting 3 for. That's a good team effort. Only Shane Snade's just taken 1 wicket, but Gregory full and straight. He does a bit of fielding, bit of shining, bit of dry on the ball. Poor old Jack Leach only got to face 1 ball, didn't he? Much better batsman than Somerset allowed from, really. I think he should have come in at 10 ahead of Siddle, personally.
Coming at 2?
At 10, sorry. Well, I mean, let's be honest, the way it's been going, he may as well open. Yeah. There is talk about, well, when England were doing so bad in the West Indies series, people were saying he should be opening the batting. Gregory is left by Brown.
Good crowd here today, and they're enjoying a bit of sunshine. There wasn't much before lunch. There's a bit now. Certainly if you're seated in the Colin Atkinson pavilion or on the rows of seats to the front of it, where there's a very nice view. Not so much sun over to our left in the Somerset stand and River stands now. They tend to lose it as the day wears on.
Very full ball from Gregory there. He's troubling Brown and Cook with these full deliveries, but is it almost too full? If he's slightly back for length, it would be a bit harder to play, allow the ball to do a little bit before it reaches the bat. Lewis Gregory had the 2nd highest batting average for Somerset last year. And well, he's opening the bowling. He shows how much Somerset struggled with the top order. But didn't get any runs today. Out to Simon Harmer with that long leg, well, deep square leg and deep mid-on field, which surprised both of us, didn't it? Neither were needed for Gregory to be dismissed. Full and leg side as Gregory comes round the wicket this time to Brown. Sorry, he comes over to Brown. He was round to Cook. Interesting, eh? I'm not sure if it's...
Yeah, given they're both left-handers.
Yeah, I don't think it's particular plan to either one. They've both got Gray Nichols bats. They're both left-handed. Both got similar height. Brown with the short sleeves, Cook with the long sleeves. You can't, you know, any cricket fan in the world can tell Alistair Cook apart because just such a legend of the game, but you couldn't get a much similar looking opening partner than Mr. Brown. Left outside off stump. Yeah, Mr. Brown, who's still not had the chance for England. Nick Compton's over the batting, Sam Robson, Butley. Think of all the opening batters who've been tried since Strauss. Lythe, all these men who've, you know, even Leeds recently, who've done all right in the county game. You think Nick Brown's got to be the next cab off the rank, surely. That he scored a decent number of runs for Essex the last 5 or 6 years, and not even given the chance yet, which I think is a bit harsh. Of course, the hundreds in the Essex-Kent batter-friendly game last week as well. And this time he's sort of, deliberate shot through the vacant gully position for 4. Diving stop, charging away as Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, he was never going to reach it, was he?
Big old underarm from Lewis Goldsworthy. Always amazing when someone can underarm it 40 yards. Further than I can throw it overarm, really. But Goldsworthy, the talented footballer we know about. He's an athlete, but yeah, even he can catch up with that in front of the football goals by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Do we think Craig Overton should be bowling by now, Stephen?
Well, 4 and 3, Gregory and Siddle. Maybe one more for Siddle. They both bowled reasonably well.
Yeah.
Without luck.
Just think Craig Overton potentially could have opened anyway.
Yeah, and the variety.
Yeah, slightly different.
Getting him on early.
Yeah, he's a taller man. He's going to get more pace and bounce.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll come on soon.
Talked about Overton having that injury diving in the field and not being able to bowl quite as quick.
There's the Cook forward defensive.
Yeah,
which we've seen many times.
Yeah, Overton was bowling sort of mid-high 80s, wasn't it? I remember when Steve Smith was his bunny, wasn't he, in Test cricket for a little while, getting him out twice, both abroad and here. Not been quite as quick the last year since that diving stop where he hurt his shoulder in England colours, and not quite as quick. But he'll still get that pace and bounce and move it around. Him and Josh Davey, that lethal opening bowling attack, particularly in the Bob Willis Trophy a couple of years ago.
No need to play that. Too far outside the off stump. So, Siddle getting used to the Taunton surface earlier than he would have hoped when Somerset were put in this morning. But it's a decision that's worked out very well for the visitors. Dot ball to just, pushed out on the offside by Alistair Cook. The Essex flags up the as we look over to the Andy Caddick Pavilion. It's on the left-hand flagpole. We always have the visitors' flag up there. It's not much wind. It's a good reader as to how much breeze there is out there, but that flag is hanging fairly limp.
Just showing you how to open the batting, aren't they? Perfect example, Brown and Cook. I reckon they're the best opening partnership in the country, and they just do as you want from opening partnership, don't they? They leave, they defend, they rotate the strike, and they put away the bad ball. And they seem to do it against any attack in any place. And Essex are just delighted that Alistair Cook has retired from England.
Felt the same way here with Marcus Trescothick after his international retirement.
I'd have loved to have seen Alistair Cook and Marcus Trescothick batting together for longer for England.
Yeah.
I think if Trescothick had managed to play more England international, I think that could have been the partnership. You know, I think poor Andrew Strauss might not have got a game if you had Trescothick and Cook. Wouldn't have been captain.
And very nice at the building that we're sat in.
Wow, we're
It's
grateful
named
to
after
him,
the
of
great
course.
man.
Yes.
That's a mixture of bat and pad and a stifled appeal from Peter Siddle. I think it was off the inside edge.
I thought that might have hit him in the nether regions. I thought he was in a bit of pain there to Alistair Cook, but he's taken it well. Steve Davies is a chuckle with him. There's two left-handers who've played so many games with and against each other. Steve Davies has played 244 first-class games before today. Only Hildreth with 280.
An answer to your prayers.
Well.
H.
Here he is, Craig Overton. The quick man.
At your end as well.
At my end, there you go. Craig Overton has 372 first-class wickets at 23.3. Peter Siddle, for comparison, has 671 at 26.7. So, a few more games, of course. Peter Siddle, 196 first-class games he played before today, but
It's a good move, this. 7 overs gone. It's not like Lewis Gregory's bowled badly.
No,
It's
not
just
at all.
Giving,
Just rotate, yeah.
Giving Craig the opportunity with the ball still reasonably hard.
Absolutely, yeah. When you've got 3 men who could open the bowling, really. Overton round the wicket straight away to Brown, and that's a decent-ish start. A little bit further outside off something he'd probably liked, but it's a dot ball.
Still an attacking field from Somerset. 4 slips in. I wonder how long they'll be able to maintain that, though, in the absence of any breakthrough.
In the absence of any runs on the board, too, yeah. Good point. That makes him play. Brown's driving inside edge to Lammerby. Lammerby's fielded the ball quite a lot. For the only man that got any decent score for Somerset, the man who's at the wicket for all but 1 wicket to fall, he's done a lot of the fielding at mid-on. Fit and young enough to be perfectly fine with that, though. Just worry about his right-handed index finger, which fortunately isn't his bowling or his, well, he bat with both hands, but he's a left-hander. Overton with a big, long strides. Saw Casey Aldridge and Jack Brooks bowling at lunch with Tango, Steve Kirby. Good to see them using the lunchtime interval to really keep working their ball on the wicket. And it's good for the Somerset faithful, the fans, to be able to see the reserve bowlers having a bowl. And you know, plenty of them with the COVID years wouldn't have seen much of Casey Aldridge live. So it's great for them to be able to see Casey Aldridge out in the lunch interval bowling through. And yeah, even Jack Brooks, who's had to play behind closed doors for a fair chunk of his shortish Somerset career. Well defended that by Brown. Is that a solid defensive shot? I don't see a ball getting past Brown or Cook unless it's a beautiful delivery. It's got to be something special, hasn't it, to get past them?
Yeah. Bit of movement, maybe.
Yeah. They're not going to make a mistake.
Delivery, perhaps.
They're not going to play a loose drive too often, are they?
Talking about Tom Lammonby, he's not yet 22. Still a young player, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. But exciting talent. Renshaw was saying when he arrived, he's particularly excited to have a bat with Tom Lammonby this year. I thought they'd be opening the batting together. I still do think. I think when either of, well, if one of Banton and Bartlett get fit, they could drop Goldsworthy for Banton and Bartlett. Goldsworthy has a bit of a rough run of form and not really going to bowl much in the early games of the season. I think if Banton and Bartlett get fit at the same time, perhaps for the Oval match, then you might see Green and Goldsworthy replaced by the 2 Bs, and then Renshaw could open with Lammonby, which is probably Somerset's strongest side.
Yeah, my feeling at Southampton, not too sure whether it was right, but was that Banton, but for the broken finger, would have played in that match.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, that sublime 100 on the Monday of pre-season here looked in tremendous form and really been working on his red ball game. I think, yeah, Banton and Bartlett do probably get in the strongest top 6. Bartlett and Goldsworthy sort of going for one spot, but Bartlett's slightly more senior currently. Maybe later in the season when Goldsworthy's finger spin comes more into play, then he might be ahead, but that number 5 spot slightly up for grabs, as Abel will probably go back up to 3 or 4.
Cook thought about playing that, but wisely eventually left it alone outside his off stump.
Bit of a quiet atmosphere this afternoon. The Somerset faithful are despondent, upset, quiet, depressed, whatever word you want to use. You can hear the Somerset fans clearly through our effects mic. Not the Somerset fans, sorry, the Somerset players.
And
shouting
concerned.
support. Yes, the fans are so concerned they're quiet, but the Somerset slipcord in particular are trying to G up Peter Siddle. That's a good ball, but not quite good enough to take Alistair Cook's off stump. These two have battled with each other for years and years in Ashes cricket. That's what I love about the county championship. You can come here and you can come and watch at Taunton, a small town in the West Country. You can watch 2 greats of the Test arena. This will be a good battle.
Yes, duels within duels. You've got the sort of broader patchwork of the game and the progress thereof, and these individual contests are always fun. 2 fine players.
That's a check drive from Alistair Cook. It's going to get at least 1 down the ground. Mid-off is scurrying back and is going to keep it. It's just 1 run. It was almost surprised himself, Alistair Cook. I don't think he thought there was going to be a run there. We're only 5 minutes away from what would be the normal scheduled tea interval, but
It's never an exact science with tea, is it, Stephen, as we know?
It's not. It's not. Is it still 32 overs
Yeah,
left? So that means it'll be in 7 overs time, including this one. If the scoreboard is right, it says 39 remaining.
Yeah, there were 48 remaining at the start of the innings, so pretty much halfway through the day, Somerset were all out. Hit on the hand by Peter Siddle.
Glove, I think.
Yeah, bit of pain for Brown. He's not wanting to show an Aussie as pain.
Yes, that worrying figure on your screen at the moment is Essex trail by just 86 runs. And we're on day 1.
Essex could be leading by close of play tonight and some.
Full sunlight for the moment. I don't expect it will last indefinitely, but nice to see.
Squared up again. We keep using that word today, the phrase that the batsman's been squared up by a decent delivery that they haven't played completely in control, but Brown is safe enough. 6'3.5", Nick Brown. 6'3", Alistair Cook. Not much in it. We say how similar they are. Left-handed, similar opening bat, and even height-wise, they're almost identical.
Yeah. Fair to say that Cook would be a little bit slimmer?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we're looking for spot the difference now, aren't we?
Yeah. Not to imply anything negative
no.
about Nick Brown, but just maybe that he's slightly the more heavily built.
Yes, that's a fair comment, I think.
So, first over from Craig Overton was a maiden. What will his second bring? Siddle has 0 for 10 from 5. But this is a steady Essex reply thus far. Somerset lost 2 wickets in the process of getting to this total of 23. And they continued to fall regularly all the way through the innings.
Safe defensive shot again by Brown and Cook. We don't need to tell you, you can all see on the live pictures. Hopefully you're watching the live stream and you can see what's happening. You can see the stoic defensive work by Brown and Cook. Solid.
And you can see the logo of our sponsors, for which our thanks. WPA in the top right-hand corner there, through which this live stream commentary is coming to you.
Great shot there by the great chef, the run scorer extraordinaire for England.
Master chef.
Too much talk about cooking and chefs today. Cut through the point area beautifully there.
Yeah, we even had some cookery in the box. Yeah, that was a nice stroke. He knew once it was past the rather despairing dive at backward point that he didn't need to run anymore.
Tim Foden joins us on YouTube, and we talk about every potential opener for England seems to be left-handed these days, don't they? We talked about, but other than Sibley, we talk about Rory Burns, talk about Alex Lees, of course the fairly obvious young and up-and-coming men now are Tom Haynes and Rob Yates, who aren't as experienced as Nick Brown. Nick Brown's got more runs in the bank, but England like to be bold, don't they? They like to bring youth through with little experience, and left-hander after left-hander. Compliments Crawley's attacking play, I suppose. And decent defensive push for 1 by Alistair Cook. He would have been tight, but Tom Abel was so desperate to pick up the ball that he knocked it past Lewis Goldsworthy. If they were a strike duo up front for the Cornish FA, then Lewis Goldsworthy would be having a word with Abel. Why are you not passing that to my feet? Knocked it past him, and Cook's easily scampering in, but he didn't need to. He was comfortably home. Nice positive comment from FSM the dog says, if the performances by Somerset match the coverage, we'd be winning easily.
Yeah, no need to mess with that one.
No, he's bowling sort of quite outside off stump sort of line, Nick Overton, isn't he? Round the wicket to the 2 left-handers. Not really attacking the stumps, but perhaps the odd one he's going to try and swing in and castle one of the 2 openers.
Again, that was homing in more on the off stump, but still outside it from Craig Overton. Tee approaching, but won't be for a little while yet. Another 5 overs time. Sun's gone in. Nick Brown's having a quick word with Alistair Cook. Just touching base as batsmen regularly do. A bit of mutual reassurance. 28 without loss. Cause for it for Essex. Cook well behind that. This is Peter Siddle's 6th over. Shared the new ball with Lewis Gregory, who would come on. Maybe Gregory to come back. Maybe Tom Abel to bowl an over or two.
Yeah, Tom Abel's been superb in pre-season and towards the end of last year. I watched him get 3 wickets at Old Trafford a couple of years ago when he was a batter who bowled a little bit, and I think he's increasingly becoming an all-rounder.
Perched at 4th slip at the moment, the Somerset captain. He just looks so impregnable, doesn't he, Sir Alistair?
Both of them, really.
Yeah,
I don't see any way past either at the moment.
Yeah, not to belittle his partner at all, but Cook's the more familiar figure because we've all seen him play for England for so long. Doesn't anymore, of course, but that's the root of the familiarity. Such a great player. And ever watchful. Siddle without a breakthrough as yet. Striving for one.
Talking of breakthroughs, former Somerset man, Devon and Sidmouth, and former Blundell's pupil Don Bess has got Marcus Harris on his Gloucestershire debut. That's a decent wicket.
Yeah, nice sculpt to have.
I say that he's got him. Actually, correction. He ran down the track at Harris. I'm just seeing a replay of, and got an inside edge and narrowly past leg stump. I thought it was bowled him, but he's actually, no, he's got away with it on 85 not out. So Best to Harris. You've also got Abbott and Abbas to Pope and Amler. There's some really decent matchups. We talk about Cook and Siddle. There's a lot of top level batters and bowlers doing battle against each other today. Great to see the big men back in the County Championship. Save poor old Anderson and Broad, but that's a conversation for another day.
Yes, that's covered up well by Cook, who is going to do some gardening. Although the particular area that he just prodded is nowhere near where that ball pitched. Fair number of herring gulls flying around above and below us as Siddle makes a full start.
It's that man with the red jumper in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. He's gone wandering too far towards the Ian Botham stand.
It's never good, that, is it? He's being given a talking to, rightly so, by a steward.
I actually went for a wander around there in one of my gaps. There's a few holes in the sheet you could always perch and look through.
Will this be a run? No, you could hear Nick Brown turning it down from the non-striker's end. So dot ball to completely over. 28 without loss. Essex, Brown 10, Cook 16. And the gap already closing on that Somerset total, meagre total of 109. Yeah, that sheet is venerable.
I was just about to rip into it myself. We were both thinking
rip into it, I like that.
I think exactly the same thing. There's holes galore in it. I think I've painted garden fences with better looking sheets than the white Cypress sheet of the.
But you're quite right. You get
short ball from Craig Overton.
It's going to go for four.
Stephen Davies
couldn't reach it.
No chance. And just to make matters worse, James Hill just knocked through the sawdust pile behind the bowler's run up as he's run to chase it to the boundary. And
he's going to get a closer look at the sheet.
I think it's going from bad to worse for some days. Phil Overton's like he's bowling in the West Indies again.
There was nothing Davies could do about that.
No, Overton's desperately looking for something here. He's only bowled 2 overs and he's already looking for a short ball, which is a bit depressing from a new ball bowler point of view on a green pitch where Sam Cook particularly bowled beautifully earlier on. This time it's better. That's a better ball from Craig Overton. That's what you want from a Somerset captain, Tommy. And that's what I love about the Somerset fans. They applaud good cricket, even if it's not a wicket, even if it's not runs, whatever. The Somerset fans know that that was a much better area for Craig Overton to hit the pitch. And he gets a big round of applause. You can hear Tractor Driver through the effects mic saying, "Come on, Craigo, come on, Craigo." He's not in his usual spot. We talked.
Well, he can't be.
No, Gimlet's Hill's having a bit of a refurb, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder where he's gone.
Well, he can't be far from the effects mic down below, so I can hear him loudly enough. Craig Overton's defended by Nick Brown. Very good cricket by Nick Brown. All I can do, really, is applaud Brown and Cook. It is a joy to watch this opening partnership so far, despite, at times, not the best thinking from the Somerset bowlers. But Siddle and Gregory particularly didn't bowl badly. Overton's bowled some good balls. He's just tried some short balls, which...
Yeah, it was a waste of a delivery, wasn't it, really?
That last one particularly, yeah. I just feel like it's a bit desperate. If inside the first 15 overs you're trying a short ball, then you haven't got much faith in yourself. Come on, Craig. He comes in again. He G's himself up, and you can hear Craig being supported by Tractor down below us again. The bowlers are trying to G him on. The fielders are trying to G him on. The fans are trying to help him out. And, great option for you guys who might be in the local area. You can come down after tea. £5 for students, £7 for adults, £3 for juniors. Come and watch England's highest run scorer of all time bat against England current internationals Jack Leach and Craig Overton.
Great value.
Absolutely. Well, we say that, and that could have been out the very next ball. As soon as we say come and watch him bat, much better than Craig Overton. Well, we said that over the first. He bowled the short ball, which was pretty terrible. We both agreed. Then the last 3 balls have been more on the money outside off stump.
You almost found a crafty way of dismissing the great man. So yeah, £7 adults, £5 students, 3 for juniors. A mere snip to come and watch 2 hours cricket after the tea interval, which will be in around 10 minutes' time.
Probably a lot more than 2 hours the way the overweights go these days, let's be honest. Could go on to 6:30 at least. Craig Overton is left by Alistair Cook, easily enough. Decent-ish over from Craig Overton in the end then. We were critical of the first ball, which went for 4 byes roughly on Steve Davies' copybook. But the last 5 balls were better as Overton just adjusts the bails. Maybe it's a lucky thing he's trying to do. But Liam on YouTube says, Peter Siddler's never bowled a half volley in his life.
It is cruelty to wicketkeepers to put that boundary down as byes. No way could he have intercepted it.
Gregory from the far end, is it? Yeah, from the river end. Sensible, I think.
Yep.
Take your 3 main
absolutely. Siddle's bowled 6 for 10. Bowled tidily without making a breakthrough. So second spell for Lewis Gregory.
How long before 3 for man from last week gets a bowl? Ben Green. Will Green come on next, perhaps?
Gregory round the wicket in the meantime. Oh, that's off the outside edge down to third man for 4. Went between third and fourth slip.
Yeah, we saw that streaky drive through the fourth slip region to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion earlier in the day, but other than that's 2 airy-fairy drives that have gone for 4. That's probably it from full shot's point of view. That could have been chances for Somerset to get the breakthrough.
That's a frustrating start to a spell, isn't it? Find the outside edge, it doesn't go to hand, and 4 against your analysis. That's more off the middle from Brown. Gregory just doing a bit of footwork on the back of the crease, where he's arriving from round the wicket. River Tone behind him. Jumped at Brown a little bit more than he expected, I fancy.
stopped it dead in front of his foot, didn't he? If that was a footballer controlling the ball, he stopped it dead beautifully, but nearly at his own toe. Nick Brown, that's a sign of a great opening batter, isn't it? If they can play it so late under their eyes that their soft hands make the ball stop at their feet. I did a drill with some of the youngsters I coach sometimes. We've got to try and make it land so far in front of you, within the cones. I feel like Nick Brown will be very good at that.
Another dot ball this time, so coming back well from the frustration of that outside edge to the third man boundary. But it's all Essex at the moment. 37 without loss, plays 109 all out. That's the harsh truth on the scoreboard. A solid defensive push. Shouts of encouragement amongst the fielders. They desperately need a pre-tee breakthrough. Somerset, just something to take out of the session. Taken nothing from it thus far. So yeah, the 4 off the first delivery of the over, and that was it. 0 for 17. Gregory's figures from 5.
So 2 more overs remaining for tea. Craig Overton's going to bowl the one from this end. Gregory's only just brought himself, well, Tom Abel's only just brought Lewis Gregory back on to try something different from the river end. So it doesn't look like there's going to be the obligatory trial of a spin bowler before an interval. Leach will be safe for after tea.
Yeah, a bit early, I guess.
14 overs in, new ball, still doing a little bit. Overton with no change of field either, no change in tactics from Somerset here.
We can expect to see Jack before the close, I'm sure.
Yeah, Somerset going to have to try something soon after tea. If there's no breakthrough within 20 minutes after tea, they've got to give someone like Abel, Green or Leach a bowl, I think. Even Lammerby, just to try something different, because the 3 seam, well, Premier seam bowlers really, without Josh Davey of course, but Overton, Gregory and Siddle have done nothing for Somerset so far. Quite full from Craig Overton. We know he's got a bit of a temper, and he's maybe trying to wake up Steve Davies beyond the stumps, having just bounced one over his head and cost him 4 byes. He's now threatening to shy the stumps at the Cook's end. But
I'm intrigued by that touch of the bails by Craig Overton.
He's done it a few times, hasn't he? I don't quite know what it's all about.
Yeah.
I don't remember him doing it last season. Now, kills a run out, good chance. Tom Abel didn't even realise. He picks up and throws to Steve Davies.
There'd been a bellow of no by then.
Brown was a long way down, but Cook sends him back. Leach doing the fielding at mid-off. Abel at 4th slip. Tossing the ball between each other, keeping each other on their toes.
Don't often hear Alistair Cook bellow. It's quite impressive, though.
Maybe at the sheep in the sheds when they're not behaving themselves, trying to catch him. Full ball again from Overton. Good bit of fielding by Ben Green at short square leg. He's got that really annoying, unenviable position of 1 being distracted by the umpire, but 2 possibly more irritated. He's having a chat with the umpire, of course he does. But when you've got that blooming brown mat you've got to stand on, when the ball hits it, it's protecting a wicket for future games. But
presumably that's the next championship game.
Really frustrating as a fielder when you've got to try and stop the ball either side of that. Green doing a decent enough job there so far. Not just Craig Overton, but the bowlers coming around the wicket have made some decent footmarks. It's only a day 1 pitch, not even 2/3 of the way through day 1 yet. And there's a few caverns coming into the footmarks, aren't
Well,
there?
yeah, it's decidedly less green than it was at 11 o'clock this morning.
Slight too full to excite harm, a Leach or Critchley, though, I dare suggest. It's more on the crease line than further forward from the actual landing of the delivery stride, the bowling boot rather than the follow through. I guess you'd call that a false stroke, really. That's a bit of an inside edge. He was never going to get him out.
It wasn't an authentic glance.
No.
Brings in a single to end the over from Craig Overton. I just wonder what it can possibly be, the touch of the bails. Years and years ago, Alan Knott, the great England wicketkeeper, used to do it when he came into bat.
Maybe he was giving Craig Overton some advice over the winter and he's trying some...
It was a sort of come on for himself. It wasn't superstitious. It was just to gee himself up a bit.
Goldsworthy losing his hat as he chases it out to the third man boundary. Ever polite skipper Tom Abel picks up Goldsworthy's hat for him and gives it back to him. Always a gentleman.
He had a birthday, Alan Knott, last week. Turned 76, would you believe it?
That's the great thing about Twitter these days, isn't it? You always know when it's someone's birthday. You can't miss it.
Yeah. All I can think of is him leaping like a cat to take brilliant catches and stumpings and whatever, and score copious runs when England were under pressure.
Even he wouldn't have jumped up and taken that Craig Overton bounce to a minute ago, I
No.
don't think.
No, I think by his own admission, I'm sure you're right. He's probably a little bit shorter than Stephen Davies.
Yeah, that does help.
Which would would stack the odds against him.
Wow. Another man who was bowling in the West Indies for England, Matt Fisher, has got another breakthrough for Yorkshire. Whilst Hammond has gone for 20, Gloucestershire 152 for 4, just for tea.
Well done, well stopped. He got everything on top of that.
Good stop. Tom Lammonby with his dodgy index finger wrapped up and in the action a lot with his bat and in the field. Yeah, we talked earlier about Gloucestershire, didn't we? We touched on that man Ryan Higgins. He's now got to join Marcus Harris, who's nearly into the 90s. Marcus Harris, who could get 100 on Gloucestershire debut, having batted blooming well for Leicestershire last year as well.
Stamping his authority on things in much the same way these two did last week.
Another left-handed opener.
And are so far doing so again. Another comfortable push on the offside from Cook.
Seems like there's runs all around the county game except here today. Wayne Madson's gone to 50 to go along with Sean Masood's 146 not out. So Derbyshire doing pretty well. Do like to keep an eye on the second division. Who are your tips? Are you back in knots to get back up into Division 1 this year, Stephen?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Nailed on.
You can't really look past their squad, can you?
No.
Derbyshire might not be too far away though.
No stroke required. This is the last over before slightly delayed tea interval, coming up to 4 o'clock.
I'll try and fill you in with some other tea scores. In Canterbury, Lancashire 229 for 3. Kent, of course, who were playing Essex last week in that fairly boring, flat pitch run fest, really, wasn't it? More hard yards for Kent. They've got to feel like they've just been fielding all of the county championship season so far. Having watched these two Essex openers score runs last week as well.
No need for a shot and no need to do anything other than turn and walk towards the pavilion for Alistair Cook and indeed for Nick Brown. A solid start, ominously solid from Somerset's point of view. Essex trail by just 69 runs going into the tea interval with all their first innings wickets intact. Cook 19, Brown 15, 40 without loss, the visitors, and it's been entirely their day thus far. Can Somerset pull themselves back into it in the final session? Join us to find out in round about 20 minutes after we've nipped away for a cup of tea.
Yeah, and while we're away, you can enjoy a Matt Renshaw interview. It's going to be played on the live stream. Enjoy.
So, Matt Renshaw, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Very happy to be here.
Tell us a little bit about what you've been up to since that first stint here at Somerset.
Yeah, it's been a long 4 years, I'd say. Had a year at Kent, and then just at home and playing some Shield cricket with Queensland, and last year playing some Aussie A games as well. So yeah, it's been a long ride, been a lot of ups and downs in the last 4 years, but yeah, really happy to be back and playing for Somerset.
Was it something that you always wanted to do, coming back to Somerset?
Yeah, definitely. Had such a great connection with the boys and the club and the fans out here while I was here 4 years ago, and it's sort of just been trying to get back to be able to get signed, and also playing well enough to feel like I can contribute over here. I think a couple of years of tough cricket for me personally, but yeah, I feel like I'm back to where I need to be.
You sort of made a fairly explosive introduction to the Somerset faithful when you were here last time. Is your game similar, or have you adapted it slightly?
Yeah, I feel like I've adapted a lot more. I think that was sort of, I was in a rich vein of form at the time, and I just felt like I could come out and sort of go really hard. So yeah, fairly different player now. I feel like I can adapt to a lot more situations a bit better. But yeah, it's county cricket in April, so you just got to be ready to adapt.
Obviously some familiar faces in the dressing room and some new lads as well. What's it been like stepping back in there?
Yeah, it's been great, back straight in my back corner. A few young guys who were sort of around the second 11 academy traps when I was sort of coming through, and obviously as a cricket nuffy, I've watched a lot over the last 4 years and watched a few guys come through. I really like the look of Tom Lamby, like watching him bat, and hopefully we can put on a few runs this season.
Obviously the ground has changed a little bit since you were last here, new stands and new floodlights, but it's still quintessentially a lovely cricket ground, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited to come out here and play in front of the crowd. That's one of the big things I remember from my time here last time, was the crowd. It was so passionate, everyone was so loud, and it was amazing to be welcomed as well as I was. So yeah, really excited to be that. Yeah, I think the only change now is the lights, and just Gothic's got his new pavilion now, so I sent him a message about that, and yeah, he was really excited.
Also a familiar face in the dressing room, Peter Siddle, a player you know a lot about.
Yeah, played a couple of years with him at the Adelaide Strikers. Played against him a little bit back in the day as well, and it was always a fun battle, and I'm very glad that he's on my team, especially April. He's a beautiful bowler, and he just keeps getting better with age, so really excited that we can be playing together in some red ball cricket, and the knowledge and experience he brings to this Somerset side is valuable.
Obviously you managed to get back into the Australian one-day setup. What did that mean to you?
Yeah, it was sort of a bit last minute, and yeah, just had to go over to Pakistan and try and help out around the group. But yeah, nice to be in that group and probably the red ball group a bit closer to where I was in the last couple of years as well. So nice to be back in there, and just runs for Somerset will help the cause.
What's going to be success for Matt Renshaw at Somerset this year?
Wins. At the end of the day, you can score as many individual runs as you can, but as long as the team's winning, that's the main thing for me. If I get a duck and the team wins, then I've probably done something well, because someone else has got runs, and I've let them get in quicker. But yeah, for me, wins is always the big one. I mean, we obviously, every year the storyline comes out about the county championship and that sort of thing. So if I can somewhat help us to try and win the county championship, that's the main goal for everyone in the group. A little bit rocky start last week, but I think this week we'll come back, a few different faces in the team, a few sort of senior guys coming back in. But yeah, we all want to try and win, and hopefully we have all the support in the crowd.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground Day 1 of Somerset versus Essex County Championship Division 1. You are listening to, you're watching the Somerset live stream, brought to you courtesy of our good friends at WPA Health Insurance. You've got Sam Dalling here and Stephen Lamb's going to be joining me. Somerset are back out in the middle. Essex are on their way. If you haven't seen the scorecard yet, if you're an Essex fan, you'll be delighted. If you're a Somerset fan, not so. Essex 40 without loss. Remember, we're just coming past tea on day 1. Somerset all out already this morning. They were put in and made just 109. Not quite the early wicket Somerset were hoping for, Stephen Lamb.
Indeed, Sam Dalling, and if you're watching on the stream, you're watching along with a rather introspective crowd. It's quite a good crowd here as well for day 1 at Taunton of the season. Effectively, the opening game was away at Southampton last week, of course.
Greg Overton then is going to take the ball immediately after tea. Didn't take the new ball. Lewis Gregory and Peter Siddle, formerly of Essex, were given that duty, perhaps because the ball was nibbling around a little bit. Sam Cook bowled superbly earlier on today, and Gregory has that ability. Peter Siddle has that inside knowledge of the Essex side. It hasn't worked yet, though. Nick Brown, 15 not out. Alistair Cook, 19.
Yeah, no one's bowled badly for Somerset yet, but there just doesn't seem to be quite the movement that the Essex attack found. More deliveries seem to be finding the middle of the bat.
Sam Cook got it to move both ways, didn't he? He was superb. Not really that many chances or shouts to think about.
There was one put down by Simon Harmer, wasn't there, off Lammonby?
For Essex though, these
no, there have been a couple of outside edges, but not chances.
Brown pushes that into the offside, just to the right of Jack Leach at mid-off, so they'll scramble through for a single. Good running from those two. Remember, if you're thinking about popping down, you can get in after tea for a reduced rate. Still got 32 overs left, so there's a couple of hours cricket. Nice and warm. I've just been out there, Stephen. It's nice and warm out there. Sun's popping out. £7 for adults, £5 for students, just £3 for kids.
Yeah, it should be a pretty pleasant temperature to watch cricket in for the rest of today, especially if there's any sunshine. It looks as though there might be some. It's mainly cloudy, but we've got some blue sky overhead.
Around the wicket, Alistair Cook, Overton, free slipped in. He just moved Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper, from third slip to gully there. Just asked him to come a bit wider. Craig Overton. We haven't seen Jack Leach yet, but you've got two in Overton and Leach, two of England's, I don't know if I can call it the first choice attack, but two of the side that played in England's latest Test series.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of them on at the moment, and I'm sure we'll see Jack Leach before long. I'm sure they'll give him a try.
Fuller from Overton, and Alistair Cook just pushes it towards Jack Leach, who's got his jumper on. He's gone a layer down. He was long sleeve before tea, so that's a sign of how much the sunshine is poking out here at Taunton.
Yeah, I wonder about Tom Abel as well, whether he'll give himself a spell at some stage soon.
Cook's got 19, started the season with 100 last week against Kent, as did Nick Brown. Angled away, and that'll frustrate Craig Overton because that's gone along the ground. I don't think he would have carried to third slip, but it's in that gap where Tom Abel was a couple of balls previously. Just moved a bit wider. So Alistair Cook, as the best players do, just toy. They frustrate the bowlers by seeing the gaps in the field and finding it. 45 without loss then. Essex, 1 over gone after tea, so still 31 overs remaining.
Yeah, pretty much where he intended to play it, Alistair Cook. We had one full stroke at this end when Lewis Gregory came back for his second spell. An edge that went down to the third man boundary. But that's one of precious few that we've seen from these two, who are rather picking up from where they left off in the opening game of the season last week when they both scored hundreds. Some way to go yet before they can do that, but they've made a foundation, these two. 45 without loss, and that Somerset total of 109 at the moment is looking rather paltry. Half an appeal for Gregory at the start of a new over. Squirting away to leg. Gregory and Overton continuing the spells that were interrupted by tea. Gregory from the river end. Still the 4 slips. Still Somerset desperate for a breakthrough. Oh, there's a bit of a waft there, which Brown won't be happy with himself about. In fairness, we've not seen much of that from either of these two batsmen there, but that actually is one of the ways that the Somerset batters contrived to conceive their downfall. The waft outside the off stump.
He knew straight away, didn't he? Straight down, frustrated with himself. A little bit too short from Gregory, maybe the eyes lit up slightly. No harm done.
No harm done, but no foot movement. That's a nice piece of fielding. Firmly struck back at Gregory and just made it look so easy. Put a right hand down, picked it up on the bounce.
It was a nice shot that, wasn't it? Struck it hard.
It might well have gone for 4 if Gregory hadn't got a mitt in the way.
I think it was too straight for the man at mid-off to stop that.
Sounded nice off the bat. That's shorter, and he'll pick up a couple here out to deep cover. So just steadily accumulating, these two. Brown closing in again on Alistair Cook. Brown on 18 now to Cook's 23.
That's all they need to do, isn't it? So much time left in the game. No need to take any risks at all, Essex.
Firmly defended again. The other bad thing that's happened for Somerset is if you look at the batting points available per match, they've already missed out on 10. They've only taken 1 bowling point thus far. That was at Southampton last week.
Not quite been the start they'd have envisaged for the season.
Oh, that's good from Gregory, shaping away from Brown, and he certainly played at that.
Yeah, you just see the foot movement, or the lack of it there. His bat is a good yard or two away from his body there. He just planted the legs completely and didn't move. There we go, look. On screen now, there's a man I recognise. Mark, he was in the commentary box a little bit last year. Of our friends and, well, the reason we're here today. We've got a lovely kit on, haven't we? Mark,
we have indeed.
WPA Health Insurance.
The WPA badge, proudly displayed, and in the top right-hand corner of your screen.
He'll be delighted to know he's on screen. He's enjoying it. He's very relaxed there, I think. Mark, he's having a good time. Why not? Sun shining, sunglasses are on. Maybe he's listening to us. Doesn't seem to be waving. Maybe he's not. I don't blame him. Craig Overton's going to continue then to Alistair Cook. He's on 23. A genuine play and a miss there, I think, from Overton. Just nipping it towards Alistair Cook. A smile on his face. Couple have kept a bit low.
Yeah,
one from Gregory in the previous over. Haven't really got up.
So it's the first play and miss I've seen Alistair Cook.
Ever?
Today.
doesn't play many, does he?
He doesn't know. But he was comprehensively beaten there. That'll give Somerset some succour.
Gets on the back foot. That's this time, and just defends it to Tom Lammonby at mid-on.
He was hurried, though, again, wasn't he, Cook?
Yeah, it's interesting with Craig Overton, because we saw him bowling in the West Indies at below the pace. There was all this talk the last couple of years that Craig Overton's put on a yard of pace, and then it didn't seem to be there in the West Indies. And I read something, Shield Berry wrote it in the Telegraph, said actually, I'll come back to it shortly. Overton edge, oh, and it's gone through the hands of third slip. It's Tom Abel there, I think, who's put the catch down. You can see the frustration there. It's almost the first false stroke Sir Alistair Cook has played. Tom Abel, head in hands. Craig Overton wanders back to his mark. It was flying at him. It was sharp, but it was there at a catchable height. Was it between? I think it's between Renshaw and Abel.
It was between the two, and Abel got a hand to it, I think is what happened.
Yeah, and Abel was going to his right, so you can see why he's probably in a stronger position to take it, and those are the kind of chances that... Difficult chance, but in Somerset's position, they really need to go to hand. That takes Essex past 50. Much more Sir Alistair Cook like there. Pushes to Jack Leach.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have another look at that at the end of the over. But I think that Tom Abel got a hand, or possibly even two, to it.
Yeah, it was catchable height, wasn't it? He's quite a tall bloke. It was up above almost his right shoulder. But
it was awkward because it was going almost diametrically between the two of them.
Sir Alistair Cook put down on 23. Pulls there. Oh, great bit of fielding though. I think that's Lewis Gregory just in front of square on the leg side. He's bowling at the other end. You can see he gets up quite slowly there. He gets up like a fast bowler, feeling a little bit stiff. It was too short from Overton. Nice looking shot from Cook. Gregory diving to his left, saved what would have been a certain boundary there.
Well, that's two boundaries he's saved in 2 overs. One off his own bowling, and the other one, that was a terrific stop. Diving to his left. And it was really travelling, that ball.
Gets in behind that one. Cook on Overton has a go at the stumps. Bit of frustration coming out from the bowler, because I don't think Cook was ever really looking for a run there. So they picked up an overthrow to end the over there. 19 gone in this Essex innings. 52 now without loss. I'm not sure the scoreboard's quite caught up, or maybe it has. 51 without loss. Cook has 27, Brown has 18.
Gregory's going to continue. He looks fine after that very athletic piece of fielding. Great reactions. Still the 4 slips for him. Coming in from the river end. This is his 8th over, Lewis Gregory. 0 for 21, his figures so far. Nothing in the wickets column for Somerset yet. And Essex almost halfway up to Somerset's first innings total of 109. Little bit of room on his pads, but straight at the man at square leg. Have another look at the catch that wasn't. Difficult one. Watch second and third slip. And
I think Abel was right. I think he had to go. It would have been a bit of a... Renshaw's a very tall man, actually, because Abel's 6 foot.
Yeah. How much did he get on it? Here's single here for Cook. Finding the gap on the offside to enable it. Difficult chance, though. They're always tricky when they're bisecting 2 of the slips. Going to have another look, I think, here. You can see Tom Abel's frustration after the horse had bolted. Bouncer from Gregory, which tends to use quite sparingly. It's a no ball as well.
It was well directed, wasn't it? But it was the extra bit of effort caused him to overstep.
Can Somerset get anything out of the day in this final session? Another 29 overs in which to do it, but these two batters look well set. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. Passing the outside edge. No luck for Lewis. Brown, I'll see it again. Comprehensively beaten. Just outside his off stump, a ball he had to play.
Was a beautiful delivery. That's what Lewis Gregory is capable of.
This time slightly further outside off stump. So Brown doesn't need to get involved with that. Again, much pitch prodding from each of the batters. Not that it's doing much out of the ordinary at the moment. That's a good over from Lewis Gregory. Unfortunate not to make a breakthrough. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 24. His figures. And they've just nudged past the halfway mark towards that Somerset total now. 55 without loss.
Yeah, Gloucestershire still going. Marcus Harris still going. He's reached 100, 103 unbeaten for him. 176 for 6 now. Gloucestershire, sorry, 228 for 2. So Overton's going to continue. Cook just opens the face up there, runs it down to third man, so they'll pick up a single. Derbyshire 263 for 2, 266 for 2. Now Shah Massoud's on 161. I'm pretty sure I told everyone on my podcast, I said if you don't have Shah Massoud in your fantasy team, make sure you do. I don't think I have. I think I forgot to do it myself. Wayne Madsen, there's a name that's been around a long time. He's on 67.
So what would Shan Massoud's average be at this stage?
Brown pushes that into the offside. So he made 91, so plus 161, so that's 250. Oh, my maths has gone. 252 for 1, and he got I don't know what he got, 60. But he's basically scored 310 runs and been out twice, so he's averaging 150 plus. In theory, available for the whole season. I wonder he might get dragged away from the Royal London Cup to play in a different competition that runs at the same time. I'd be very surprised.
Quite possible, isn't it? Yeah, he's making a fairly compelling case for himself.
Left alone outside off stump there by Nick Brown. Yeah, he was one of the, I think he was the third highest run scorer in the Pakistan Super League as well. Lancashire 2-5-3 for 3 against Kent. It's their first game of the season. Lancashire, they didn't play last week. Kent had that very high scoring draw at Chelmsford. Dane Villas is 101 unbeaten. Stephen Croft's got 82, so he's still going. As Brown pushes it into the offside, and they take a single. Goldsworthy does the fielding at point, but good bit of running.
Sorry, that's a big stand between Villas and Croft. They've been going since lunch pretty well.
Yeah, 175 they put on. That's not a bad stand. Notts 228 for 4. They had a brilliant comeback win. I mean, what were they? 375 Sussex were, and then Notts were 50 for 4, and they still won it by 10 wickets.
Stephen Mullaney had a lot to do with that, didn't he?
Alistair Cook pushes it to cover. Yeah, 192 did he make? It's like, you know, for years, Notts were always 4 down, and then Chris Reed would pull them up to 300. And Stephen Mullaney, speaking of, is 28 unbeaten. Ben Duckett's also reached 100. He's 107 not out, batting at 3. Very talented cricketer, Ben Duckett. And Durham, they're up at the Riverside, 244 for 3. They've reached, and have a guess at who's got 100 for Durham in just 1 second. As Overton fall, big appeal. Umpire line move. Craig Overton really liked that, head in hand. He was down on one knee. It swung in to Alistair Cook, who, as calm as you like, is not really perturbed at all. Slips liked it. Craig Overton liked it. Let's have a look.
Leg side.
Going down the leg side, isn't it? Yeah. He's angled it right across him. It's a good decision, that, from the umpire. So, couple of big shouts. Sorry, yes.
David Beddingham.
David Beddingham.
Had to be, didn't it?
He's got 118. Sean Dixon's got 105 as well. So a big partnership there. They would have been, 210. So they were 34 for free. Durham 210. Those two are put on against Leicestershire, who had that wonderful finish, holding on. 9 wickets down for well over it was nearly 2 hours, I think.
Can Lewis Gregory make a breakthrough? He's doing his damnedest. Not with that delivery, which is just gently pushed up to mid-on. Yeah, there have been a lot of big batting partnerships already this summer, but none of them have involved Somerset. That's the worrying sign. It's early days.
All relative, Stephen. 20 is a good partnership. We've had a couple of those. Come on. We'll soon have a graphic for that, the 20 partnership.
Gregory still round the wicket to Brown. Outside edge again. Oh, this is frustrating. That's going to be 4 more down to third man. We saw it off the first delivery of Gregory's new spell up at that river end before tea. Almost identical. Through the slips. Down for 4 to third man. Brown goes to 23, 61 without loss. Tests a bowler's patience, that.
Gregory is the polar opposite of Craig Overton in terms of mannerisms. He is very, very laid back, and he cares an awful lot, Gregory, but he's very chilled in the way that he goes about the game.
Yeah. Outwardly unflappable. And again, fielding off his own bowling, at which he's been strikingly effective. He's a fine cricketer in every department, Lewis Gregory.
He's brilliant. He's brilliant. It was great to see him last year make an impact. He played a few England games before, but he actually went in and made an impact, match-winning contributions as well, Lewis Gregory. He's just a bit unlucky in that England is so well stocked in white ball cricket.
Almost fell over Nick Brown as he played the stroke there, pushing it out to backward point. Still a decent crowd in, still some shouts of encouragement, but Essex are firmly in control of this game at the moment. They have been virtually since the off.
A little bit flat out there. Well, I spent and sat out there a bit before tea, and as you can expect, as you would expect given that, but you know, normally the fielders are really buzzing around for the first 10-15 overs, and even when Craig Overton came on, you'd expect that to really lift everyone. And actually there was a little bit of clapping and encouragement, but this Somerset side have, in the last couple of years, been the buzz around the field. Tom Abel's always buzzing.
There hasn't quite been the fizz.
After Sam Cook's fire.
Sharp single taken. If he'd hit, there might have been trouble for Nick Brown there. But just the one stump to aim at, and no cigar.
Risky run that, because it was, I know Lavenby had to move around, but it was to his better hand, it was to his left hand, so he had to get, we'll see on the replay there, he had to come around. He picked it up cleanly on the bounce. And yeah, as you said, had that been on target.
That might well have been a wicket. Very, very tight. So 26 overs remaining today. Essex will be fancying their chances of getting up and around that Somerset first innings total in that time.
Yeah, you would imagine they'll get there this evening. And they'll... I think day one has gone very well for them. Brown gets in behind that one. Craig Overton continuing into his 8th over so far. Not picked up a wicket. Big LBW shout to Alistair Cook in the previous over, but it looked on the replays to be going down leg side. And the over before is the one he'll be more frustrated about. Not often do you find Alistair Cook's outside edge, but Craig Overton did find it. And Tom Abel moving to his right. It was flying, it was high, up to his shoulder, but the short ball that Brown wasn't really sure what he was trying to do with that one.
It would have been a great catch, I think it's fair to say, isn't it? It was high to his right. It was going in between him and Matt Renshaw.
It would. Tom Abel holds himself to high standards, and I think would feel he should have caught it.
You could tell from his reaction.
Oh, that's beautiful from Craig Overton, just getting that shape. Kisses the pitch, flies through to Steve Davies behind the stumps. Yeah, so we were talking about Overton's pace, what was it? And so the Shield Berry wrote a piece in the Telegraph. I think it was an interview with Liam Norwell, but then was as potentially being the next in line, and he was talking about the other 6 potential seamers, of which Overton was one, and he said he picked up a shoulder injury in the test against India at Headingley last year that's potentially long term, and is the reason why he's not quite
the pace he was.
Yeah, where he was talking about him being in the operating in the high 80s, and actually it was more high 70s, low 80s against the West Indies.
It's quite a while since I first interviewed Craig and his brother. In fact, I sat them down together, interviewed them both, because they came in probably ahead of time on account of injuries back in 2014.
They were doing
I think it was.
Yeah, they were doing their A-levels, weren't they? They still had A-level exams to go and do when they were playing one-day games. Pushed to mid-on, where Tom Lumley does the fielding, and there's no run. They kept nudging in front of each other, I think. Wasn't the story? One played for Devon first, and then I can't remember which one played for Somerset. But then Jamie got in an England squad first, and then Craig made his debut. Yeah. Jamie was in Taunton earlier in the week. Surrey seconds were playing Somerset seconds. There were some serious cricketers on display. Yeah. March and Delanga was playing for Somerset. Josh Davey, James Rue got that 100. Amar Verdi, Jamie Overton. Brown opens the face up, runs it down to third man, where I think that's Ben Green, who we haven't seen with the ball yet.
Says a bit about James Rue's 100 against cricketers of that quality.
Yeah, one to watch, I think, James Rue. One we might well be watching at some point, I suspect, this summer.
Long summer to come. Always a time of year full of expectancy, this, mid-April.
There's so many things I'd like to say. There we go. Top of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. And there is Marcus Trescothick in between Jason Kerr and Andy Hurry. And I'm 99% sure that's James Taylor, who is now working as an
as a selector.
Well, is he actually a selector rather than a scout? But yes, he's doing that job, isn't he?
He's on the selection side of things.
Looking at the batters, I believe.
That does look like him, doesn't it?
Yeah, wonder who he's looking at. Sir Alistair Cook, maybe?
This is Ben Green coming on for the first time in place of Lewis Gregory. So Tom Abel giving Green the ball ahead of himself. And Ben Green, the first wicket to fall this morning. He'd made 15 and looked pretty comfortable, actually. Made all of Somerset's first 15 runs before he was caught behind by Adam Wheater off Mark Steckety.
Yeah, and a shot he didn't need to play, did he? No. He really didn't need to play it. He played a couple of lovely strokes, flick off his legs, checked on drive.
So Green round the wicket, as was Lewis Gregory.
I've been struggling to recognise him from up here. I've just realised what is his hair. He had quite a lot of hair last year, didn't he, Ben Green? Oh, he's more than short back and side, very short on the sides. That's why I wasn't recognising him instantly.
Yes, there are no mains visible out there in the field. Not like Shane Snater, at least. Good stop. I think it was covered anyway at mid-off, but still Green did well to get down to that. From 4 slips down to 3 now for Somerset. Another man in the ring on the offside. Again, there's some movement, but after the ball has gone past the bat, Brown not interested in playing that. Essex march steadily on. So a maiden to start for Green. The score remains on 63 without loss, and Somerset still struggling to make a breakthrough. There's the Andy Caddick Pavilion top floor again. Some impressively populated, you could say.
Simon Harmer in the middle. Amazing. He was playing a test match in Port Elizabeth on Monday, Simon Harmer, so just to get back is quite something as Overton continues to cook.
Yes, he didn't look jet-lagged when he came on to bowl.
No, 6 balls did it take him to pick up his first wicket of the season? But that's a sign, you know. Essex are wonderful cricketers, him amongst them, and have had a lot of success in the last couple of years. 19 Championship, 17 Championship, 2020 Bob British Trophy, T20 winners in 2019. But the commitment, the dressing room togetherness, someone like Harmer to come back and play as Cook pushes it off his legs, doesn't time it, and so they'll just pick up a single. Bit of an inside edge there, I think. It's not quite where Alistair Cook wanted it to go, but he moves on to 31. But yeah, to finish a test match on a Monday in South Africa and be back, they were expecting, I don't think they'd officially ruled him out, it doesn't sound like it, but they were very much of the mind that he will be available for the following game. I think it's Warwickshire they've got next.
Shows admirable commitment, doesn't it, to the cause.
Going to come over the wicket to Nick Brown, Craig Overton. Starts with a short one to him, which he does bowl a decent bounce to Craig Overton. Whatever his pace is at, he directs it. He puts everything into it, doesn't he?
That was a much better one, actually. The first one before tea was innocuous, and Stephen Davies couldn't reach it. And it cost 4 runs, but that was much better.
Behind that one, Nick Brown. Make sure his gloves are on properly. Wonder if James Taylor, we joked about James Taylor looking at Alistair Cook, but Brown is, well, he's a namesake. Ben Brown down at Sussex did an interview with Wisden, I think, the other week, saying, well, look, if not being funny, but I'm 31, 32. That's where England should be looking, given the current state of the Test side. They should be looking at players that know their game inside out. Overton comes back around the wicket to Brown. He pushes it to Leach at mid-off. Don't worry, mate. Already on it. On me stats. Don't worry. Counting it down. 1700s Nick Brown of his career, first class hundreds, 31 now. This is the 111th game. He's edged that one to Tom Abel, who scored it. Oh, heart and mouth for a second there for Somerset. As Abel, he caught it initially, juggled, and he's grabbed it second time around. So Nick Brown, if James Taylor is watching him, that's the last he's going to see of him today, because Nick Brown has just gone for 25. Somerset have their first wicket. 64 for 1 Essex. Craig Overton came over the wicket for a couple of balls, and now over to Nick Brown's come back around the wicket. And Tom Abel, at the second time of asking, holds on Stephen Lamb.
Oh, we're relieved for Tom, aren't we? It was much harder, the chance he missed. But that one, it was catchable, comfortably catchable, really. And it just, well, he parried it nicely in the end. If you parry, then you've got to parry up. Give yourself a second chance. And he duly did.
He made it look easy, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was almost, not that obviously it wasn't deliberate, but it looked almost like, well, yeah, I could do that. That's what we practice doing. But he'd have been bitterly disappointed, Tom Abel. I'm sure Craig Overton might have let out a roar.
It was heart in mouth time, wasn't it?
It really was. And that means with the Somerset captain taking the catch, we're going to see the Essex captain come out to the middle. Tom Wesley, another seriously experienced cricketer. Couple of 100 first-class games to his name. 24 hundreds, over 10,000 runs. He's going to come out batting it free.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Nick Brown had to play that. Be interested to have another look at some stage. But safely pouched. Just be able to see that now. Oh, I think he did. I think he had to. It's a good ball. It was slanting in at him, wasn't it? So well bowled, Craig Overton. What a relief. A breakthrough for Somerset. 64 for 1. Yeah, tractor in the distance. Come on, come on. The rock remains in the form of Sir Alistair.
He was out there, tractor, and so when Craig Overton first came onto bowl, I don't know if you heard, the announcer said, "Oh, change your bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end," and then just stopped, and everyone was waiting for him to announce somebody, and he didn't say it, so you just heard tractor shout, "Craig Overton," to which even the players laughed.
That's just homing in on middle and off, and nicely played by Alistair Cook into the offside. No sun on the county ground at the moment. There is some on the Quantock Hills in the distance, shining on some of the different shades of colour up there. Turning into quite a pleasant evening. And plenty of people here savouring the chance to watch cricket at Taunton, the start of another season.
Glorious, isn't it? There'll be more tomorrow. Bank holiday Friday, club cricket day as well. So I think a lot of the club cricketers from around the southwest counties have had the chance to come in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bank holiday fixture, really, isn't it? Over Easter. Final day is Easter Sunday, if the game runs that far.
The early days, that early season optimism, Stephen.
Yeah. We'll see. Games can change. Tide can turn. Oh, yes, it was a good grab, wasn't it, in the end?
You can see the relief. The relief smiles now, but...
Yeah. Well done, Tom Abel. Tidy from Ben Green. Brace of maidens for him to get underway. And I'm going to vacate this seat in favour of a certain Harry Everett.
.64 for 1 then, if you're just joining us. No, Essex haven't been scoring slowly, unfortunately, if you're a Somerset fan. They're in and out, 109 all out. Somerset made earlier on today, having been asked to bat by Tom Wesley. Day 1 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. You're watching, listening on the live stream, brought to you by our friends at WPA Health Insurance. Couple of thousand watching on the live stream now. Harry Everett is just getting himself sorted. He'll be back very shortly as Craig Overton's going to bowl Tom Wesley for the first time. Wesley played, though, he was a bit unlucky, I think, Wesley. Played 5 tests for England back in 2017 against South Africa, a serious South Africa attack he played against, and I know he talks very openly about how he found it difficult to come back into county cricket and the motivation and how he struggled with that. But he's back. He's had a good couple of years.
I always thought of Tom Wesley a bit in the James Vince category. Sort of plays these. He's got that shot. We know James Vince has got the cover drive. We know Tom Wesley's got the on drive through mid-wicket area, and he's so good at it, but it often became his downfall, and they set fields for it. Yeah, he batted in a similar position to Vince. Probably didn't score quite as freely and quite as aesthetically pleasingly as Vince, but got tarnished with that brush a little bit, do you think?
Ooh, outside edge, leading edge. He's going to get 4, I think, for that, unless Renshaw is very quick. He's not quite quick enough. But more encouraging signs for Craig Overton. Tom Wesley's off the mark, but that's not where he was trying to put it by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, he says himself, frankly, I read an interview with him where he said, well, did you get much of a conversation with the ECB afterwards about what happened? He said, well, no, but not really, because I didn't score enough runs. That was the pure, what they're going to say, well, you need to score more runs. I already know that.
I think that shot we just saw sums up the way he plays. He tries to whip it through mid-wicket and does get the outside edge quite often.
He does, as he plays with soft hands there, so it goes to Tom Abel at third slip. On the bounce, though, this time.
Even that ball was similar, wasn't it? The way he's got a little bit squared up. He sort of does slightly shaped to the onside, so he will induce the outside edge, which is all well and good if it's going well over the top or soft hands down, but he will get caught nicking off to the slip corner fairly often.
He forced his way into the test side with that amazing summer in 2016 where he had 1,400 plus runs and 500s, but hasn't actually passed 1,000 runs in any other summer. Full. He tries to leave that one. It's one of those where you just bring the bat out the way, and it caught it on the way up. It caught the back of his bat, so it could have gone anywhere. Had a good year last year, Wesley. It was a bit of feast or famine, because if you look at his numbers, played 13 games, 631 runs, with 300s in there, so there's half his runs in just the 3 innings. But it's been around a long time now. I know it must have been 06, 07 he made his debut, do you reckon?
Well, a bit of trivia, is it?
As Overton gets in behind that. He was in end of the over, 68 for 1, then 27 gone. He was in the Durham University side with Chris Jones.
Yes, you teamed me up nicely there, Sam. I think you knew you did that, didn't you? I love Chris Jones. And one of my favourite anecdotes is that 130 against Stark & Co. I'll admittedly tell, even if my college A-level Richard Jewish English teachers listening, I skived off my only ever lesson through school. I was a fairly good boy, other than sports fixtures, which didn't count as skiving. Skived off English A-level to come and watch Chris Jones, but I can Ryan Harris, Mitch Stark, maybe Mitch Johnson. Anyway, Australia's first choice bowling attack at the time. Glorious 130 it was too. What a shot that is, actually. Ben Green thrashed away through the offside by Alistair Cook. No point chasing that. Another 4 runs to the great legend, Alistair Cook.
Indeed, and the significance of that is Sir Alistair Cook now has 25,000 first-class runs to his name, which is not bad going.
Well, yeah, it's more, what's annoying me has been bugging me for the last hour. I'm sure you'll join in this. It's Alistair Nathan Cook, I know that, but A.N. Cook on the scoreboard just doesn't look quite right. It's like Ann Cook, as if, like, you know, one of the Cooks. I know because there's Sam Cook.
Not even correct, then it should just be A Cook.
Yeah. Why is there 2 letters or initials? I don't quite know what it's meant to be. Sir Alistair Cook should just have. Well, he can't have S Cook, can he? Because Sam Cook and Sir Cook doesn't really work either, does it?
Poor bloke has just got to 25,000 first-class runs, and you're moaning about is it an extra initial being on the
It's the respect to him. We should be respecting him better. It should say there's enough room for one more letter. It could say Cook, Sir, couldn't it? That'd be even better. Ben Green, who's won a better 2 balls after that to Alistair Cook, making him come forward and lunge and just defend that. 29 overs in, and Ben Green's bowled 3 overs, which you could say is saying something about the main 3 bowlers or how well Cook and Brown have batted, but also I think from a positive spin for Somerset, shows how well he bowled at Hampshire last week, how well he's classed as a bowler now. I watched him open the bowling for extra CC against my team last April, and he's bowling off the same run-up he did in club cricket then as he is now to Sir Alistair Cook, which is inducing a late cut chop on nearly just past the stumps. Alistair Cook gets 4 runs for it, but completely different. We talked about Steve Davies flashing outside the off stump earlier. I mentioned Ian Bell chopping on a few times in Test cricket, having played a few lovely cut shots, and Hildreth nearly did it earlier today, and Alistair Cook is lucky to get away with that one. Yeah, Ben Green goes from bowling at club cricketers and...
You?
Well, he whacked at me when I was at mid-on as well. And he's bowling at Alistair Cook, exactly the same pace, just a different pitch with a, well, pretty much the same red ball as well. If you can get Alistair Cook to nearly chop on, then fair play. Good fielding by Renshaw there. Big man, Renshaw at mid-wicket, just I think he's going to scamper around and cover the ground. His legs just look too long for his body when he's at mid-wicket, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, if he looks a bit more comfortable.
Do you think his jumper's too short for him?
That's probably another factor, yeah. He's, what was he, day 1 of wearing the whites for Somerset in 2018, 4 years.
Maybe he's got his old jumper and he put it in the wash when he went home.
Well, I think you missed it. Stephen and I were talking earlier about why he hasn't got his cap from 2018. As Cook defends that into leg side. He had a brand new cap. He still has a brand new cap as he comes into bowl. And he was... You'd have thought he would have kept his cap from 2018, but I said maybe it's on display in his house back in Australia.
Looks like we're going to see a bit of Peter Siddle. He's got his jumper off. He's in conversation with Tom Abel. Sounds like an evening at the theatre, doesn't it? In conversation with Tom Abel.
I'm sure that'll be a thing in a few years' time. I'd go and watch it. I'd go and listen to Tom Abel talk about anything.
He's going to watch it now. So yeah, it's going to be Peter Siddle from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. He's going to bowl it. His former captain, Tom Westley. 4 slips in. Hildreth, Renshaw, Overton, Abel in there. Almost 2,000 people on the live stream. We were saying that, I don't know if you saw that James Taylor is up there with Marcus Trescothick and Andy Hurry. Oh, Harry's just calling for his binoculars. You should have seen Harry spring forward. He's up there.
That's exciting. I love James Taylor. I can see him clear as day. I didn't even need the binoculars, actually.
What a white ball cricketer in particular he was.
What a short leg fielder he was.
Ooh, left alone by Westley. That one nipped back from Siddle, not a million miles from the stumps. Craig Overton, a lone shout. I think maybe appealing for LBW, but perhaps it flicked the top of Tom Wesley's back pad. But we're trying to work out who he's watching. Could be watching Cook, unlikely. Could be watching Brown. I did say that.
I like Nick Brown. That's my shout.
He's. I was talking to Stephen about the interview that Ben Brown did, saying actually guys of 31, 32 know their game, perhaps should be given a go.
I was almost having that conversation earlier. Someone on the YouTube comment said Yates and Haynes, which I don't disagree with, but they're the youngsters who England like to go with the youngsters. But I think we need an opening batsman who's been around a bit. We've tried Lees, Lyth, Robson, Compton, everyone the last 10 years since Strauss retired. I think I'd love to see Nick Brown get a go opening the batting.
I wouldn't move away from Alex Lees yet. I think he
No,
has to
sorry,
get,
yeah, I'm not saying kick out
But yeah,
Alex
you're
Lees.
right. Rob Yates, I'm sure he will be brilliant. He's had one season. Tom Haynes likewise had one full season in Division 2, like in 3.
I think more the point I'm making is Alex Lees and Nick Brown are probably the same kind of option.
Yeah.
Left-handed, experienced batter, very similar. I don't know how they chose Lees over Brown is the point I'm making. I'm not particularly on either side. I think they're both very similar and both very viable to be an option to try, especially as they will complement Crawley, who's going to be the right-handed dasher at the other end.
I think Lees has had a really good couple of years, the last couple of seasons in particular. Wesley leaves that one alone from Siddle. Since he's been up at Durham, Lees, or maybe not as many runs as I thought he had last year. Maybe he had a really good Royal London Cup, didn't he, scoring? But he has shown the ability to bat for long periods of time. But yeah, you could argue there. Let's have a look at their...
Brown and Lees are very similar. If you compare them, I bet you, without looking at their stats, I bet you they're pretty similar the last 7 or 8 years.
Well, Lees has got 18 first-class hundreds. Brown's got 17.
There you go.
So
If there's only one first-class 100 in it, then that's about as close as it'll get. It's done a bit.
Leaves that one alone. Brown averages a touch more, 38. Lees 35. Lees is batting at Durham. It's more difficult. I don't know. End of the over. Essex 76 for 1 after 29. So about 19 overs remaining on what's going to be a really lovely evening here in Taunton.
It is. Good time for James Taylor to come down. It seems a bit odd as he only just rocked up for the evening session though. Has he had a prior appointment? You'd have thought, unless he's going to come back tomorrow as well. But
well, I don't know. I
don't
don't know what time he turned up.
Well, you'd have thought if he turned up, he would probably have been up there most of the day, but I haven't seen him before. When I say James Taylor, when you say James Taylor, the first innings I think of is his 98 in New Zealand in the World Cup when he was done with a DRS dodgy decision in the 2015 World Cup. Green with a short wide on which Cook gets away with that. Tom Abel, good bit of fielding at cover. What do you think of James Taylor?
It was it's just such a shame because he just started to get going, hadn't he? Really, he was a bit like Sam Hain is at Warwickshire now. At one point, he was probably a guy averaging 60 in white ball cricket. There was a game on Sky at Trent Bridge where he smashed. I think he maybe got 160 in a white ball game for Notts. Can't think of who it was against.
Green in the mix. Cook sort of squirt it out in front of him to mid-on.
Where do you stand on another guy who I really like, who has scored since he left Notts and went to Worcestershire, just scored runs for fun, not even in the England A squad, Jake Libby?
Yeah, I knew exactly you meant straight away. I think the Cornishman's been unlucky, to be honest with you. I would have probably had him in before Lees, actually. It sounds like I've got nothing against Lees whatsoever. It's just there's multiple options from a similar bracket. I know Libby's right-handed, but I would have Libby, Lees and Brown in that similar sort of bracket where Robson and Compton were a few years ago, where Lyth was a few years ago, in that sort of trying them out. Especially now Cook's gone. They haven't even got one guaranteed opener. That man Cook, with wherever you end up commentating, whatever cricket you're talking about, you end up talking about an opening batter to partner Alistair Cook, or now to replace Alistair Cook.
Interestingly, so Craig Overton has just come out of third slip there. He's just out of shot. He's come in at a short mid-wicket catching, which is just a sign of they're just hoping that Cook might push at one. And it pops up there to the catcher.
He has. Even 2 balls ago, he pushed at one towards Tom Lammonby at mid-on, which was slightly aerial. I mean, there's very few ways to get Alistair Cook out, especially when he's in on 39. And you haven't got a test bowling attack, even though you've got Overton and Siddle who have played a lot of test cricket. But you've got to try these different things. Abel was great with his funky fields. In pre-season, he had 3 mid-wickets. Sam Hain and Tom Sibley had some interesting field set for them pre-season we were commentating on. And I like seeing different methods tried. And I'd rather see extra mid-wickets and extra covers than men ready for a short ball. As soon as we discussed that, Craig Overton now comes into a gully. He's given up on that plan already. LBW shout for Ben Green. Now that is quite a vociferous appeal from Somerset, if you can be quite and vociferous.
switched to over the wicket, didn't he? To slightly change up of the angle. We'll see it on the replay. Pitched outside leg, though, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's the one thing not going for that is a pitched outside leg. Other than that, I think it'd be a pretty good shout.
Quite a big thing not going for it.
Yeah. But it's one of those things you can easily forget. I often find when you're watching cricket, you forget the pitched outside leg rule sometimes. When it's a bit straight, you just get a bit excited. Green with hands on head, but he's going to come in again and ending his 4th over. Well played, Alistair Cook. Solid defensive shot. And he'll do that for another day and a half and get Essex into a 400 run lead, and they'll try and win by innings, I guess, is my prediction for how this could pan out. Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley came together at 64 for no loss, and now 76 for 1. And Siddle is going to bowl from the Marcus Edwards just Gothic Pavilion end. Tom Lamby just shining the ball on his shirt. Yeah, Gucci 333. Must be a big Graham Gooch fan. He says more desperate appealing.
Well, it might not be a Graham Gooch fan, because he does say a bit further on, well played Sir Alistair, only 20,000 more needed to overtake me. Wesley tries to cut Siddle away, gets a bottom edge. More yelps from the Somerset fielders, so maybe it is Graham Gooch.
Sorry, you think it is Graham Gooch? Okay.
Do I think it is, or have I...
He hasn't got a picture, has he? We'll have a
no.
Could the real Graham Gooch please stand up in the YouTube comments? Yeah, Tim Foden's back on that brown point. Yeah, fair enough. There's other more talented people to invest in now, but I do massively like the Ben Brown point that don't always go with youth. Sometimes you need a bit of an experienced head at the top of the order, especially.
Still driven by Wesley to Tom Labbenby. Yeah, it's great investing in people for the future, which you should do, but at some point you actually need to perform here and now, and so you can still invest in those guys while playing some of the more experienced players. So I don't know, it's not an easy job, but they do seem to be making a bit of a hash of it.
Do you want to get James Taylor on commentary and tell him that?
If he fancies a stint.
We could probably have a word, couldn't we? Not sure I can speak to him through my binoculars, but...
Defended into the offside there. Wesley Lammonby will do the fielding. Into his 8th over so far. Peter Siddle, he's been really economical too. 7.3 overs, 3 maidens. 0 for 10 so far. Ben Green's gone for just 8 from his 4 overs. So the runs not coming particularly quickly, but that won't worry Essex because they have a lot of time left in this game. They'll be, if they're ideal from here, is probably still be batting Saturday morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just having a chat with one of the fans about this. It's
full of that from Siddle. Tempted Wesley into a half drive. I don't think he pulled out of it, but he realised a little bit too late that he wasn't going to get there, and it's flung through to Steve Davis. So Peter Siddle bowling really well here. No runs scored for 20 balls or so now, so a little bit of pressure.
No, I don't think
they'll really feel it though, will they?
Essex will want to bat once, bat big, win by an innings, and take the points back to Chelmsford.
Yeah, gets them up and running nicely after, they had that big the draw in the first game last year, but actually with the guy we were just talking about, Jake Libby, was an immovable beast. I think was he a couple of, was it balls or minutes short of Jason Gallion's record for the longest ever county championship innings? He batted for a long time.
Yeah, he's a good, solid opening batter. I just see a nice little stat from Essex cricket, breaking down the 25,000 runs Alistair Cook scored. 12,472 for England, 9,696 not out for Essex as this not continues, and 2,228 for England A Lions or different 11s, and then of course 606 for the MCC. So that's a pretty decent record. You can't argue with that. I don't think many are going to get close to his England Test runs. I think, of course, we talk about Joe Root, but he's not an opener. I think it's different as an opener. To be an opening bat and score as many Test runs as Alistair Cook did is just a phenomenal achievement.
161 Tests he played. That's quite something, isn't it?
And the catches as well. He's one of the best slippers around. And when you just back him to take the catches, I mean, he's got 4 in this match. 4 in the innings, 4 in just one day. So Ben Green continues with his long-time mate Tom Lammonby at mid-on, shining the ball for him. I'd like to see Tom Lammonby given a bowl. If Essex do go on to get 400, 500 and Somerset are desperately trying all sorts of different things to get a wicket, I'd like to see definitely Lammonby and Goldsworthy given a bowl, because you've got to try everything possible to try and get him out, and sometimes the left arm option is well worth a try, isn't it?
Yeah, I suspect Jack Leach not fancy himself first.
Oh yeah, of course.
And we've not seen Abel yet either.
No, I'm slightly surprised that Green bowled before Abel and Leach. They're in the front line. I think you've got your 3 seamers, then you've got Jack Leach, then you've got Abel and Green, is the way I would have probably guessed it would have been. Then I'm thinking Goldsworthy and I'm already preparing for bowlers 7 and 8.
You were looking at mid-afternoon tomorrow.
Yeah,
and the third new ball's just...
Sorry, Jack Leach, no insult on you whatsoever, just planning for tomorrow afternoon, that's it. Green's done an alright job so far though. But I don't think he'll be wise nice to cook too much. Abel would have bowled himself before Green, but for Green's 3 for last week. First class best. Not that they've done much bowling first class cricket before last week, to be fair. But A.N. Cook and Tom Wesley batting on for Essex here. Ben Green just wiping the ball in his trousers. Still plenty of fans in enjoying the first day of the County Championship in the West Country of 2022. Hildreth, Renshaw and Craig Overton are the, well, 2 slips in the gully really. Jack Leach at long leg. Just loosening his shoulders up. Maybe he's been given a gesture by Tom Abel. Nearly Leach time. Green's collar flapping in the wind. He completes another decent over that. 5 overs, just 8 runs is economical stuff from Ben Green, even if it's not too penetrative. That's the Cook going nowhere fast. God, I think it might be Jack Leach.
Siddle's going to take his jumper off, I reckon.
Jack Leach
Siddle's
is toying with me.
beautifully.
He's walked to the crease. He's marking his run-up out. He stood 5 yards from the popping crease where he would bowl from, and yet Siddle's going to continue bowling.
I'm sure we'll see Jack Leach soon.
Get his time
Enough
to
hurry. And a good, decent run in the Test side as well over the winter. 3 games in the Ashes, I think he played. Not at all anyone English will want to remember too much. But also played in the West Indies as well. As Wesley leaves that one alone from Siddle, just shapes away a little bit. Yeah, didn't he bowl a marathon spell in one of those West Indies Test matches?
Just kept on going and going, didn't he?
Bowled 1,137 balls in that series, which probably isn't that far short of the number of balls he bowled in the entirety of the Red Bull season last year. Wesley defends that one to mid-on. So Tom Abel has gone in at a short mid-wicket in there for the catch. Just Wesley, as Harry was saying not so long ago, is a fan of trying to flick through the leg side. Tom Abel hoping he flicks one straight to him. Yeah, so Jack Leach bowled 1,137 balls in 3 Test matches. He bowled only 1,446 balls in the entire Red Bull summer last year.
He bowled pretty well come the end of that West Indies series, so it must be said.
He really did. T20 debut for Jack Leach last year as well. Oh, drive to that one, Wesley. His head goes back. Probably has a quick word with himself. He really flashed at that one. It buzzed through. Siddle's bowling with a bit more pace, actually,
well, yeah,
than I thought he might have.
that was a James Vince effect I talked about. Wesley with his cover drives and his on drives through mid-wicket and loose drive that time. But yeah, you're right, Siddle was getting it through a bit.
It was a good zip up. Stephen Davis is taking that up by his face almost. When he bowled from the other end, from the river end, Siddle first up, you just saw it kiss the pitch and zipped through. Siddle again, and then this time he does his former skipper again. That one, it wasn't an expansive drive from Wesley that time, but it was just in an area Peter Siddle put that where Wesley had to play at it, but actually it was too good for him. And he's very fortunate not to have nicked that. So on Wesley, shaping back into him. So settling in nicely here at Somerset, Peter Siddle. Bowled well, picked up a couple of wickets at Hampshire last week. As Wesley tried to turn that round the corner, but there is a man at mid-wicket.
Right, question for you, Sam. Siddle, Brooks or Davey? I'm trying to not give you any more context, but I probably have to. So Overton and Gregory are playing. They have to play. Yeah. If you could only pick one of those three seamers, you probably can get away with four because they're all-rounders, but...
Yes, I would pick Siddle. Fuller. Driven to square leg.
You can't pick James Fuller.
Very good. Well played, sir. End of the over, 76 for 1. Siddle would play every time, but yeah, you're right, because of Overton, Gregory and Davey himself, opening batter, you can have, Somerset can do that, and they certainly need all the batters they can get in the side. But if you are if you're in a situation, say you had to play, you need to play two spinners, because of the, and Somerset could do that with Abel and Namanby, and if
Davey comes in for Goldsworthy, and you've got one less part-time spin option, an extra seamer, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't think Somerset would ever need. Don't think in a position where they can take a frontline batter out and bring in someone who's going to bat 7, 8, 9.
One of these multiple bowling options we're talking about, Ben Green is coming in, and his other multiple bowling options, part-time seamer Tom Abel does a fielding mid-off.
But yeah,
you compared to an Essex side, there's hardly any part-time bowlers in the Essex side. You can't call Cook or Brown bowlers. Wesley and Lawrence bowl a bit of part-time spin, but Rossingston's not going to bowl. Wheaty's not going to bowl. Cook's not going to bowl. Brown's not going to bowl.
They've just got three seamers,
which do a great job.
They've got three, and they did a great job today. Harmer,
no Beale or
Critchley.
Porter.
But you do wonder if they looked at it and looked at the Somerset side and thought actually three seamers and Harmer and Critchley is probably going to be enough. Because if need be, and Harmer's done it so many times for them in the last few years, he'll just bowl an end. He'll bowl 45 overs in a day, and he does that at Chelmsford quite a lot. He just sometimes they only use Cook and Porter, and they just rotate outside.
I was quite looking forward to seeing Matt Critchley bowl today, but didn't get a chance. Harmer mopped up a quick three for Green in the sort of diagonal run up. That's wide outside and left behind by Cook. Just hearing the effects, Mike. Tom Abel. Come on, Green Arrow. Come on, Green Arrow. Desperate for a wicket are Somerset. All London One Day Cup skipper Ben Green bowling an economical but not particularly probing spell yet. Cook happy to be attritional and just block it out.
It's an impressive start from Green this season with the ball. He's going to need to, because I don't think long term he's an option to open the batting. I can't see him in the first division of the county championship, I would imagine. And Bartlett played twos this week, I think, so it would have been quite close. If he comes back in, I think Renshaw probably has to open.
Cook leaves one outside off stump. Yeah, Bartlett batted 3, scored 8 after Rue and Church won a decent partnership in the first innings, and then batted at the top of the order, got 56 not out. And then Somerset's second innings in the drawn friendly at Taunton Vale on Monday and Tuesday.
So you'd imagine next week, assuming Bartlett's fit,
I
think Renshaw goes up, Abel goes from 5 to 3, and Bartlett comes in to bat at 5.
Yeah.
And then it's one of Green.
Well, yeah, probably. And then Bantam could come in for Goldsworthy if he were fit too.
Yeah. I think he probably would get in at the moment, wouldn't he? I think he was due to start the season and just picked up that, unfortunately.
I think Bantam and Bartlett for Goldsworthy and Green would be the sensible change. And then Siddle won't play every game. When Siddle needs a rest, you bring Davey in when Davey's fully fit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting that, because I mean Siddle's here as an overseas. I think they'll probably get to a stage quite quickly when more likely to rest Gregory actually with his injury.
Just feel like Gregory could bat at 6.
Yeah,
that's the big issue. You lose a man who could score a first-class 100. Yes, I remember Overton getting out 98 and scored 100 himself, but
as Wesley defends that to mid-on. But then if he plays and bats at 6, then it's in lieu of Goldsworthy. So probably Davey plays as well as Siddle. And there's a young lad called Smead who's quite good.
I was going to say there's a young lad called James Rue who's quite useful. 100 on Monday at Taunton Vale.
But I can't see Siddle missing out for the rest. I mean, look at that. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 10.
I would love to see Siddle and Davey play.
Yeah, I think they will.
I'm sad that it will need Gregory or Overton to miss out for it. I'd like to see Gregory, Overton, Davey and Siddle all 4 play on one side. I think that would be a proper 4-seamers bowling attack. Then
yeah, and I think that will also happen. I don't think it's necessarily you end up with assigned with, so say Siddle and Leach are 10 and 11. So still 7, 8, 9 Overton, Gregory and Davey.
That's the thing for me. All of the Somerset bowlers come back. So I've no issue with a few missing out. I won't even mention Martin de Lange. He's swung a few runs for Glamorgan over the years as well as Somerset.
As Wesley, watchful, was beaten on the outside by Siddle a couple of times in the previous over. So he's just got 4 so far. And it was not the most convincing shot, his boundary either, was it? Is that Masood got a double 100?
Yeah, well, I'm just a bit behind actually. I'm catching up with the scores. I like to read all the entries around the grounds.
Peel for caught behind. Slips were more interested than Siddle, but once again, Peter Siddle is giving Tom Wesley a little bit of a working over here. Beating him.
That's an ambitious appeal, but yes, he is all over him currently.
Genuine play in the miss. I think it was Siddle's hand goes up late, just because he's not really convinced at all there. Peter Siddle, he sticks a hand up because the slips have gone up. Lovely shot there from Tom Wesley. That is the whip through leg, and Jack Leach is going to chase it, but he's not going to cut it off. So slightly over pitched there from Siddle. It was about the first loose one he's bowled in his spell, and Tom Wesley just whips him through mid-wicket. It's a nice little shot.
Trademark Tom Wesley. Don't bowl there to him. Just reading about Marnus Labuschagne having a bowl against, well, Duckett's turned up. Mulaney's batting for knots again. And he's bowling some seam rather than leg spin, which I didn't know was in his locker. Man of many talents, Marnus.
Yeah, this time he has gone. Peter Siddle. Oh, Peter Siddle thinks he's got it. Tom Wesley has stood there.
All of the fielders have gone up. It was a Celebra appeal. It wasn't an appeal.
No, the reaction there suggests that Somerset definitely thought they had him. Tom Wesley wasn't moved.
Siddle would run off to fifth slip.
Was the umpire.
Didn't even turn round Siddle until he'd got all the way to the other end. All the way through the other end, celebrating, and then suddenly thought he better turn around. Finger didn't go up.
I think he'd assumed it was just going to go up straight away, wasn't it? Tom Wesley still there. Essex still 80 for 1.
That could be a big turning point in the game. So Tom Abel's going to give himself a bowl at the other end. Ben Green's going to have a rest. Abel, as we said, a bit quicker than last year. Got his muddy knees on his whites. Siddle grumbling away to... Well, Jack Leach is at fine leg. Where's Siddle gone? No, Siddle shrugging his shoulders in the infield. Abel's just loosening up with Ben Green at mid-on.
54 red ball wickets in his career so far, Tom Abel. Just a touch over 30, so you could definitely call him a genuine all-rounder now, I think.
Very useful on that as he comes around the wicket to Alistair Cook, who's cut him away. A donk on the head from Cook as opposed to a firm cut shot. A donk for 2.
Dunk on the head. Is that how you
Yeah, it's the way you coach your cut shot. Really, you got to get in there. You get it over the ball, high to low. I was always told just dunk it on the head. If you try and hit it too hard, you'll miss it or you'll uppercut it. White ball cricket these days, you might go over the top and try and hit it for 6, but always taught just dunk it on the head and let the ball race away across the outfield. Tickle into the leg side from Cook for 1 run.
Donk then a tickle.
That's it. Plenty of different words for all the adjectives used in the cricket vernacular.
I'm enjoying that. Yeah, 185 Masood's got. Gloucestershire are all out for 227, so a bit of a collapse there for them. Marcus Harris made 136 of them, so a bit like James Bracey last week, who made, I think, 100 odd after not many. So 227 all out. Matthew Fisher, 4 for 19 for him. He ran through Somerset up at Scarborough last year in that what turned out to be a 2-day game. It wasn't down to be a 2-day game. Harris Ralph, 3 for 81 on debut. Don Bess, 1 for 25.
Wesley's got this big jumper on now. He probably doesn't need to be quite that wrapped up, but a bit of extra protection, I guess, if Tom Abel were to ping a short ball towards his chest. Not that he should really go to that yet. But he's got 2 slips. Also got 2 slips in the sort of long leg, square fine leg, or backward square leg in Jack Leach. Poor old Jack Leach has been in the long grass on the boundary and not really been involved in the game much so far. Faced 1 ball, not out, stranded at the other end, 100 short of his century, and then hasn't had a ball and he's hanging around at fine leg. Hopefully we'll see him into the action soon.
Just having a look at that. That Wesley boundary was the first run in the previous overs, the first runs for more than 7 overs. And Siddle and Green were both bowling superbly.
Just looking back at Sir Alistair Cook and his 25,000 runs, and the other batting records that have fallen at Taunton. Jack Hobbs' 100th century. Even Archie McLaren's 424 back in the day. All these records that fall at Taunton. Over the years, one of those run-scoring grounds that's fairly short, straight particularly, smallish ground. Years gone by was a run-scoring heaven. Talk about the pitches becoming Hyderabad a few years ago, but it's kind of a neutral ground now. A couple of years ago, changing groundsman, changing strategy with turners that used to be, well, Somerset Essex battles, a lot of them were on the turners of Jack Leach and Simon Harmer, as we see James Taylor still in good conversation with Jason Kerr. Maybe they're trying to tap up Tom Abel. Yeah, he's trying to recommend some Somerset, or maybe Jason Kerr and Sarge wanting their jobs. He's probably saying, nah, none of our boys are good enough. Don't take any of our boys for England. Keep them here.
Overton just needs another summer. Needs to play 14 first-class games or 13. So Siddle's going to continue then to Tom Westley and Alistair Cook. Alistair Cook on strike. He's got 42 not out so far. Tom Lammerby with the highest score of the game so far, 48. Highest score of Somerset's innings by a considerable distance, which tells you all you need to know. As he comes around the wicket to Cook, who pushes outside off stump, gets a bottom edge on that, and it goes down to fine leg.
Yeah, just looking at some of the scores. Yeah, Gloucestershire 167 for 4, and then Harris Ralph 2 and 2, and right in through. I think Gloucestershire were quite strong this year.
I think they're very strong this year, Gloucestershire. I fancy them as an outside bet.
Yeah,
for a title challenge. Bracey, Dent, Harris, top 3.
Serious stuff, isn't it? And Higgins will just get runs, wouldn't he?
David
and
Payne,
wickets.
Van Buren.
Payne didn't even play last week. Van Buren a surprise captain candidate was Dent. Bracey's dabbled, but I guess you never know with England to be a wicketkeeper. Good to see Fisher in the action for Yorkshire as well. Yorkshire's first game of the season, of course, having not played last week.
Okay, lovely, mate. Sorry, we missed the replay of the Wesley Wick. And behind that one, Tom Westley. 11 overs remaining this evening after this one. It's going to be a lovely evening as well. Essex will be quite happy to get through this
20-6. Hasn't time flown by when we've been on commentary together, Sam? Well, I didn't realise it was quite that late in the day. It doesn't feel like 20-6. It's not quite height of summer, but nice light evenings now.
Another appeal from the slips, but this time you can see Peter Siddle wasn't that interested. But once again, he beats the outside edge of Tom Wesley. That's 4 or 5 times he's done that now. Peter Siddle, this is an excellent spell for him. As we see the replay there, just jags back. Stephen Davis takes it quite low. He wasn't that interested either. It was the slip cordon that had gone out. It's good stuff from Siddle.
70 hundreds and 117 half centuries, an average of over 47, and Alistair Cook just marches on, doesn't he?
Not bad, is it?
7 away from another half century. 118 half centuries in first-class cricket. That's not even including club or white ball or...
It's unreal, isn't it? His numbers.
Scary.
Really unreal. 9,000. Well, before this one, so he's not far off 10,000 runs for Essex in first-class cricket. And 909 against Somerset at 56.81 before this, including that amazing 100 in the Bob Willis Trophy final. 160 plus, wasn't it? Down the leg side this time. Brazil, yeah, it was 160 odd out of about 320, 340. In fact, I've got it written down somewhere. I was having a look. 330. You just see the deviation.
So Tom Abel's going to bowl at Alistair Cook, and I've got a little proposition for a potential method of dismissal, not for Alistair Cook, who back foot punches that through the cover for 4. I've got no idea now to get Alistair Cook out. Is it for 4? Actually, I say that, slowing down. Matt Renshaw has done superbly, charging from extra cover. There's no way you should have caught up with that ball, especially with jumper on and quick enough outfield. I don't think Renshaw would have a hope in hell of getting that, but he has. And hauls it in with the diving stop for just the 3. And Tom Wesley's back on strike. Right. Tom Wesley, every ball I've seen down the leg side, he's gone 2 or 3 yards out of his crease. Could Somerset be really brave, back Steve Davies with the gloves, get the keeper to stand up, get a leg side stumping? Not the most attacking and positive ploy, but wicket's a wicket as Tom Wesley leaves Tom Abel. Tom against Tom. No cats involved or sat-navs with the tom-toms, but
2 skippers.
2 skippers indeed. I just think the way when he misses or leaves him down the leg side, he often goes forward 2 or 3 paces and quick hands, whip off the bails, he's gone. Steve Davies, one of the finer glovemen in the county game. He would be good enough to stand up to definitely Tom Abel, probably Peter Siddle. That's flicked by Wesley into the leg side. I'm actually surprised he's not tried something a bit out of the ordinary, just to be a bit funky and just to try something different.
It's moving around a bit still. I know it's quite late.
I think that is
Are you more likely to get an edge behind and miss it stood up, or get a leg side stumping? Because if you bring the keeper up, I know what you're saying, and you're spot on seeing it, but he's just going to go back into his crease, and
as soon as they do it,
more mindful.
If they were to do my plan, then yeah, you're right, they'd miss it, Nick, and they'd be cursing not having the keeper stood further back. You can't really win. Oh, that's a beauty from Tom Abel. That's the first time we've seen Alistair Cook beaten in what feels like ages, but he's only been bad for a couple of hours, but feels like an age, and that's a cracking delivery from Tom Abel. A lot of chat on the YouTube comments about cricket back in the day. Notts in the 80s, one-day final, Rice, Hadley, etc. Talking about Gooch in the 90s when his average was over 40. Cook's on the pad there, he's gone back. And Abel's not really appealing as much as Hildreth and Overton were. But that's 2 balls in a row Cook's been beaten. Positive signs for Tom Abel. So Abel's going to continue round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, A.N. Cook, and he drives square. Lovely shot from Alistair Cook. There's going to be at least 2 runs. Chasing back is Lewis Goldsworthy, hauls it in for 2 runs, and that completes a decent over from Tom Abel. Beat the bat, challenged Alistair Cook a couple of times there. And Sam's moved out for Stephen Lamb to resume, as we're going to have a look at that Ben Green LBW appeal. About half an hour ago now, but that's how desperate Somerset have been for a wicket, that there haven't been many other chances since. They were going to replay this to Alistair Cook. Did pitch outside leg, we reckon, that first viewing. Probably, are we right? Oh, and the verdict, pitching outside leg, we were bang on. Thank you for confirming that the commentators were correct.
Always a reassurance. Very strange. I was just watching from the roof below, as it were, us.
The Thatcher's deck.
Down
yes.
outside.
Cracking view.
And I could swear I heard 2 nicks.
You can't swear on air, Stephen Lamb.
It's just I thought I could hear them both. One of them looked like a regulation catch, almost so that Stephen Davies was barely appealing. It just seemed straightforward, and it was given not out. And then another one, it plainly touched something on the way through. But you've got to trust the umpire, haven't you? Because he's a bit closer than we are. Siddle's bowled really well, though, without any luck.
Yeah, umpire Mike Burns and Russell Warren. Not related to Ben Warren. And not related to Joe Burns, but 2 legendary surnames in the cricketing world. Yeah, you weren't giving it out from the Thatcher's deck then, Stephen.
I was. But I'm not quite as... I don't have the umpire's power.
So you might be tuning in after work on this Maundy Thursday. Good Friday tomorrow, of course. Enjoying the seagulls around the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, they'll be pleased to see the spectators, the seagulls, because that means food. Lovely evening now, actually.
Yeah, I was just saying to Sam, I can't believe how light it doesn't feel like nearly 6 o'clock. Feels much earlier in the afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to go a little bit past 6 this evening if the light holds up, which it probably will do.
We're seeing many England recent regulars and hopefuls competing in the county championship. We're saying Gloucestershire collapsed at 227 all out. Matt Fisher taking 4 for 19. Of course, James Taylor still on the balcony chatting to Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr and watching Sir Alistair Cook here today. Not a massive lot happening off the pitch for Somerset. Not as much as Sam Kirk and Steckety were gaining from it early in the innings. Early in the day, well, in the Somerset batting innings.
Yeah, just the 1 wicket to show for their efforts. The Somerset attack. That was second attempt grab by Tom Abel at second slip off Craig Overton.
You say grabbed, sort of juggled and eventually grabbed, wasn't it? Yeah. Third slip. Well, that's an interesting shot from Tom Wesley. It's his air, isn't it? We talk about whipping it through the leg side. There's a bit of air. I don't think he meant to hit it in the air quite that much. Through square leg for 4.
The 2 edges that weren't, could you get any take on that from replays at all? What the ball might have clipped on the way through?
No, we were struggling. We were watching the replay after replay and saying we're not very good umpires up here. It's hard to see even with even with a TV camera. No, to be frank. We'll try again, Stephen. We'll keep watching the replays, and 7th time lucky we might be able to give you a decision, but Siddle completes another decent but not penetrative over.
Yeah, I mean, it was just taken nonchalantly, wasn't it, by Stephen Davies?
Maybe a clip of the top of the thigh pad.
Maybe a thigh pad. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe that's the answer. But Wesley was unmoved, and so was the umpire.
Yeah, Wesley of Cambridgeshire as well as Essex. Of course, of England 19s, England A side. Been around about as Tom Wesley. He's possibly older than you think, actually, 33 now. Abel's going to be round the wicket again to Cook. what you're thinking with the bowling changes then, Stephen. Would you be bowling Siddle and Abel at this stage?
Yeah, I think I might have, had I been Tom Abel, I might have come on ahead of Ben Green, although Green was quite tidy.
Exactly what I said, yeah. I think the only reason I had for it is that Ben Green took 3 for last week.
Yeah,
I think any other
absolutely.
game, Tom Abel would bowl before Ben Green.
Yeah, that's a nice stroke from Alistair Cook. It won't go all the way to the boundary, but comfortable couple. And is that Cook's 50? I think it is.
Just
the
his
applause
100
around the ground.
Just his 118th half-century in first-class cricket, Stephen.
A mere snip then. Well batted, Sir Alistair. Following up his century last week with another half-century, and who'd bet against him going on?
Not I.
Real talisman still for Essex in his post-England days. Almost up to the Somerset total now, 96 for 1. So just 13 more runs for parity. Oh, shot. That will be 4.
Authoritative again, isn't it? The number of 4s through that cover point region we've seen from Alistair Cook today is significant. He just comfortably rocked back and punched it. Always in control, not massively short from Abel, but short enough for Cook to latch
Nailed
into
it,
that.
didn't he?
Yeah.
54 Cook, 100 up for Essex. Just 1 wicket down.
So Abel's going to stick with the same field. No, he's got a backward point. Sort of a cover point for that exact shot, actually. Does follow through a long way. He always looks going to fall over when he bowls. Shah Massoud racing to become the first batter since 2019 to score 200 runs in a day in the County Championship. Not far from closing the County Championship game today, but Shah Massoud's been superb. Start of his Derbyshire career, what Somerset would do for opening batter, the left-handed calibre of Massoud, like a Brown or a Cook. Don't have to be left-handed, but they often seem to be. Something about it, isn't there? Left-handed looks more elegant. I don't know why, Stephen. Have you always thought that?
Especially on the offside.
Yes. There's nothing wrong with being right-handed. Maybe it's the rarity.
Yeah, the left-handed cover drive has something exquisite about it.
Yes.
Or it can do. That was a pretty exquisite stroke from Alistair Cook. Boundary in that over. Very easy on the eye.
Still 8 overs of watching Sir Alistair Cook bat, you'd have thought. Can't see him giving his wicket away. If he does, it might be night watchman time for Essex. So.
Could be, couldn't it?
Darren Lawrence carded coming at 4. Could be Adam Rossington, but most likely Dan Lawrence, who's been superb in an England shirt. Still no Jack Leach.
Lewis Gregory is going to bowl from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Changed their bowls around a bit, haven't they, Somerset? Tried different ends, different combinations. Still no luck, really. That was 100 up for Essex. 101 after 40 overs. It's a very CB40, YB40 days back in a few years ago. I think 101 after 40 overs. Probably not quite fast enough scoring, but
Still signs of the rush hour on Priory Bridge Road.
always busy. Maybe they're trying to get in for just a £5. Come and watch the last 8 overs of the cricket. £7 for adults, £5 for students. Sure, they might even knock on a bit off that if you come in now for the last 7 overs. 8 including this one.
So Wesley not engaging with the first 2 deliveries of the over.
Club Cricketers Day tomorrow, so do come along if you're free on Good Friday. Day off work for many. Come and enjoy the cricket.
It's a slower one from Gregory, just held it up, but still outside the off stump, and Wesley not interested in playing that.
$108 balls, Alistair Cook's 50 took. 7 fours. And Ollie Pope scored 100 for Surrey.
Got a half century last week, didn't he?
Yeah.
So got one better.
Ben Folkes, another Englishman in the test side. He's on 30 at the other end. Surrey going to score a big total against the victors of Somerset last week, Hampshire. Showing that you can score runs off Barker, Abbott and Abbas. And Fuller, of course. In Holland, these.
It was between those two sides last season that Hashim Amla
Yes,
played that extraordinary
he's playing again
rear
today.
guard.
He scored a 50-odd in earlier on. He's just got out recently.
Just batted time, didn't he, last year? Not in
Yeah.
the least concerned about
He's
scoring.
He's one of the best in the world at batting time, isn't he? Talk of another man batting time, Che Pujara making his debut for Sussex today. Him and Rizwan are in the field. Well, they were a fair amount of time in the field. Rizwan, of course, Pakistan wicketkeeper. Somerset's favourite Pakistani player, Babar Azam, got the ICC Player of the Month for March, which is playing in the Australia-Pakistan series. When Renshaw, who's Somerset overseas for this year, was called up but didn't get a game. What have we got here then? Looks like Craig Overton's going to have a bowl from the river end with 7 overs remaining. A few fans walking across the Priory Bridge end car park to the gates.
Changed his shirt number, Craig Overton. Was it
7 on the
last
back.
season or the one before? Number 12 to begin with, but number 7 became available when Peter Trigo moved. Peter Trigo will be with us tomorrow.
Yes.
And the next day in the commentary box.
I think that's a decent substitution. I think I'm out for Pete Trigo in. However, I'll take that substitution. I don't think I'll be offended by that. Talking number 7, David Beckham's number. I think in a football match, if Pete Trigo came on for me, I don't think Adam would be too upset to see me go off the Western Supermare goalkeeper and tattooed Tonker from Somerset and Nottinghamshire and
Tattooed
golfer.
Tonker, I like that. I'm sure he would too.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. Yeah, looking forward to a bit of commentary with Trigo later in the year. Well, tomorrow for you, Stephen.
Comes Everton, straying slightly to the
54
leg, and he's
runs.
going to pay the price.
Lewis Gregory, great
Oh,
bit
great
of fielding.
stop.
Superb. Diving one-handed, he gets a high five from the Somerset 12th man on the boundary. Runs round, picks up one-handed, slides across, somehow keeps it in play. He's done superbly there. Jack Brooks it is, who's giving him a bit of a drink and a high five for that bit of fielding.
Saved a couple.
Literally right in front of Jack Brooks, who could have stopped himself, but he's not in the playing 11.
That's the third outstanding piece of fielding from Lewis Gregory in this innings.
There's some very good Somerset fielders, actually. Don't get enough credit for their fielding. A lot better than their batting and bowling it has been in recent matches. Let's be honest. There was a trophy for the fielding team of the County Championship. Somerset will be right up there, I reckon.
Yeah, but needs to be all departments.
It does, indeed.
This is Craig Overton's first spell from the river end. Good ball. Cook comprehensively beaten, and you don't often say that. Lifted and left him. Worth another look.
Not a bad delivery that from Craig Overton.
Yeah.
Probably pitched outside leg stump, didn't it? It did so much. It went from pitch and outside leg to beat Alistair Cook outside off stump.
Did too much. A little bit less, and there could have been a nick.
Good shot for one, but Jack Leach is quick across the ground. Cheeky single called by Tom Wesley, but
Backing up well.
It was almost a rugby pass, wasn't it? One of the scrum halves runs across, picks up two-handed and fizzes it to the half-back, and Jack Leach has done that almost two-handedly going for the run-out. Good bit of work, but they are safely home for the single.
Emphatically Essex's day here at Taunton. Unless Somerset can turn that around in the next 7 overs that they've got before Stumps. Little feather down the leg side. Craig Overton has struck, and that's an important moment because the Essex skipper has failed to see it through to Stumps on day one. Tom Wesley has gone for 13, just attempting to help that delivery on its way down the leg side, and just a little bit of bat involved. Stephen Davies takes the catch. Essex 103 for 2.
Massive breakthrough for Somerset. That you'd like it to be Alistair Cook, of course, but taking the Essex skipper, the number 3 batter, is no issue. Never can complain about that. Wesley trudges off. Got 13, but never looked fully comfortable, I must say. He whipped a couple to the leg side, but took a long time to get his 13. He was playing and missing a couple of times, a couple of leading edges. And Somerset will be more than happy to have that breakthrough. Now it's a tricky period here. There's probably going to be Dan Lawrence, but it could also be a night watchman. It could even be Adam Rossington. Multiple options.
Just 6 overs left in the day.
Tricky patch.
Including this one. And some justice for Craig Overton, because he'd actually, well, he'd narrowly failed to account for Alistair Cook with a better delivery than the one that took the wicket.
Yeah.
But he won't mind that. 2 for 27, his figures.
Yeah, Craig Overton's got to take that 2 for 27. I don't think he's bowled perhaps as well as the 2 wickets. I wouldn't say he's the only bowler that's deserved wickets, if you know what I mean. But Wesley faced 54 balls, batted for just over an hour, just 3 boundaries.
I don't think anybody's bowled badly.
No. But I wouldn't say Overton's deserved the only wickets that Somerset have taken. If
I think Peter Siddle's been very unlucky.
Yes, I think Peter Siddle is probably the most deserving of Somerset bowlers.
Lewis Gregory's found the edge a couple of times as well. And instead of going to hand, it's just squirted away down to the third man boundary.
Well, they have gone for a night watchman. It's Big Chef and Little Chef. Sam Cook has come out to bat. He will not be on strike because that was the last ball of the over. And Lewis Gregory will bowl to Ann Cook and then SJ Cook.
It's going to be confusing.
It could just be A Cook and S Cook would be perfectly good enough. But
let's hope they don't spoil the broth.
I've already used that line, Stephen.
Sorry.
I was just about to say it again. We'll have a laugh as Alistair Cook back foot punches, and we'll just say Cook. We'll just say Cook's done this, and you can't tell if we're right or we're wrong.
One Cook makes way for another. Sam will now take strike. The right-hander. He's had a tremendous day. He's been the pick of the bowlers on either side today, I'd suggest.
Maybe that's why he's volunteered to be night watchman. Maybe he's so pumped up and enjoyed his bowling on this wicket.
It's all running for him.
Desperate to have a bat as well.
Yep, hoping some of the magic continues to rub off. 104 for 2 then, as first ball from Gregory is defended comfortably enough on the leg side. Long shadows now cast by the players as the sun gradually goes down to the west of us. That's on the money from Gregory. Full on middle and off. Kept out well though. Great to see spectators in every pavilion, every stand here at Taunton.
Every stand
Except
except
a bit now.
Well, except the Gimlet's Hill, of course, we should mention is being revamped, refurbished down to our left under the scoreboard. But yeah, you're right. It's nice to see people all around, and there's one last section of the river stand, formerly the Marcus Trescothick stand. The river stand has got 1/3 of it. It's not a safe standing area, it's an April Fool's, but they're just relaying the seats, fancier seats, to make it even more pleasant to sit and watch from.
Yes, they've changed the colour. It used to be the green that features in the Somerset stand.
I used to just call them the green seats. One side of the ground was green, the other side was white. It's kind of ruined that.
Yes, the white has extended its frontier.
2/3 white, 1/3 green, I suppose.
Comfortable single here, down to third man. So Cook S, SJ, to put it fully, is off the mark. And it's the more senior Cook who's back on strike. The head chef.
Head chef and sous chef, is it? What, S Cook, sous chef Cook, Sam Cook? A little bit cloudy now as the sun goes behind the clouds. And
Yeah, I think they'll go through to close though.
yes, I don't think we'll worry about bad light. I think we'll
Just
get the last 5 overs in.
Yeah. Just 4 runs in it now before Essex will have a first innings lead, and that's on day 1. Great start for them, and a poor one for the hosts.
Other cricketing news around the world that I know today we haven't discussed yet is the USA co-hosting the 2024 T20 World Cup, Stephen. A bit rogue to see. Yeah, great to see the West Indies involved, but the USA and the West Indies together. Excitement that would be.
Terrific.
Slightly different, isn't it?
Variety of grounds that'll be played on.
Yes. Absolutely. Some baseball grounds, perhaps. There's a bouncer from Craig Overton that Sam Cook of Eddies. Yeah, Liam Plunkett's gone to the USA, isn't he? There's that Pakistani who played in the IPL. These people who have links, they have grandfathers who are American and they can change allegiance. Corey Anson's another from New Zealand now who's living out there. I think they're going to be a bit of a force in cricket in years to come.
I like that bouncer from Overton. It's a nice way of saying good evening, Sam.
It's better than his one to the one that Steve Davies had to collect from the boundary. Better than that early one, and isn't what the 9th over the innings. Seems a bit more applicable to bowl it to the night watchman. Strike some fear into Sam Cook. Yeah, Steve Davies, wicketkeeper, of course. Adam Wheater is the keeper for Essex, but they've also got Adam Rossington, Michael Pepper, Will Buttleman, who scored 100 the second 11 versus Cambridge UCCE early in the week. Multiple keeping options for Essex, just really Stephen Davies, and obviously Tom Bander's injured. James Rue not in the squad.
Yes, it's become an increasing feature, hasn't it, in county cricket, of options being available behind the stumps.
Multiple options, yeah, indeed.
Good thing to have.
All-rounders of a different variety, you could say. Sun's back out as Sam Cook, as a night watchman should really, leaves it comfortably behind. Sam Cook, he's obviously a frontline bowler. He's played 47 first-class matches, scored 266 runs at 8.58 for an average. Well, not too bad an average for a night watchman. You can't really worry about it too much. More worried about how many balls he can face than the runs he scored. Nice to Cook averaging near 50, slightly different chefs, aren't they? The 3 slips. He needs to make Sam Cook played as Craig Overton. Ball outside off stump is what the night watchman wants.
Yeah, the bouncer was a good start, but then you need to be on the stumps.
Yeah, he's not followed up right, is he?
Sam Cook won't be interested in run scoring, in particular, at this stage of the day.
Oh, that one was a bit less pleasant. Sam Cook wearing one.
Might have hurt.
He's taken it well.
Hit on the arm. Upper arm, I fancy. We'll have another look.
It's all of the shoulder region, wasn't it?
Must have been quite painful. Bowler of Overton's pace. Not showing it.
No. Yorkshire 27 for none in reply to Gloucestershire's 227. Had him live, crunching a couple of cover drives. Another left-hander who's opened the batting for England in Test matches. Back to Alistair Cook.
Good ball, Gregory.
Too good though, aren't they? Some of the balls Somerset have beaten the bat with have. You don't complain about a ball being too good, but too good to get the outside edge is just frustrating for a bowling side, isn't it?
Well, especially when the batters cook. I know both the batters
all
are
men
cook
in the
at
world game.
moment,
I know what you mean.
I mean the left-handed version.
Yes, yes.
The top order version. But he's been beaten twice in this last 10 minutes or so. Once by Overton and now by Gregory. Wait on call as Tom Lammonby fields. Shouts of encouragement from on the field and off it for Lewis Gregory. Yeah, there's a quick one there.
Yeah, good running, Alistair Cook. I've read multiple autobiographies and stories and articles about Alistair Cook, and he always wins these tests, these fitness tests. You wouldn't think the opening batter who doesn't bowl particularly is fit or quick, but incredibly fit. Runs between the wickets, beats younger men to the fitness test, the yo-yos, your bleep tests. Just runs and runs and runs. Often gets up at 5 or 6 in the morning and goes running from his farm in Bedfordshire, or when he was a school kid at choir school, he'd often go running early in the morning.
One arcing away from Stephen Davis after it had gone through. One of the most experienced members of this Somerset side now, Lewis Gregory. One of several Devonians.
Yes, Plymouth way. Gregory, both Overtons, of course, North Devon Cricket Club.
Turns 30 next month.
Yeah, he was T20 captain the last couple of years, wasn't he? He's left that over to Tom Abel for this season. Tom Abel captain both extreme formats as Ben Green takes the 50 over comp. Jet from Gladiators on YouTube says, poor Essex, still 4 runs behind and only 8 wickets left. Shares some of the runs around. Bit unlucky, some of the Somerset bowlers, says Sky Blue Bones from Dorset.
Yeah, I think especially Peter Siddle. Going to be at least a couple here. Oh no, they seem to have decided in advance that one will do.
It's that time of the night where the night watchman wants to take the strike. I always think I've never actually batted with a night watchman, having only ever played multiple day cricket in Australia. It's not really a thing in England, but Sam Cook wants to keep facing every ball now because
protect the senior batsman.
Which sounds a bit daft. I mean, Alistair Cook's not going to be tired. He's ridiculously fit. It's not that warm and sweaty. He could probably happily face the next 4 overs and just score more runs, but with now only 3 overs remaining, Sam Cook's just going to face as many balls as possible. They finished at Lancashire, 344 for 4. What a day that is for Lancashire. Their first County Championship day of the season, as Phil Salt's making his Lancashire first-class debut.
These two go to bowl out. Just 3 overs remaining now, and Craig Overton still on at the river end. Herring gulls still circling above him. You possibly hear them in the distance. There's a particularly vocal one.
He heard your commentary.
Oh, a little prod from Sam Cook there. One he didn't need to play at.
Somerset and Essex have met on 149 occasions in the county championship. Somerset have won just 36 of these. Essex looking to extend their 58 match winning streak in this matchup. 1 tie and 51 drawn games. And of course 3 have been abandoned to complete the stat, but I don't think we'll see an abandonment with a lack of rain forecast the next 3 days. It's going to be a dry Easter weekend.
Yeah, it's a good forecast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty settled. Not much chance of rain. Haven't seen any today.
And where we're sat gives you a good clue as to who's the highest individual scorer in a match against Essex for Somerset is the man whose pavilion we're sat in. Just got it scored 228 not out at Colchester in 2010.
Yeah, he's on the ground today as well.
Yes,
Marcus Trescothick.
His daughter's working down below as well. Trescothick Family Club, isn't it? It doesn't live too far away.
He was up on the top floor of the Andy Caddick Pavilion earlier, having a chat with...
Replaced by James Taylor. Now they've all gone inside, haven't they? It's a bit chilly, do you reckon, for them this time of day?
Shouldn't be too bad on that side.
No,
you get a bit of sun if it's out.
They've all left now. Andy Harry, Jason Kerr, James Taylor, Marshall Trescothick. None of them are sat up there now. They're now in the dugout balcony, the floor below. Greg Cohen and Jamie Thorpe.
Comfortable single here, which he's happy to take from the 5th ball of the over. Mr. Cook wants reassurance that his guard is still correct.
Do stay with us on the YouTube comment in the last couple of overs of this game. Back tomorrow and Saturday if it goes that far. Luce from Belgium says, would have liked to see Leach bowl a few overs tonight. I totally agree. I've been slightly crying out for it for a while now. Poor old Jack Leach has done nothing all day. Faced 1 ball. He's a far better batter than number 11 states. But
yeah, he was loosening up at one stage. I thought he might have got the nod from his captain, but that didn't come to anything, and the chances now are very slim because we've only got 2 overs left.
I ain't bowling this one because Lewis Gregory's got the ball in his hand.
Just to take you back to the rather depressing Somerset scorecard, which I'll do during this over. That's a nice delivery to start with. Playing a miss from the night watchman. Ben Green first out, having scored all 15 of Somerset's first runs. Caught behind off Mark Steckerty. Then Matt Renshaw in 2 minds as to whether to play a shot to a ball from Sam Cook, which has clipped the bails on top of his stumps. That was 22 for 2, which became 32 for 3 when James Hildreth got a beauty from Steckerty, which he had to play, edged it to Wheater, and 49 for 4 when the captain went. Caught at short square leg off the bowling of Sam Cook, Dan Lawrence the catcher. Lewis Goldsworthy in the same over for a duck, caught behind. So it was a bit of a procession, really. No stand of any substance. Stephen Davies, the first to go after lunch, also caught behind off Shane Snater. Lewis Gregory made just 4, Craig Ogerton 8. And Peter Siddle last out for 3. Rather sorry reading. Tom Lammonby, the top scorer with 48. But just 3 double-figure individual scores. Sam Cook, 3 for 17 from 15 overs. Economical and penetrating.
And then Brown and Cook have showed Somerset how to bat. Terrific opening partnership from the two left-handers. 64 for none, and even then Cook was unlucky, not Cook, Brown was a bit unlucky to go, really juggled by Tom Abel at third slip to go for 25. Very solid looking 25 it was too.
Yeah, that was 64 for 1 when Brown went. Then 103 for 2, Tom Westley, and those are the only 2 Essex wickets to have fallen.
Stephen Chudgeon is trudging off. Night all, see you in the morning. Some of the Somerset fans having the last over off. They'll be back in the morning to join the lovely social that is the Somerset YouTube channel and live chat. You can go on there and watch videos from the past, interviews with Renshaw and Siddle, behind the Wyvern episodes. Some great content on there to watch this evening.
This is Lewis Gregory's last ball of the day. That goes harmlessly through to Stephen Davies. And looks like Craig Overton will bowl out the session.
Yes, in Division 2 we talked about Notts being big favourites for the Division 2 title. They're 300 for 9 with 9 overs left today. They've secured their third batting point with, we talked about Patterson White being the Nottingham team. Well, Pattinson and Patterson batting together with Pattinson White in next. I got through that.
That's worse than 2 Cooks.
That was a self-induced mouthful. That was no need to say that. I just thought it was quite a nice challenge.
There's also Dane Patterson, isn't there?
That's it. James Pattinson, Dane Patterson and Liam Patterson White, who batted just before them. Get the order right. They're all about 9, 10, 11 in the order as well. Alistair Cook just wants one. He's going to leave Sam Cook to the rest of the day. That is a professional top order batter. He nudges his one last ball of the last over. And he's having a giggle with Siddle he's having a giggle with. Peter Siddle, his teammate from a few years at Essex. He has a little giggle and says, "Cookie, what are you doing?" And he says, "Well, batter well." Siddle's having a good giggle. Good battle those two have had today. They're good friends. I do like that about cricket. You can be massive rivals but still great friends on and off the field.
A bouncer, but not really discomforting for the batter. Well over his head.
Jim Dale's been loving the slow-mo camera we got here. Yeah, we've got some great technology being used to give you the extra replays and repeats.
Almost played that, but pulled out the last second. So scores level.
Yes.
The difference is that Essex have got 8 wickets in hand.
They're going to get the lead, you'd have thought. Or will Sam Cook worry about the lead, or is he just going to see out the last 3 balls? Stiddle and Cook are having a big old chat as the last 3 balls continue. I'm sure they'll have a beer after play today, if not day 3 or 4. Cook could have an easy run down the ground. Alistair Cook says no. Peter Siddle's going to escort it halfway to the boundary. That's cracking cricket. Alistair Cook, you just stand with one hand on hip and lean on your bat. Chat with Peter Siddle, distract Siddle from fielding, which makes no difference really, because it's either 4 dot. They're probably not even going to bother running 2 here.
I think Alistair Cook feels his job's done for the day.
It's going to be quite an early finish, actually. They finished at Canterbury, Lancashire, but most of the games are still playing. Decent over rate from Somerset Essex, despite the wickets that have fallen today at Taunton. Siddle's trying to leave this one to try and tempt Cook into a run, but neither Cook's going to run. Oh, a bit of entertainment for the last over when they're just blocking it out. It's Stumps at Surrey. They lost the toss, Hampshire, this morning, but they've scored 312 for 3. Pope unbeaten on 113 not out. Ben Folkes 32 not out. 2 English test batters batting well together, as they often do at the Oval. So Craig Overton with 1 ball,
Same field. I mean, you may as well have 5 slips and try something magical here, really, because they're not going to run.
Mid-wicket's coming in.
Going to
Closer.
either, yeah. Maybe a short ball, or do you tempt him with a short ball, then bowl the full straight Yorker, double bluff? Nearly a double bluff, wide outside the off stump. And that ends a pretty miserable day for Somerset. Essex are level, they have parity, they're 109 for 2. And Somerset have a lot of work to do to save this match across at least tomorrow and potentially into Saturday and Sunday, if the game gets that far, Stephen.
Especially with Alistair Cook still there on that 59 not out. Sam Cook, the night watchman, has done his job.
There's a tweet.
We'll hope to add tomorrow.
This tweet just sums it up. We'll leave you with one more social message before we go. Bertie Rob says, "Good work, Somerset. Last match, the Oppo overtook us 1 wicket down. Today we are 100% better, as we have 2 wickets before they overtake our score. That's progress."
Clutching at straws. Anyway, hope you've enjoyed the coverage on the live stream, and we'll be back tomorrow in good time for the start, and hope you can join us then. But in the meantime, I think we're just about wrapped up here. From Sam Dalling and from Harry Everett and from me, Stephen Lamb, enjoy your evening, and hope you can join us tomorrow.